In this arena, legends are born and history is written. This is where dreams take flight, where every drop of sweat, every ounce of effort, and every heartbeat is dedicated to one singular goal. Tales will be weaved. History will be written. Titans will rise and fall. Champions will be crowned, and legends will be made. This is the Parallel League.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the second day, that is the final day of the first ever Parallel League Major. $50,000 prize pool, all a part of a $500,000 prize pool league, culminating to the Prime World Championship at the start of next year. We gained a wild Muka. Hello Muka.
What's up? Hello everybody.
Hello.
Yes, we are on to our final four players of today. So why don't we pull up the bracket and just kind of see where we're at, and then we'll discuss the deck list and get ready for the next match. So there we have, we'll take Zaratustraa and Feno. That'll be the first match of the day, and then later we'll see Shogo versus PURP. So
Yeah. Winner of the semifinals will be going on to the grand finals for chance at not only the prize pool of $20,000, 17 league points, but also the title of the very first Parallel League Major World Champion. Pre-World Champion, there we go.
No, I'm particularly excited for this one. You know, Feno is the only guy in the top 8 that, like, you know, had a crazy showing yesterday. Just absolutely was able to, you know, dominate Satena. So, you know, he's got the drive, he's got, like, you know, the fire, it feels like right now. So we'll see if he can carry it through all the way to, you know, the end.
Feno looks so locked in that match. He just scoots his chair up and, you know,
Yeah.
he's ready for it. So why don't we start taking a look at the deck list? I think we're starting out with Zaratustraa here.
All right, we got Zaratustraa here with the uni shop that we've seen, you know, before time and time again. The build has got the 1 collateral damage, 1 annihilate, 3 master poisoners. So overall, you know, Deathsea, pretty standard build.
Yep.
I think we've seen this build, you know, every time so far. Nothing too, you know, special in terms of text or anything. What are you thinking?
Yep. As you mentioned, tried and true, just the classic. And it should serve Zaratustraa very, very well.
All right, moving on to the brand. This brand has the trusty belt in it, a little bit different than Feno's that we'll see when we go over his decks. But this got the trusty belt. It's got 1 Spectre attack craft, so he's trying to, you know, fit in some of these good cards that can combo really, really well together. I'm trying to see 3 Triumph of the Lost, 3 Unseen Allies, 3 Demos. So pretty strong build, right? These guys are trying to, the Shroud matchups, as we saw yesterday, are very grindy. You're grinding it out. You want a lot of cards that can kind of get you back in the race, especially as brand. Unseen Allies pairs really, really well. So yeah, it all comes down to who gets the right demos, who gets the right unseen, and then the good triumphs can really, really win you the game.
Yeah, a lot of players previously were trying out with, you know, maybe 1 or 2 copies of Unseen Allies, and some players were playing only 2 copies of Demolecularized as well. And we've kind of seen now that it's become standardized to run 3 copies of each, just being extremely powerful. And if you don't need it at any point, you can just pink it away.
All right, the Naeus. Naeus is you know, it feels like sometimes Naeus is your best friend, and then sometimes you want to, you know, punt Naeus across a football field. But we got Zaratustraa locked in with his Naeus. He has the Indictus in his build. He's also rocking the Tabula Rasas. Let me see. He's got the Centaurus in here. 1 Synchronicity. You know, a lot of this deck, the core template is the same as we've seen from the other decks. These few techs that we've seen between, like, the top 8 players now into the top 4 are, you know, we'll see how much weight they put into, like, does this really put it over the edge? But I like seeing the Tabula. Oh, there also is a hammer in this build too. Is there a Meritus? No Meritus though. So overall, splash in a few of the good cards that can help let you go wide or maybe push the damage through to end the game. So we'll see if he's able to, poke through with that Naeus. I know Naeus is pretty finicky this tournament.
Yeah, it's been pretty funny seeing the vast majority of players kind of leave Naeus until the very, very end, opting to not really want to play it for the lack of any
Please don't make
good
me do
matchups.
this early.
Yeah. So we will see if these players will be able to get through their weakest link, which is going to be the Naeus.
And lastly, the Catherine. Let me see here. 2 Triumph of Mars, the 1 repurpose hardware, so no manipulation rate in this build from Zaratustraa. We got the Memento. Everything here looking pretty standard. This deck is just good. It knows what it does. There's very few cards to change, and if there is, it's like kind of matchup dependent. But we'll see if this even makes it in, because it's been the hottest ban all tournament.
Yeah, the sort of tried and true, the 3 copies of card advantage cards, 2 Triumph of Marses, and 1 Wong, gonna be what the vast majority of players are going to be opting out for. And yeah, we'll be very surprised if we see this through. I believe Feno was banning Catherine yesterday as well. All right, moving on to Feno's deck, the man of the hour himself, Brand. Brand looking like a little bit of a different list than Zaratustra's here. We see no Spectre Attack Craft. What else do we see different here? 1 Engine Whisper.
No belt.
Yes.
They both were running 2 Engine Whisper, but it looks like no belt and no Spectre Attack Craft from Feno here.
Okay, so very close to almost the same list that both players are running. All right, moving on to the next deck here. It is going to be Feno's Naeus deck. His Naeus deck is going to be running 2 PS8 launchers and 2 copies of Synchronicity, together with the same 1 Idian Hammer as Zaratustraa. And outside of that, he's not running the 4-mana card, the Indictus, it seems.
Yeah. Did we see Fixers in Zaratustra's list?
I do not believe so. Yes. So I believe that Feno's running the Fixers.
Yeah, a little more of a balanced approach, right? Maybe get over some of those Ogden Core walls if he has to, or something like that. But overall, pretty good list. The Naeus has one job, and it's got to just to be, to poke through and start putting pressure. So we'll see if this Fixer does come in handy. Maybe eliminating some Ogden Core defenders if it has to kind of keep pushing through. It could come in handy.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Feno with his Catherine deck. Catherine going to be one of Feno's favorite decks as well after the Brand. Looks like he's going to be running pretty traditional list here as well. We see 2 copies of Ruin Tinker. I don't remember seeing Zaratustraa having Ruin Tinkers. Is that correct?
No, he did. Yeah, he did.
Okay, he did as well. So it should be nearly the same identical list then here for both players with 1 repurposed hardware as well.
Yeah, this list looks pretty pretty sure it is the exact same list. The only tech cards that we've seen in this tournament are like the manipulation ray, if we can get that one right. But that's there for the mirror match mostly. But I don't know, like preparing like different Cathy lists. There's very few matchups where you're gonna let the Cathy roll through. We only saw it happen once in the top 8, so I'm not even sure if we'll see it again. Going through the rest of the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, possibly, once again, maybe the only player who may not be banning Catherine is going to be PURP, I think. So his lineup is quite unique compared to the rest of the players. So we'll have to see what he does later on. And speaking of the manipulation ray, we are going to see that from PURP later on as well. All right, so the very final deck here for Feno is going to be his Universal Workshop deck. His Universal Workshop deck... Let's see, he's going to be running 1 copy of Collateral Damage. We see, essentially, I think, pretty classic list as well. 2 copies of Black Market Fixer, and 2 copies
3
of
Thinker, 3 Poisoner. So that's, sometimes those ratios differ a little bit, but he's maxed out both those guys.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And also, Fino is opting to not run the Memento of the Fallen, which I think I like as well. Once again, we are talking about it yesterday. I think that for the most part, the deck kind of doesn't need it. It's gonna be okay every once in a while, like in the late game, but I find myself banking it quite often when I was trying that card out. So.
Yeah, we'll see if he ends up needing it or not. It does pair well with the drone printer and lets you be a little more grindy. But if
Ah,
he's able to, stack that momentum, I mean, the Master Poisoner also lets you be grindy, right? So
yep.
it's kind of like a difference of opinions of like how you want to grind out your matches. So it could work either way. We'll see how it plays for him.
Yeah, I like it a lot as well. The Master Poisoner just really, really good against Brand. And if we were expecting more people to bring Earth in as their fourth deck, then that would have been really, really good as well. So Master Poisoner, just pretty flexible card in the vast majority of matchups. Even sometimes against like Catherine or versus Uni Shop Mirrors or something, it can be quite devastating.
Catherine didn't make the cut as usual. Nobody wants to deal with this nonsense right now. It's it doesn't have many counters and it can fully explode, right? So, better to just get
Yep.
it off and try to enable some of these other matchups a bit better. Like you said, Detsy, both these guys are rocking same decks. So, it really comes down to, do we see maybe a uni mirror, right?
Yeah, I honestly expect Unimir into Brandmir into Aeneas last for both players, I think.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Really?
Zaratustra shaking it up. He's trying to lock in the Naeus and try to sneak a win in on Fino's Universal Workshop here. How do you feel about that?
Yep. I like it. Just get the worst out of the way as soon as possible.
You're just pulling off the band-aid. Let's just do
Yep.
this. Let's get it right. Let's get it done. Look at these mulligans off the bat. Zaratustra is trying to decide if he wants to keep his tabula rasa, and Fino going for the full mulligan here. Did we hit? It looks like we hit
Wow.
pretty well.
We had a full house here, Muka.
Yeah. Zaratustra hitting the good curve. No standard bearer for these tabulas just yet, but he can still make use of them. He can bank the cunning Scipions and use the tabulas to bring out multiple cunning Scipions if he wants. Fino, he's got all these target painters. He just needs something to
Yep.
enable them. But once he starts drawing into some other cards, he can definitely enable them. You can like I like Zaratustra drawing the Harf, right? You can like get multiple Harfs if you want to. You can get multiple Scipions
Okay.
if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, Fino basically role playing Van Gogh over here. So many painters picking up on my
That was a good one.
Master. And it is going to be awkward though. So you get into the situation quite often as Unishop where when you're going first, you have to be really careful of your resources because until you draw Wong, until you draw a drone printer, your amount of cards in hand are going to be very, very short. So here, Fino is going to opt to bank one of the painters. He doesn't need that many, I don't think. And he is going to be looking for something like a gun barge or a PS8 launcher or mercenary gunslinger to activate these. However, he is going to be going into 3 mana turns, so he is going to also want to be mana efficient.
Yeah, and we see here he draws into that PSA, so he'll finally be able to start taking stuff out. Zaratustra trying to use this like kind of temporary lull to his advantage, right? And start pushing through. He got the cunning Scipion out. He has two tabulas in hand, draws into the Asian subjugate. We can start to see some explosive turns coming his way now. I think he's definitely looking good, right? Asian subjugate. If that bad boy lives, he's got the Centaurus. This is what you want to see in this matchup. If you're Naeus, you're probably feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, super good. And in addition to all of the things that you mentioned here, Muka, is that Fino doesn't really have a good play here.
No.
He is stuck between a PS8 launcher and a Miasmancer, neither of which is going to develop the board in a way that he wants to. There will be a Juggernaut Workshop token coming down next turn to alleviate some of the pressure, but yeah, he is gonna need something better. I mean, his next turn follow up is pretty good. Black Market Fixer, get a token from the workshop. That's not gonna be too bad, but yeah, this turn is gonna be a big one here. Do I PS8 launcher or do I Miasmancer?
It's a tough decision, right? Because you want to stop the tempo, but it feels good to get a unit on board, right? But I think I
Yeah.
agreed. just PSA, stem the bleeding a little bit, and push from there.
Okay. He's gonna opt to take out the Cunning Scipion over the Princept here, the 3/2.
Yeah, and we see here Zaratustra. He's just gonna slap that Asian. If this thing gets to live, it will be a huge problem. Um, he'll be able to clear both painters now too, which I think he should do. Clear both painters to make sure your subjugate lives, and then just drop that Centaurus, and you'll be sitting pretty.
Yeah, so the question here is, do we drop both to Belarusas down as well to maybe buff up some of these guys out of range of something? You could put like maybe some counters on the Asian subjugate as well to maybe get it out of range of a gunslinger or something like that. But
Yeah, I think he's gonna
yeah,
opt
let's
to
see.
just get them on their own. Just go wide. Make sure everything is a viable target. Oh, he does buff up the Asian subjugate on that one, so I was
Okay.
wrong there. If he was gonna do that, part of me is like, shouldn't he have double
Maybe
buff
put
the
both of them on
subjugate
there.
right,
Yeah, maybe put
to
both of
stop
them
like
on
a
there because
PS8 kind of thing?
yeah, exactly. So one of it stops a mercenary gunslinger. However, he should know that there isn't a mercenary gunslinger in Fino's hand since he did float 2 mana. Um, yeah, the card that you would be wanting to play around is maybe another PS8, but I guess for the same reason, you know that he doesn't have a PS8 launcher. So
Yeah.
essentially, just playing around something from the top.
Yeah, yeah. But man, this next turn from Zaratustra is going to be, devastating for Fino here. He's got to find a way to stem the bleeding. I mean, at this point, it's kind of like, do I go defender token, right? Because
Yeah.
the artillery 2/5 is gonna kill something, sure, but it's just gonna nothing's going to that unit anyway. It's just hitting face. Maybe you try to curve the damage a little bit with the defender, have it take a few hits.
Yeah, super awkward because of this Asian subjugate on the board. The subjugate, you should assume that your opponent's going to be able to put some amount of counters on your guys to like find a valuable break point to get a good trade into your defender. But yeah, Fino stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah, I mean the BMF and the token will definitely help. I mean, but once he sees the Centaurus come down, he's gonna be like, "What the heck?" He sees the 2/5. He's just gonna try to take out some units, try to slow the game a little bit that way, and then we'll be able to see. I think we know, unless Zara surprises us with like a Magna or something. Yeah, I think he's definitely gonna drop the Centaurus. I don't think he needs the hammer at this point, so I agree if he banks this. Yeah, for sure. Oh, he's gonna go the
Yeah,
Indictus. Is he? That'd be kind of
I mean,
surprising.
I think the Centaurus just represents more stat points across the board. It represents
Yeah,
also just having a Centaurus that your opponent has to deal with now as well, in addition to everything
yeah.
else. Um, yeah, so
You can
I
see a
really
little
do
bit
like
of
this one
frustration
here.
on Fino's face now. You can see it like, like, oh man,
Yep.
this just got way harder to deal with. He's looking for his outs. He's got to find something. What do we need to draw if we're Fino to get out of this?
That's a great question. So before the buff here, Muka, sorry, before the nerf to Ingrid, I would say like a ramp into Ingrid would be nice, but that's not even a possibility
He
anymore. So
doesn't
yeah,
even,
Fino's
yeah.
just gonna pack it up here.
Packs it up. Shout out to Zaratustra for thinking ahead. Maybe he watched some of Fino's games and saw that Fino likes to lock in the uni shop first, and he was like,
Yep.
"Let me just take the gamble on the Naeus if I can squeeze the win in." We've been making fun of Naeus like for the whole
Yep.
the whole broadcast so far. So he's like, "Listen, let's just do this. This is my opening. Let's just try to get this done, and I'll figure everything else out later with my two stronger decks." So now he gets the win with his Karthari, and Fino's has to decide, does he just lock the uni shop in again? Do we change things up? What do you think? What do you think both sides are thinking about for locking in their next decks?
Man, I think that getting in that Kathari, getting it out of the way already is so huge because now Fino is sort of left with a short stick here. He is gonna have to find some way to get his Kathari in. I think that Fino probably gonna opt. Honestly, I think either of his choices are fine, because I think he's pretty comfortable with either of these matches. It looks like he
They
is
just
just gonna queue up.
re-queued.
Yep, the uni shop
3Q I've
again,
seen.
and
Yeah. Just jam it back, make it do its work. I mean, the mirror is the mirror, right? So these guys
yeah,
know how they got to play it and make it work. I will say, in my opinion, Zara's deck has a little bit of an advantage playing the Memento. I know you may not agree,
okay.
but if that knife
Oh,
does
yeah,
come
it's
into
pretty good
play,
actually in the mirror.
it can
Uh-huh.
it can win the game.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to deal with in the mirror. Generally, one of the ways that you can deal with it is like Ingrid steal the thing that has a memento on it. But if your opponent makes it big enough, then it is going to be just something that is impossible to deal with. Like even Master Poisoner, it takes a lot in order to clear off a full board. So yeah, it is. It is going to depend here. So, what do you like in this matchup, Muka? Do you like being on the play more, or do you like being on the draw?
Um, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
I feel like on the play still is better, even though you lose out on the extra cards. Like having a more safe time to start your Miasmancer chain is just feels better because with if you're on the draw, you're trying to like preemptively kind of start it to stop the other,
Mm.
and that's even more awkward now that Ingrid costs one more, right? So
Yep.
it can be a little weird. Um, we'll have to see how it plays out on this one. I will say though, like Fino, both these guys normally, what the playbook used to be is like you just look for your ramp cards and you just try to
Uh-huh.
ramp. Like both sides are just like it's like a space race for ramp and to get to the
Yes.
ladies. And then, but I wonder, does this get more grindy now with like the way with the extra cost nerf, or do these guys just kind of play it how it is and they just try to ramp their way? I'll have to. I don't think we've seen too many mirrors, right? In this
Oh, yeah, we
on the
haven't.
stream. Yeah, so
Yeah,
this may
I think
be
it's a
interesting.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting matchup, Muka, because every once in a while you do lose to just like target painter on board into a gun barge, and you just can't deal with the onboard pressure. But yeah, like most of the time, I think the general consensus is that you mulligan for your shard, you mulligan for your cruiser, and then you try to get your miasmancers, and that's essentially the matchup. But yeah, I think that like the in betweens of that is actually very important as well. It is a strange balance between balancing the amount of cards that you have, needing to have cards to bank as well as trying to just be a little bit proactive here and there.
Yeah. I do think if we're thinking on the tempo side, Fino's hand looks stronger. I mean, he's got
Yep.
both ladies and he's deciding what he wants to bank. Does he care for this Master Poisoner maybe, or does like the two gun barges seem a little better? And he's gonna go for this kind of tempo play with
Yep.
the Alvaro Interrogator into the gun barge, into another gun barge. It's a lot of pressure, so you never know. Like, does this poking damage actually have, uh, does it actually matter, right, by the end of the game?
Yeah.
And it could.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's one of the things that Fino's thinking about here is just positioning for a potential Assel's glaive. It is always awkward for sure. Having the shield pod is going to change the decision a little bit as well. I think I would have liked to see maybe the shield pod stay far left. I'm not exactly sure. But we don't see an Assel's glaive here, fortunately, for Fino from Zaratustraa.
Yeah, and then looking at his board right now, it's kind of awkward. I mean, he has the BMF, which is good. He can probably kill the. What are we killing here? The Alvaro, probably.
Yeah.
We know that there's a gun barge with this painter. That's the thing, right? Painter never looks attractive to get rid of, and then it's
Uh-huh.
like it's like slowly just picking apart everything. It's the most annoying thing, that you have to experience sometimes. Is just how like devastating. It's never like the focus, right? But then it's just slowly there, just being like, oh, one damage here, let's kill. One damage here, let's kill. And that could be pretty rough. I mean, even in the mirror match, like some units can just die because the painter is there to enable an extra damage.
Oh yeah, if you think about it, in the entire game of Parallel at the moment, there actually aren't that many ways to cleanly clear an Assel's glaive. But Target Painter, together with like just a gun barge, allows you to clear it off with the with the ping from the Juggernaut Workshop. So that's pretty insane. So
Yeah. What do you think about Fino opting to bank his drone printer here? He decided to keep like the Rune Tinkerer and the other barge.
yeah.
Do you think that's correct? I know he has both ladies, but don't you still want to kind of draw into like your ramp a bit? Miasmancer still haven't been seen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing is that he does have both ladies in hand, so that he's not really lacking any sort of late game value. But I do agree with you. Oftentimes in this matchup, drone printer is going to be extremely important. sometimes when your opponent collateral damages your drone printer, it is extremely devastating. We see Zaratustraa holding on to his collateral damage here for the potential of a drone printer. Oh,
Yeah, he
he's gonna go
swaps
ahead and
into
swap that
ramp.
away. That's super interesting. So he is giving the collateral damage to Feno, which Feno can get rid of that stabilized shard, which I think is an extremely powerful card in this matchup as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised he did that, to be honest. And Zaratustra got a pretty big power swing in general, though, with the scanner probe and the
Uh-huh.
gun barge together, taking out Fino's gun barge. You could see he was looking at Fino when it was played. It was like, oh god damn, like I couldn't prepare for. You can't prepare for those kind of plays, right? They just kind of
Yep.
happen. Um, but we see here Fino will draw into his collateral. Maybe ends up using it this turn. I think the gun, maybe just gun
Mhm.
barges, but he sees he draws it. I'd be confused if I was Fino and I'm like, why'd you give me this? Like I can stop your ramp now.
Yeah,
But do
for
you think he should
sure.
have passed the Ruined Tinkerer? Maybe he's just worried that Fino's board could just get wide and out of control. So he's like, just take the relic removal and make like the tough
Yeah, it's
decision.
hard. I mean, Zaratustra, even without the stabilized shard, he is able to play the logistic support cruiser, bank a card, and then play the Ruin Tinker. So that's going to be
Yep.
more mana efficient. And at the moment,
That might be
Fino
what he
doesn't
was
have
thinking of.
any. Yeah, and at the moment, Fino doesn't have any relics. So I think that's the thought process. But if Fino had something maybe like his own cruiser here into collateral damage, that would still be a pretty nice turn. We see that Fino is going to be behind here on mana.
Yeah. He's man, this is a tough. He's gonna bank his Tinkerer here, and we're going for the gun barge. Probably gun
All
barge.
right.
Maybe another painter. Yeah, just another painter.
Yeah.
Use that energy. Like you gotta enable your inner Death Sea, right? Fino here.
Y-
Never waste an energy. You've never
Never.
wasted an energy.
Yep. Not in my life. Not in any game.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he'll get his own token too. So it'll kind of like he can choose here to kill the gun barge. I think you kill the scanner probe. Scanner probe. We've seen it a lot across tournaments that sometimes players disrespect it
Yep.
and it like ends up stealing like the craziest cards and winning you the game. So I'm glad Fino's kind of like, nope, this is not happening. We're gonna do it, and he goes for the defense. Juggernaut, kind of like asking Zara like, hey, if you want to play a BMF, that's fine, but if not, then my stuff can sit well, and that he's happy with that.
Yep. And that would be Zaratustra's last copy of Black Market Fixer as well, I believe.
Yep. So he's got his 3+3 enabled now. He's just got to start dropping them. I think he's trying to think of how to attack first. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I mean his hand is lining up super well. We do see Fino picks up a Miasmancer uh the together with the collateral damage as well. That'll be a pretty nice turn 5 if he doesn't draw anything better.
Yeah. I wonder, does he hold the Miasmancer still to get closer? Like, just to
Yeah,
make
that's a good
sure
point.
his Ingrid goes off or something like that. I mean, these guys are definitely grinding it out right now.
Yep.
But I wonder if they're gonna start to be a little greedy to make sure these combos that need to happen, work together.
I mean, Fino on board does have 2 clears already. He can go ahead and clear the Ruin Tinker together with the Juggernaut token.
Yeah.
So there may be some merit. Ideally, he draws something else here that he can play. Otherwise,
He's gonna does he double
yeah.
painter the gun barge? No, he's gonna do it with the one ping. What is this? Okay. We draws into a PS8. There's some good clearage
Mm.
here, but the banking is kind of awkward, right?
It is awkward. That's one of the problems when you have your good cards too early. Everyone who's played parallel has had these situations where your opening hand is way too good. Actually, like in no other game are you like, okay, my hand is too good, because when your hand's too good, you don't know what card to bank. So ideally, you would rather have like a combination of good cards together with cards that aren't necessary, so that you can bank them away.
Exactly. And that's we say it time and time again, but that's the beauty and curse of the banking system, right? It makes some of these decisions so hard. Like normally in other TCGs you just drop the cards and they do what they do, but when your energy is coming out from your own cards, it can totally change your game plan if you bank one card or the other.
Yeah, for sure. I would love to see in the future. Yesterday you're asking me maybe what sort of mechanics I like. I would like to just see more stuff that deals with banking. So I think that'll be pretty cool. Yeah. So looks like Fino is going to take down the gun barge and pick off that ruin tinkerer. He is gonna
He's
have to decide
really
here.
thinking what to bank. He's using all the time. Does he
Yeah.
clear or does he, you know, keep the yeah, does he clear? I think he's gonna bank the PSA. I don't think we're dropping this.
Is
He's
it a
thinking. He
tempo
gets it out.
king?
He gets it out last
Okay.
second. He wants to keep the tempo. It's a grind game. He's gonna keep it for now. I mean, we'll come back
Yeah,
to
that's
see does this bite
hard.
him? Does this bite him in the butt for making a play like this?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's so hard to not spend your mana. Secondly, is he did have a decision whether to clear off the gun barge and the ruin tinker, or to clear off the cruiser, so that a card would not be drawn for Zaratustra. That was an
Yeah.
insanely difficult turn. Not really enough time there.
They're here looking to trade and get this shield pod out so that he can get his LSC killed into the defender. I
Yeah.
think that's what he was trying to do. See if he can poke the shield pod and then run his LSC in. So now he's making, Fino's not going to let him get the kill that easy. He's going to be like, you got to attack with your 2-2 if that's what you're trying to do. And I guess he's like trying to decide well, obviously he wants to pop his LSC first to see what he banks, but he might just opt to go drone printer and start pumping out some
Okay.
of these tokens.
Yeah, I think either line here was fine. You could go with the oh yeah, the black market fixture is not playable because of the miasma, so
Yeah.
that's correct. So yeah, this does look better here. So I think just hitting the cruiser in and then getting 2 damage maybe on this gun barge sounds good to me.
Yeah, just even trading. Just these guys are. It's definitely feels more grindy than like what we remember from this mirror match, right? Like a lot of
Huh?
normally it's like just like we said, like this race, but right now it really feels like they're fighting for board and resources to make sure when none of their lives have gone down though. Like it's just a full battlefield. Um, but it's like just to this point to make sure that when a lady does start to come down, they have the pressure. There's a drone printer. I know
Okay, that's
Fino
a nice
banked one,
one.
but maybe you keep it this time, right? But there's nothing you
Oh
can bank.
yeah.
I think you still give it. I mean, I think you still
Oh, that's
take it
true.
no matter what, even if you bank it.
Yeah, I
Nope,
think
he opts
taking
to.
it and banking the printer sounds a little bit better than than simply just banking the slinger. I think slinger doesn't really matter. I kind of wouldn't have mind just giving Zaratustra that, and then yeah, as you mentioned, banking away the drone printer.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, but it looks like he opts to let Zarathustra keep the printer. I think the thinking is that normally players aren't dropping dropping multiple of these printers at the same time for
Um,
fear of like decking out or running into fatigue or something like that. So maybe Fino's like, oh, well, that's a dead draw for him, kind of, right? Rather than give him something he could just use.
yeah, I've actually been in many situations like that, and now I realize that drone printer actually has a second line of text, Muka. So you can actually destroy it and make a
Yeah,
five
you
five.
can destroy it. Did you learn this through a game
Yeah.
that you ended
Yeah,
up
I learned this
losing?
through a game. Yeah, I ended up losing by 1 damage, and I ended up losing by 1 card, and also I only burned 1 card that game with Ingrid, and it was sorry, one card that game with Freitas, and it was Ingrid. So yeah, that was a really rough learning situation, but you live and you
Yeah.
learn.
Yeah, that's you have a great way of learning functions, but there are ways that you'll never forget them, right? You'll
Yep,
never forget that
exactly.
interaction, which is what matters. Yeah, I mean, I kind of think about that too, that like you could printer and then just pop it. I don't think enough people pop their printers for
Oh yeah,
the 6/6. Um, it's also kind of nice in the mirror if you think about it a little, right?
actually,
Because
yeah,
it can't get stolen by an Ingrid or something like that.
that's true.
It
Actually,
can get
there.
BMF'd, but, like, aside from that.
Yeah, BMF is often a bank anyways, because even though there are the Juggernaut Workshop tokens coming down, like generally it's a Miaz Fest,
Yeah,
so
that
you
makes
can't really
sense.
play that.
BMF now
Um,
stands for Bank Me First.
bank me first, baby. I like it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, what do we got here? Fino, I think I mean like right, we're a turn away from the girl shenanigans. Neither guys have like Miasmancers in hand.
Yeah.
I think you just Wong, right? Like what is he what are you thinking about? Maybe you think about going wide with the drones? That's also an option, right?
Yeah, I think you just Wong so that in case there's no Ingrid or Freitas next turn, you can go ahead and cast your own.
Yeah. He just
So
plays
yeah,
the Wong
Temple
for
Wong.
the stats.
Wait, is that Red Wong?
That is a red Wong. There's a sighting of a
No
red Wong.
way. Oh my goodness.
He's flexing. He's flexing the portfolio a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like the guy showing up with the all hollow deck, foreign,
Oh
European.
yeah.
Well, he's European, so maybe he wants like US cards.
Japanese cards, yeah.
Yeah. We see the first lady here, Fino nodding, he knows
Yep.
it's he's got both too, but like he wasn't able to get them down first, so it is a bit annoying. He's going to lose his Wong here, something's going to get buffed. So yeah.
Wait, what happened to the Miasmancer? Did it suicide into something?
No, he killed it. Fino killed it with the 2/5 token. It got painted.
Okay, okay, that's right.
Yeah, yeah. But we see here Zara starting the
Yeah.
Miasmancer wave, so Fino will have nothing to do next turn. He needs to figure out how to get past this, right?
Yep. It's crazy, man. It's crazy that Miasmancer, very similarly to the Drone Printer, was a card that was not even played for the longest time. I don't know how many months it was actually that Miasmancer just did not rotate into the meta until very, very recently.
Yeah, this card is completely restructured how people think about the game now that it's found its kind of opening.
Yep.
And man, it's a good card. It's a really, really good card. And you can see here that Fino is kind of stuck now, right?
Yeah.
Um, Zaratustra has definitely been the aggressor in these games lately, and Fino, he dropping this without effect?
Yeah, so he drops this without the effect. It would probably be better just to drop Freitas, right? And then next turn you can copy Ingrid if there's not another Miasmancer.
Yeah, yeah, you would drop. Yep, yep, that is more than correct. I think you
Yep.
have to drop Yep, he's gonna drop the Freitas for the
Yep.
stats, and then his Ingrid will generate another Freitas, so that will allow him to kind of rebuild board here. Zaratustra, no second Miasmancer, but there is a Fino hovering over concede. He's feeling it. You can tell he's feeling it. But you could Wong here and find if there's Zaratustra, maybe Wong into a Miasmancer, right?
Yep.
Try to find
I,
it.
I think
Fino
yes,
needs
that's
this
for
next turn not
sure.
to go crazy. He needs this next turn to be a
Exactly.
little tame.
I mean, Fino's Fino's turns have been pretty depressing. 5 mana 4/4 into 8 mana 4/4. Not really where you want to be.
Yeah. He's playing to his outs, right? He's playing to his outs. This Ingrid, if it can go off, will draw him a ton of cards, let him steal something, right? It gets him back in the game.
Yep.
But it's really depends on what this Wong hits. It hits a knife and an Ingrid. So
Okay.
he won't I mean, you'll be able to Ingrid back, so that's pretty tough. The knife is gonna be really bad for him though. The knife
Yeah.
that you shunned is gonna definitely put in some work in this match.
Oh, the knife is very good in this matchup. Actually, I will give it that. In general, I am often losing the mirror to the knife, but yeah, uh,
All right,
it
what are
is
we
not
what are we
pretty.
thinking? Okay, so we go. Let's say we go to Fino's turn, right? He has his Ingrid
Okay.
play, and then Zara, but Zara just Ingrid's back, right? Does that just end the game? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it's going to be a counter swing on the counter swing, and it looks like he's going to transfer the knife on to the Ingrid here. Sorry, onto the Freitas. So that's going to put it out
Yeah.
of range of Ingrid.
Ingrid can still steal this 5/3 token, and Painter can kill off the Freitas, but there's a knife now, right? So the knife just
There is
goes
a
to
knife
something
on there.
else. Can the knife? No, the knife would just get passed to the Wong, right? It's not like you can steal the unit with the knife.
No, yeah.
All
And
right, here we go.
My Esmeralda doesn't stop knife either, right? I don't think
No,
that
it
that's
does
an
not.
aftermath effect.
Not an aftermath ability. All right, this is going to be a tough few turns. Like the game is going to be decided here. I do think Fino is on the back foot. I don't know if he can do this, but you know, There's a chance that he can swing this all around. Deal the 5-3. What are we doing? What are we doing? How do we trade
Okay.
this? How does
Play a
What does he do? There's so
Freitas.
many decisions to be made, right? You got to decide.
Yeah.
What do you do with this Freitas now? What's getting buffed? What's getting killed? Wait, hold up. Is there a world? No, yeah, he's gonna kill the Wong here. And then the knife
Okay.
maybe goes to something less important? Or do you just ignore the knife for
I
like a
think
turn?
you just have to ignore the knife, honestly. I feel like if you clear this Freitas, things are just gonna get bad. Probably just clear Miasmancer and Target Painter, I think.
Yeah. It's nice he
A
gets a
card is gonna be played.
Miasmancer.
Yeah, that's true. That's
I
true.
didn't
The
think he was gonna
Miasmancer
be
is gonna be
enabled
huge
to one,
here.
but I forgot the Freitas will give him a Miasmancer. So that does
Yes.
make Zaratustra's turn a little bit weaker, right? Because you can't just Ingrid back.
Yep. All right, Serene Trophy Hunter. Yet another card that nobody knows what it does.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll find out. You'll find out from some terrible
Oh yeah,
interaction and let us know
for
what that
sure.
card does. All right,
Will do.
how you
Yep.
got two
Follow
units
home
that
with
can
Twitter.
attack. How are we clearing? I think you just clear, like you said, clear the excess a little bit.
Yep.
If that's the case, then I wish he picked the better painter target, and I think he thinks that too. He could
Yeah,
have cleared off the
exactly.
2-5 or something, but this is still okay. Can clear off
Yeah.
majority of the board. It's not as scary
Yep.
as it once was, right? And you stem the
For sure.
bleeding.
Yeah.
This is
Even
not
this
bad.
PSA launcher, even this PSA launcher on the Mercenary Gunslinger is pretty good. It's gonna prevent that really clean trade on your 5-1.
Yep. Yep. This will be this is as good as it can get. Um Man, we need more miasmancers. We need more
Yeah, I
okay.
mean,
You ask and you shall receive. You just need more miasmancers, and that's gonna be that can keep Fino in this game. That can
dude.
actually swing the game pretty hard. Because what is Zara? Zara could just token flood too, right? That is an option for him. Like token
Yep.
flood the board, and then Master Poisoner if he wants, or something like that. I really wished Fino was able to get a drone printer down this game. I think it would have
Yeah.
helped a bit.
Same.
Um, but we'll see what he does. I mean, he does have a Miasmancer, he has a Glaive, so he has cards that can start to put pressure. Maybe even drops this card that we don't know what it does, the Siren.
Is that a legendary, by the way?
It is a legendary. It's a
Okay.
5/4, and then basically it only gets charges for killing stuff, like killing units. And then I forget what it does for each one. I think one of them is like it heals itself, the other one is like a 2 damage ping, but it has to like kill units to get counters.
How in the world can you not know that card, Muka? No, just
What about I mean, for someone that loves Eunaeus so much, that could be a card for you.
uh-huh. Yeah, that's true
Just put a
actually.
trusty belt on that bad boy, run over some cards, get
Yeah.
some counters.
Oh yeah. That's a good idea actually.
Yeah. He decides not to token flood the board though. He's just
Yep.
going for some of these big units and put some pressure in here. Gets a token, it'll kill off the 5/1. All right, Fino. It's your time to shine. What do you got? What can you do to regain the board? He lost like all his guys. Like all the
Yeah,
ladies are
almost everyone.
gone. It's a weak. The board went from a pretty strong to a pretty weak. There's this knife, man. It's like you can deal with the threat, but the knife will just keep passing.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy actually. Oh, now Nass's glaive for Fino to deal with as well. A little bit too much. The Miasmancer is good, but that is going to take up 3 of Fino's 10 available mana. With 7 mana left to spend after that, how does he allocate his resources here?
Do you BMF? Do you BMF one of these tokens?
BMF. That's gonna be 3 mana. Sorry, 4 mana, then 3 mana left, and you can squeeze in a gunslinger
Alvaro?
and Alvaro for some reason, but that's not even that good against Assel's glaive.
No, it's pretty weak still. This glaive is gonna be huge issues because the knife is going straight to that glaive probably
True.
also, or like just another
Yeah.
unit to keep poking. Like if it goes onto the glaive, like no unit is safe. Like everything's just dying.
Yeah, I almost wanted to see the extra damage marked from the painter on Assel's glaive, and then maybe ping with the Juggernaut, and then send the Miasmancer into that. Maybe Black Market Fixer in between the painter
Hmm.
and Miasmancer as well. Yeah, you can also do it this way. Okay, yeah,
All
you can
right.
also do it
Yep.
with Master Poisoner.
Master Poisoner, clear this out. That's good. Nice and clean.
Yep.
Only
That is
loses
nice and
the
clean for
painter.
sure.
Ooh, he's leaning towards
All
BMF.
right.
Oh
He's
man.
gonna
Okay,
go
so
ahead
this
and
will
skip the Master Poisoner. Sorry, the
Miasmancer.
Miasmancer.
Yeah, but he's gonna get hit pretty hard when this other Ingrid comes down.
Man, it's so hard because, you see
Is this
Zaratustra with 7 cards in deck.
yeah.
He was at and he had played a Wong as well. So, you kind of have to expect the Ingrid at this point, but
But I like how
popping up for
Fino's
Black
playing
Market
this, right? He
Fixer.
opted to just full clear aside from he's trying to isolate this knife to like reset it.
Yes,
And
exactly.
trying to do that to his best advantage. But we see here the Ingrid is gonna come and what is I don't even remember what the last unit does this create another glaive?
I believe it creates another glaive, yeah. It's gonna create another
Yeah, so
glaive here.
that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, and then, um, well, Zaratustra, since Ingrid is actually 8 mana now, he will not be able to play a Miasminster behind that. But it seems like the damage has kind of already been done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
knife
just
gonna
getting the
get passed
glaive
off once
back.
again.
Oh my god, generates so I mean, Wong is not too crazy right now.
Yeah,
But generating another glaive and stealing the poisoner is pretty brutal because you can just now, he spent so much resources to kill the glaive before, and now it just comes back, which sucks. This is a tough spot still. Fino is playing it
mm,
exceptionally well, right? Trying to isolate the
yes,
problem and get it, but Zara, playing just as well with his advantage and just piling it. He's like, you remove my stuff, I'm gonna create a new wave of stuff that you can't deal with, and we'll just keep doing this.
yep, and he is going to go ahead and cash in his Master Poisoner now as well to prevent a
Yeah.
clean removal on the glaive.
There's the knife pass. It's gonna get passed. I'm surprised he didn't hit
Oh
face,
my
but
god.
he just passes the knife. This
Yep.
glaive is 6'9". I mean, a top deck Master
Nice.
Poisoner. There's 3 of them in this deck. Oh
Oh,
my god.
there we
A
go.
top deck Master Poisoner will keep him in the game. But he's
Oh,
gonna hit concede. The knife was too
he's gonna
much.
hit
The knife just
concede.
keeps getting passed. The knife just keeps getting passed. Zaratustra up 2-0 right now. We've seen these situations before, right, Detsy? And players have been
Yep.
able to bring it back. But normally it's like a New Dawn or like a Naeus being stuck, right? These guys both have the brand. So, Zara might have a deck that can push through and not get locked up on. It's gonna be really, really tough, right? For Fino still, because brand pairs pretty well into every deck here.
Yeah, and one of the things that production is gonna love as well is that Zaratustra is gonna have 3 chances of playing Shroud, so that's gonna be absolutely fantastic. And yeah,
Yeah.
we're if this goes down to game 5, we are gonna have some really cool games here, Luca.
Yeah, this is gonna be crazy if we can see it. I mean, we've seen it happen. We literally saw it happen yesterday a few times, right? The reverse
Yep.
sweeps. So it's not out of the ordinary to see it happen. Fino, if there's a player that can do it and replicate that, it's definitely him. He's a high caliber dude that can definitely make that work. What does he lock in? He has swapped to his Naeus. He's like, if you can sneak out a brand, sorry, if you can sneak in a Naeus win, he's like, I can too. He's gonna lock in
Okay.
his. I think Brand is one of the hardest shroud for Naeus to beat. What do you think?
I actually don't know. Like it's been so long since I've seen Naeus in the wild. But
Yeah, yeah. It's tough because like I mean, if you can ramp into that brand and let's say you
yep,
lock in a trusty belt, that gets scary really fast. And you can see
for
Zara
sure.
looking towards keeping that LSC because he's like, I just get my brand and I just do stuff, right?
Yeah.
Fino, pretty strong opening hand though, right?
Wow.
The
Yeah.
triple
You
Valorusi
know.
striker, that's what you want to see.
Yes, for sure. And I do actually know the secret line of text on this card. So if you actually have 3 Valorusi strikers, all of your Valorusi strikers gain evasive. So that's pretty
Yep.
funny.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would work out really, really well. Unfortunately, we know that there's 2 life siphons, so this will be stemmed a little bit. But if there was like a steward on board, right? Let's say you just drop the 1-drop steward, then bam, you could just drop these strikers like it's hot and just knock that dude out.
Yeah, I think one of the most satisfying things I've ever done in parallel was back when Scipius was a deck. Triple Valerusi Striker in to clear your opponent's Steward of the Garden. It was hilarious through a shield pod.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Fino drawing into a Tabula, that still works, right? You just will one drop Tabula,
Yep.
copy the striker.
Yep. Sounds good. Yeah. Almost out of cards already here for Fino.
All right. We're he's getting the rush, right? This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to just rush it down. But Zara, we can see Zara's hand. I mean, he can stem it a little bit. This turn actually is very interesting. Does he play the Void Trapper here and then play the LSC into the ping? But the ping won't kill
Yeah.
anything then, right? So it's like maybe you just ping here. He's looking. He's gonna bank the Void Trappers. He's just
Mm,
gonna ping. He wants to lower the amount of units on board as much as possible and not let them grow out. So he's gonna, try to stop this as much as he can.
yeah, that's a hard decision for sure. Keeping that attacks the Spectre Attackcraft and the Unseen Allies kind of wild to me actually. I think that just keeping that Void Trapper to squeeze in potentially with something else would be quite nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying here. Fino, you can tell he's feeling some of that pressure. Oh, the Centaurus is a good pickup, though. That's a good pickup. That
Yep.
will help him. He can start to keep going more wide. It's a race to 8, right? They want to make sure that he wants to make sure he's getting more than one unit on per turn so that he can just keep scaling. And Shore Shroud is taking out one or two at a time, but he can, control the pace a little bit. So that's a good draw from him in terms of the Centaurus. That one is probably coming out this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Vito does have the option to play Naeus as well. If
Yep.
there is no Honored Steward from Zaratustraa side, that is going to be something that matches up very well against the Spectre Attack Craft.
Here we go. Centaurus is
Right.
out, and these guys are faces the place. He's trying to just
Yeah,
race
really.
him down a little bit. I mean, he couldn't kill the Spectre cleanly, right? So there's really no
No.
other target. Ooh, synchronicity. I mean, I doubt the Centaurus lives, but if it did, right, that would be pretty cool.
Really interesting decision there as well from Fino to hold the Miasmancer over the Black Market Fixer. I was going to mention that Fino's list with 2 copies of Black Market Fixer lines up pretty well against Brand, but maybe you don't even expect Zaratustra to drop Brand anytime soon because he does know the risk of Black Market Fixer is very real.
Yeah, yeah. Even then, like the brand, maybe you don't expect the brand to go off. You just kind of ignore it, right?
Yep.
So he could be thinking that route too, where it's like, oh, whatever, he can have it. I'm just gonna keep pushing. But as we can see here, the BMF would have killed this steward, which would have been nice.
Uh huh.
While he gets
Yeah.
to, pummel more into face.
Yeah, the Miasmancer, I just don't really know what that is going to be saved for. A Wong drawn off the top here for Fino. That's going to be pretty nice. However, it is going to be a very, very good target for Triumph of the Lost if Zaratustra so chooses to cast it.
Yeah. He does get a Triumph of Europa though, which could
Yep.
be honestly could be used. I mean, there's been some trades and stuff happening. What does he get as his other drop? The Magna. That's a strong card too. So those are two pretty good cards to get. What are we buffing here? Oh, nice. He buffs the token. That's pretty good.
Okay.
All right, let's
Yeah,
see
so
how he
buffing
does
that
these
token.
trades.
Yeah, looks like he's going to just go for clears here, which is pretty smart. I think that otherwise things can get out of control. So I do like controlling the board here. I don't know if you necessarily need to attack into this cruiser.
I think you do because you just want the Miasmancer to live. I
Well, it
mean,
will
yes,
get a
yeah, it'll
yeah,
still
it'll get
live
a +1 buff,
regardless.
right?
That- That's true too. So then maybe the LSC has. I think that's what he's thinking through too. Like, I could just
Yeah,
hit
I like
face and
face.
none of my stuff dies.
Yeah, I like face. I think because the difference between 1 damage and 2 damage is the same for
Yep.
for the brand player.
He's gonna kill it. He kills it.
All right.
I wonder what he was thinking about, like what
I
interaction or
wonder
something.
because I think
Draws
as
into a
much
Domina.
yeah, because I think as much sort of safe damage that you can get is going to be pretty good. But I guess it's not that safe if you're considering Triumph of the Lost already. A Wong buff on the 1/2 can actually provide a clean trade. So maybe that's what he's thinking about. And we do see that there is a possibility of triumph of the loss here. Looks like Zaratustraa gonna opt out for the cruiser.
Yeah, it
What's he
looks
up
like
to here,
we're gonna get a
Luca?
scheming here, maybe. I
I
don't think he
mean, are
plays
you
unseen allies
sure?
yet. Is he
Like
unseen for
that really
token?
seemed like that really seemed like a triumph of the lost turn. To be honest, for me,
Yeah, you get the Wong, but maybe you don't get a. Maybe you just want to keep it for the Triumph of Europa.
yeah, that's true. Maybe
Yeah,
Wong is actually just not enough.
I do think you
So
should
this,
have
yeah,
scheming before banking though. That's probably just
yeah,
one minor misplay, but we'll see if that really pays. I don't even
yep,
remember what he banked, so maybe not that important. He does get a Domina, the strong card.
yeah. Taking away that battle ready potential for Fino is going to
Yeah.
be pretty important as well. I think.
If you're Fino and you see that he didn't steal your Europa, is that a sign to you that he has lost?
Yeah, that is interesting. Probably yes, but honestly, I mean, leaving the Domina is also pretty annoying as well because even if you do
Yeah.
get demolecularized, it is going to be it is going to be annoying to deal with the next board afterwards.
Yeah, I think you take Asian Subjugate. Asian Subjugate. No, no, no. I don't know about Scypian. Asian Subjugate pairs so well with the Centaurus. I don't know.
I mean,
It feels a little scary to
you
me,
play it-
but he's gonna opt to take the Scypian.
I think
What do you
he's
think about him replicating the Wong?
replicating the Wong. Yeah, that's
Like
interesting. I mean,
instead
just
of all the cards we
yeah,
talked about.
yeah. I mean, replicating the Wong to just get more cards to have a refill after demolecularized sounds pretty good, to be honest. Whoa, Triumph for Europa getting banked. He doesn't even want to cast that into Triumph of the
Yeah,
Lost.
yeah. He's like this is a lost. I'm not dealing with that. Take my
Uh-huh.
Wong. I'm going wide. I'm presenting lethal. Maybe play I guess demo. We're in demo range.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Don't play the Scypian. He's trying to keep all these cards to go wide after. And now it's Zaratustra. He's now on this side of the fence, right? Where he's like, I'm getting like lethal presented to me. What do I do to deal with this?
Uh-huh.
I don't see anything clear.
I
I think
don't
he's
think so
gonna. What is he
either.
trying to? Yeah, Magna. You can't even play Magna without like risk of dying next turn. Takes a Slinger. Yeah, he just hits concede. Fino reverse hitting the Naeus. These guys make Naeus look good. Like these guys,
Yeah, true.
they are hitting it hard, super wide, very very strong. So Fino was able to get his first win off this. He's left with the Uni and the brand against Zaratustra's brand. So yeah, there is a chance that he can come back from this.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of other mulligans as well. I know Fino, for example, doesn't like to keep Cunning Scypian, the 2-mana 1/2 in your opening hand, which I also like as well. Like I don't mind playing that card later in the game, but yeah, in general, you just want to have the most aggressive start as possible. Whether it's Valerusi Strikers or even just Gunslingers, honestly, are fine. Just getting something down to start getting counters on is really nice.
Yeah, how Fino played that was pretty good too, in the sense that like he made sure to have his hand be another board refill. Like I was
Yeah,
talking about the Asian Subjugate, but we were at 7 energy, so he keeps the Scypian, so he could go Centaurus into Scypian, just go another big wide board, right? And he
yeah,
could just keep pushing. So that was really really strong on his part to recognize that. Zara recognizing that like I need to ramp into my demo, but I think he probably needed multiple to get away with that as a win.
yeah.
That one felt pretty confident on Fino's side. He did get a right mulligan, like you were saying. He got 3 strikers, which is what you want to see. That's like probably one of the best openers you can have for Naeus. And he
That
was
might
able
actually
to
be the best
push.
opener, to be
I think it
honest. Yeah.
is. Yeah, it's really really good. But here we go. Fino locking in this universal for the third time in this set, trying
Third
to get
time's a
it to
charm.
normally a deck that we praise how strong it is, but now it's weakness so far.
So let's see what Fino has in his opening hand. In my experience playing Unishop, I never have Ingrid or Freitas in my opening hand unless I'm playing against Shroud. so we'll see how Fino's luck pans out here. Ingrid Freitas, a card that you really want to top deck later on in the game to protect it from treacherous scheming. So yeah. All right, pretty nice
All
hand
right.
here for Fino.
Yeah, he's got the steward. I heard a thesis the other day that I'm starting to agree with. That if you drop your steward first turn one, that means you don't have removal. It means you
Okay.
either don't have removal or you have multiple stewards. And I feel like
Okay.
that thesis makes sense now that I'm thinking about it more and more. Because normally you're scared of your steward getting like PS8 slingered or something, right? There's so many decks that are running PS8 slinger. So
Okay.
how do you deal with that? You're like, oh, I just want to protect my thing and then banish whatever he has. I mean, in universal matchup, it's a little different, but I do think that that's a cool observation that I like.
Yeah, that's interesting because one of my experiences with playing any Shroud deck is that the mana usage is always so awkward. Where, like,
Yeah.
a lot of times, if you can't, like, if your opponent doesn't give you things to target with removal, for example, all of your turns are almost locked up because you have like 3 mana play, 4 mana play, 5 mana play, and it's really hard. So I do prefer just to squeeze in things when I can. But yeah, like if you have maybe a life siphon and double steward, you may consider playing that a little bit differently. But from the Universal Workshop deck, there's not really much to life siphon, anyways.
Yeah, it's very, very true. So, I mean, in Fino's case, this isn't too bad. I mean, you don't want these guys to get buffed. It can get pretty scary. I think he's trying to
Yeah.
decide here, do we go for the ramp or do we bring the scanner probe in, try to get some pressure? This is a tough decision. I mean, both those two drops are very, very good. If you
Yeah.
ramp, if you ramp, there's nothing super clean to ramp into, but you are ramping towards
Yeah.
like your 8 drops, right?
So
But
yeah, you could bank either gun barge or drone printer. The next turn go LSC into the scanner probe. So that's so
yep,
so that's pretty clean. I don't
yeah,
know if
yeah.
it does much though, but
I
yeah, it's
like that
pretty
he
clean
kept
play.
the drone printer because that card is huge in this matchup. But we see here Zaratustra drew into a banish, so this is gonna get
Yeah,
scary now. This is when the race starts
erasure.
happening, and the steward can start putting in a ton of pressure. You really need to start looking for these BMFs. Uh,
Yep.
no more bank me first, more like play me now.
Yep.
So that's what Afino's gonna have to start looking for.
And it's a weird thing, right? Because black market fixturing a one drop is, if you really think about it, is not even that good. You're trading down on mana so much, but yeah, Fino's gonna have to find some way to deal with these. I think Erasure probably the best draw for Zaratustra there. In all honesty, I think he just needed a really clean banish to get going with these Singularity Stewards.
Yeah, it's but like you said yesterday that in parallel these one drops just end the game, right? You were saying in other TCGs sometimes the one drops are like, a little more pleasant to deal with, start to get you warmed up, but in parallel it's like handle these now or lose. So
Yep. Oh,
it's definitely scary to deal with these one energy cards, and Fino now has to try to figure out how to get past these guys. I mean, maybe the scanner probe just looks for a banish card, right? Just give him the master poisoner. He's not gonna play it. Looks like he's just
yeah.
gonna let it go.
Like one of the reasons that I would kind of be okay with playing Scanner Probe is that you already have an LC on the board, so it's not like you're gonna be able to
Yeah,
put it
you're
on
already
Life
a
Siphon,
chance
for
of fielding a
example.
giving a banish anyways, right? So you might as well
Uh
use it to try to. I mean, in this case, he could have taken a Baron, which I mean, it's not the worst. It's not the best thing to take that saves you, but at least stops them from doing something crazy to you too. You know what I mean?
yeah. hmm
Are we already
Wow.
scheming? This is a little early for scheming in this matchup. I don't know about
Yeah,
that. Normally, you
this.
save this right for 7 now. But he's doing it right
Yeah.
away. I wonder
I
why.
mean, I mean, banking the Unseen Allies and then going Baron into Life Siphon would have been really nice as well, I think. And then just follow up with Brand next turn. You've already got your turn 5 play locked in.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to hit a unit to bank it. I really think that was like Zara's thinking, is that I just want to hit a unit, bank it. I don't want to bank any of these other cards. I want to use all these cards and push damage, and that
Yeah.
kind of makes sense. But I think the brand into the life siphon was definitely better here. But then you have an awkward bank, right? You probably that I think that
I
was the main thing.
mean,
Is like he liked all his cards. He didn't want to bank them.
Unseen Allies, like, you have 3 copies in your deck, and I don't think you're necessarily casting it soon. Like, I'd be very surprised to see that come down on turn 6, for example, even.
Hmm.
So, I kinda like just being as aggressive as possible. The brand is still a 2/4 end of the day. So that's pretty valuable in my opinion when Fino's already at 20.
Yeah, for sure. What are we doing? All right, we drop in the Master Poisoner. All right, we're gonna kill one of these guys. That's good.
Yeah, that's nice.
One,
That's nice.
yeah,
And he can also follow it up with with the defender actually.
Defender.
So
You could go Defender. That's not a bad
yep.
option because then it's like
Because
an
the thing,
awkward banish for both guy for either one that gets taken out, right?
yeah, exactly. But the thing is that you do know that Zaratustra's best play most likely next turn is going to be Brand. So if you get the defender down, that means your Master Poisoner is there just to take out Brand in a single hit.
Yeah, he's just really hoping. I mean, there's no Honored Steward or something. I mean, he
Yep.
saw the
Honor
next
Steward
card
would
in hand,
be.
right? We scanner probed, so you
Yep.
know it's not going to be something that can be dealt with right now. So he's like, okay, I'll keep my dudes safe. I'll start. I mean, maybe we start drone printering and abusing this Master Poisoner a little bit.
Yeah. By the way, Fino keeping the scanner probe, absolutely genius. Being able to pair that together with Master Poisoner is huge. I think that you and I may be losing this game actually because we probably would have just played out the scanner
Yeah,
probe.
yeah, yeah. That definitely was way better of a choice, right? To just hold
Yep.
on to it, try to find it. He's playing the three Master Poisoners. He's like, I just need to draw one, and I can do stuff with it. Really thinking ahead, and that's a great lesson to learn, right? When you're playing parallel, a lot of your decision making is like multi-turn thinking. You're thinking like 3, 4 turns in advance. What cards need to show up? How do I play to this path being better, right? He's like, oh, I just need a Master Poisoner to clear this or BMF. How do I enable that a little bit better?
Oh,
All right, I have to hold off on
yeah.
playing the Scanner Probe.
By the way, the Miasmancer does stop the brand completely as
Yeah,
well.
it does. It does. That's going to be really, really clutch. At that point, maybe we Glaive and Miasmancer.
Yeah, I think so because then your glaive is also immortal as well because
Yep.
it cannot be banished by an effect and it cannot be under steward.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really clutch for Fino. He really playing to his outs, right? He really played to his outs on this
Yeah,
one and is able to
that's
take out a
crazy.
brand and secure Glaive does not die, like get hit by an honored steward. That's really good.
Wow.
And we were making fun. You were making fun of Zaratustraa for keeping this unseen allies. Now
Yeah, it's looking
he
pretty
might
good.
just drop this bad boy for some tokens.
I mean, how many tokens does he have? It's just one
He'll have
token, is it?
two.
Or
He'll have
two?
two, I
Two,
think.
yeah, it's two tokens. And actually, they're
Yeah,
pretty large. Yeah, they are pretty
yeah.
large.
So that's probably his play, right? Shard into tokens. I mean, I
Chart
guess
into
the other
tokens, yeah.
option is Baron into tokens
Wait a
with the Baron
second.
rolls.
What does Engine Whisper doing?
It's stealing a spot in the hand like it always does.
I don't get it. Wait, the shard is kind of sick though, right? Because
Uh,
okay, so
Shard you normally want to always play on 2, I guess, and he's getting close to 8, so maybe he draws some effects that pair a little bit nicely.
yeah, I was just thinking about demolecularize being
Yeah,
able to
you
have
get
that
Mind
next turn is
Twister.
nice.
It doesn't really do anything, but maybe he gets to get some information on Bank. This used to be a card that saw a lot of play before Planetfall came out because you could try to
Really?
take some of those OTK cards in the
Ah, from
Hogger Bank and put it away
yeah.
from them. But
I see.
these
So
guys are
like
just getting a
either
little. Fino's not even looking. All right, he's like, what did that even do? But yeah, we get to see the tokens come out here, which will be
all
pretty
right.
strong of a board. But the
Yeah, big one in
glaive,
the middle.
yeah, the glaive can't kill him just cleanly, so he's gonna need a little more. But we do have the drone printer to start going a little wide, right? That will help in this
All
matchup. Ooh,
right.
Adira is a good top deck.
Dude, the swings this game have been absolutely insane, Muka.
Yeah,
Like, certain turns, I'm like, all right, it looks like Zaratustra's got this in the bag, and then Fino's making a comeback, and then now Zaratustra picks up the Adira, um, and he had a really good Unseen Allies turn as well. So,
yeah.
man,
I mean, glaive will be able to clear the 6/4, which is really nice.
yep,
And then you can with the slinger, you just
yep,
probably drop like a interrogator and gunslinger. I think that's
yeah.
the
I really
move.
liked I really like the way that Fino played around Triumph of the Lost as well.
Yep.
I believe he played the Glaive. Yeah, well, actually, he played the Glaive first. Yeah, so Glaive, I think, would have been worse for him at the moment because he actually doesn't have Ingrid or Freitas. The
Yeah.
Freitas was taken, so I think that's pretty
Here we
nice.
go. That clears out one of the tokens. That definitely feels pretty good. There's still this other token, but I mean that's fine. This is not your win condition. Oh, he draws another Master Poisoner. So that's gonna pair really well with the drone printer, right? Now he can start to just
Yeah.
create this drone army and then just like drop the Master Poisoner and just start clearing things, which will be really, really good.
Right.
Zaratustra looking at
Unseen
his
allies.
singularity here. What plays can he kind of like make happen?
Yeah, Zaratustraa getting really close to probably needing a demolecularize. I think that this board is going to get out of control. But as you mentioned, the drone printer is just going to be able to refill the board no matter what Pheno draws.
Yeah. What's kind of nice is the Triumph of the Lost will get a drone printer. That does kind of help a little bit sometimes in this
Yep.
matchup. Stealing the drone printer and then just like also going wide yourself.
Yep. I think generally that's the way that the Shroud players actually beat Unishop. They just drone printer themselves. You kind of wonder if if there's just some way to squeeze it in the deck in general.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna drop this Honored Steward. Just get some units on the board. Try to stem some of this momentum that Fino's got going for him. Zara losing that brand like that was tough, but the Unseen Allies definitely brought him back in that race, right? If he didn't have the Unseen Allies, I think
Yeah.
this would have been super rough.
Great plays from both players. Fino holding on to his scanner probe and Zaratustra holding on to the unseen allies. Like absolutely phenomenal plays we've seen here in this match already.
Yeah. What do we get here? All right, BMF. I mean, you have answers to the 4-1, but at least you can clear the target painter, maybe. Let's see what we draw.
Okay.
Another Master Poisoner. He's like
Yeah.
glued to these guys. They just want him. Like, let me help you, please.
I mean, it looks good. Poisoner's gonna be able to take out 3 of these things on board.
Yeah.
Actually, he can full clear with a workshop. Um,
Yes. Yeah, he can. So
yeah,
that could work. And I think that's. I mean, the drone printer normally is what wins this matchup, right? So I think he definitely should play to that and
yeah.
start to go really wide, abuse these Master Poisoners. I do think 2 Master Poisoners is more valuable than the BMF. Think that's correct to make that assumption.
Yes, I believe so as well. I think Black Market Fixers no longer to be necessary. We saw 2 Singularity Stewards. There's basically no way for last Singularity Steward to grow, and also the brand is gone. So I think there's basically no targets left for that.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. Fino has dealt with an onslaught of like units that normally something you don't expect going into Shroud, right? I mean, it is brand,
Yep.
but man, it has been a tough grind. He went through 2 stewards getting buffed, right? And
Yep.
to like 2 of these brand tokens, a brand, it is grindy. Like the you gotta grind it out now if you're playing Universal. You can't just expect to like see lady play lady.
Yep.
All right,
Oh
he still
my
has an
gosh.
Ingrid in his deck though, right? So that will be huge if he can hit that and be able to play it. Zaratustra does have an Adira and a Triumph, so this could be a crazy turn. We've seen some shenanigans with Adira before, right? Already in this tournament.
Yep. I think stealing cards from the Unishop deck is going to be a little bit worse. However,
Yes.
you're not going to get like these crazy swing cards or whatever. But stealing Ingrid still be pretty good. But then you have to worry about this drone printer.
I think he's thinking about starting to get his own drone printer going. I mean, usually I feel like whoever has the drone printer enabled board first usually isn't ahead, right?
Yep.
So even though
Hmm.
Zaratustra is getting it out, Fino will be able to control this, right? If they just go token for token.
Yep. Exactly.
There's the cruiser. Probably just play that
I
as your
mean,
bank card, right? Or maybe
I
even
mean, he could play the cruiser and activate as well.
gonna draw with this token first, see what he gets.
Yeah, I kind
Bank
of
the
like playing cruiser
LSC.
activate. I think cruiser activate is pretty clean. But
Just wants to
yeah.
go a little wide here. But yeah, Fino can just control this now, right? His Master Poisoner will always live. I don't think you need to be playing multiple printers. You can risk like deck out in this matchup, but he does. I mean, you could pop it, right? We did talk about that.
Yep.
But
Hmm.
he
I
wants to
like
draw
it. I
2.
like it.
He's like, show me a lady. Just like show me something. He could even pop it right now. He's like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, yeah, I like it for multiple reasons. I think that once you gain control of the board, you can actually play towards just fatigue if your life total is high enough, and just draw cards from your waist to get more resources. And if you're at risk of either dying from fatigue damage or drawing too many cards, whatever, you can go ahead and pop them.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty
I mean,
cool, I think.
this is kind of the win condition, right? You want to be using your, you want to be having the tokens out. You want to have control of the board, and then as long as your opponent has to keep reacting to this, you're like ahead because you just keep printing.
Yeah, one of the things that we haven't mentioned as well is something that doesn't come up that often is the stabilized shard already has 6 counters on it. So if he does
Like
get
get a
to 8
double.
counters on that, yep, he could copy any card he plays, and that includes Ingrid.
Yeah, I mean, if we get a double Ingrid play, that's wild. If we see that, chat clip that. That would be crazy.
All
But
right,
here we go,
first
Demo. But
emo.
this is not an issue, right? Because he just prints. We just keep printing.
Yep.
So this is gonna be hard for Zara. He's definitely on the back foot here. I mean, even if he generates one token, is not. I mean, like Fino, there's no reason for him to play the Master Poison, right? We know it's in his hand, so he can just keep rebuilding, and then when it's
Yep.
needed, pop it out again.
Yeah, Master Poisoner just one of the one of the most powerful cards in the game, in my opinion. Like another card, kind of like the Mercenary Gunslinger we were talking about yesterday, that
Yep.
is pretty underappreciated. It just does so much for a parallel card.
I do think if there was a knife here, maybe it would pair a little better because then he could
Yeah.
just keep threatening knife and board refills.
Hmm.
But as it works right now, this is a good spot to be in. You just kind of grind it down. There might be some fatigue that comes in with all of this, but let's see. He
Yeah.
covers I think he just plays the painter also to potentially cover a triumph. I
Yep.
don't remember what the last unit he played. He probably doesn't either. So he's like, let's
Yeah.
just make sure it's nothing
Nobody
crazy.
does. All
Zara's
right.
got so many options. Both these guys have
I
bank
mean
full, no
the
more energy.
yeah, it's a really interesting situation because is down to 10 cards. He is trying to just make use of the double drone printer, but once again, that Adira on attack, it does essentially mill you 3 cards. So um yeah, if Fino's not careful, he might be getting into a situation where he's gonna have to spend the majority of his turn popping drone printers.
Yes. Yeah, you might be right on that. Both these guys though are pretty close in terms of deck size. So that is
Hmm.
pretty good. I mean, there is a good scheming here. I would probably scheme at this point too. Be like,
Yeah, I
what is going
mean,
on in there? So that'll hit the Master Poisoner though. But I mean, two
yep,
PS8s also does the job, right? For this situation, two
yeah.
PS8s and then the Juggernaut token.
I mean, you really, really wanted to see Ingrid there just to get it out of the way. Fino's drawn
Yeah.
so many cards. You haven't given Fino a good Ingrid target, so I
Okay,
really do
Ruin
like the treasure
Tinker.
scheming there.
Ruin Tinker is really good. You can just get crazy.
Man, 8 cards here in hand for Zaratustraa. He is going to overdraw a card. 2 demolectralizes left in the deck as well. I don't know how important that's
Yeah.
going to be, but it's probably going to be his
Drop
best card of the
the
squad.
going fishing with the Sanctuary. We haven't seen
Yeah, it's
this
a good
much
one
yet in
here.
the tournament. This is kind of okay if he wants to like build some tokens, right? This does combo
Yeah,
with,
that's
with the
true.
strategy that Fino's going right now. I
Yep,
think you
and it's
keep
gonna be
it.
better than okay.
He should have played. He should have played it. Oh, he probably doesn't care about
Yeah,
this card.
I think you just play it first, but maybe I mean, what's the difference between this and a 1/1? Honestly, I mean, I do
Yeah,
like that play, Muka, just because it's a little bit bigger, is all.
creates another threat.
Um,
Like, hey, answer this real quick.
yeah, I mean, he can also save it for post demolectralize. This Rune Tinker is
That is,
already
it's true.
generating
Yeah,
so many dudes.
that's very true. All right, we got a massive board here. It would be nice if he rolls into like a crew boss or something, right? And just
Hmm.
slams these all into face. If you're Zaratustra, you're looking at your board and you're like, oh, well, I can play cards, but like, what do I do into this? There's like 14 units on the board.
I just had a really funny thought, Muka. One of the advantages that Zaratustra could have had going into this tournament is to check the VOD and see what a card frame Fino's using, and equip the same card frame
Oh
because
my
that
god,
actually
that's
makes it
so
really
BM. Don't give
hard.
ideas. Don't give
These
ideas.
are
That's
really hard
so.
for the Ruin Tinkerer. Yeah,
Oh,
the Ruin
how'd you
Tinkerer,
get here?
because yeah.
Let Jetsy on stage. That is wild. Yeah, you
Purp
can
is
do
writing
that.
this down.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You're like, but for those that don't know, you can. I mean, Fino would probably just pick the last few cards. So when it's your turn and you end your turn, the first set of cards is yours, and when it's your
Okay.
opponent ending their turn, it's the end set of cards that's yours. But that is pretty
Oh.
funny. If I saw someone do that, I would have just been like, I hate you.
I hate you, but that's pretty sweet. Yeah,
All's fair.
like
All's
showing that.
fair. All right, he
Yes,
hits a
all's fair in
BMF. I
love and
mean,
parallel.
that does a lot of nothing.
Yeah, he really needs that demoleculize to buy time. Honestly, if he
Even
had
if you
two
demo this,
demoleculizes,
I just feel like
uh-huh.
even if you demo this, like it just doesn't feel good. Like yes,
I
less
mean,
units.
it's kind of I mean, it's kind of good, right? Because the thing is that in order for Fino to make more tokens, he does have to draw more cards as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. That is very fair. No Ingrid yet. Like we're just sitting here waiting for the Ingrid to make an appearance. It can be drawn next turn. There's one card left in the deck. If he draws and then he pops a printer, draws two. So it could be the last card in his deck, or it could
Okay,
be we'll see it this next turn. You can steal the glaive.
dude.
Oh, copy next card
Oh,
played. Yes.
the shard is going off.
Yes.
All right, so he has
We're
to
not
decide
we're
whether he
not
wants a
dumb,
copy
right?
or
There's
not.
an Ingrid. We're not dumb. There
Yes,
is an
yes,
Ingrid.
yes. There
Okay.
is an Ingrid for sure.
Okay. I think he should have hit yes then, because that would have been epic. Maybe he
I
waits a turn.
mean, Fino's still thinking about demolecularized, right? Like he's still thinking
Yeah.
that Zaratustraa knows that there's no memento to fall in. So,
He's just doing it.
yeah,
It's too good not to do. You just take the
I think so
glaive,
as well.
stop some of the shenanigans.
Actually, he's thinking about stealing the Adira. Actually,
Really?
do you steal Adira? I
Oh
think you
yeah,
steal
the
Adira.
deer.
Yeah,
Okay, steals a deer. Glaive clears the other two units, but maybe there's
yeah.
some another ruin tinker. That's wild.
Okay,
This
so the Ruin
board is
Spirit is going to draw Fino cards. Fino actually doesn't want to draw cards, to be honest. I think the situation.
yeah. We're getting close to deck out. Scanner probe also.
I think he did forget, by the way, because otherwise he could have played like I don't know, just any unit first, any unit first, and then copy that over the Ruin Tinker.
Yeah, you are right. All right, let's
Yep.
fish. Okay,
Another
squad
card draw.
trader. That's not gonna do anything for him. Drop the
Yeah, Baron,
Sadira,
is
hit
that
the
you?
Sadira, get some damage.
Okay, it's gonna clear it off to prevent any unseen allies shenanigans. That's really not what you want to see. I guess just a Razor on the black market fixture. Or wow,
I
like
wonder
Gold
what he was
Trapper.
looking for.
Probably
If
Triumph
you were
of the
looking for a
Lost.
banish, maybe you should have gunslingered first, right? To get rid of the shielded. Or play Miasmancer.
Uh, the PS8 maybe. Yeah, the PS8
Yeah.
first.
I do think
This
I think
is
taking glaive was better, but this is still fine. Like you just push ton of
yeah. What is
damage.
happening here actually?
He's trading efficiently into this glaive. So like one hit face, then the one to the left of the end hits face, and then the one at the end hits the glaive, so that he can clear out this glaive a little. His unit board will still be massive by the end of this because of the Ruin Tinker
Yeah,
with the tokens. I mean, he's just gonna also play the Scanner Probe to just make sure whatever comes next doesn't really matter.
it's a demo. It's a demo for sure. No, it's not a demo.
Treacherous
Okay.
scheming. I mean,
Yep, you definitely want that.
he's looking at his hand. Does anything even matter? Give him a
Yeah.
squad trader. I mean, do you give him card draw? It doesn't matter at this point because like even if
I
you give him card
mean,
draw, he gets a demo. You board refill. Maybe you shouldn't have. Tough. I'd
I
probably play the
mean,
target
he
painter as
needs.
last card.
I mean, can the card draw? I mean, the card draw has to sacrifice something, right? Has to eat something.
Mm-hmm. But you have drone printer.
So yes, but that's gonna cost 5 mana. Then after that, you can't cast a demo.
Yeah. He's reading this
Man,
card.
a
He's like, what does
demo
this do?
here. Honestly, I think a demo here would actually make a game for Zaratustraa, in my opinion.
Really? I don't think it
Yeah,
does
two demos
anything.
left in the deck. Because the thing is, like, how does Feno refill the board? He cannot drone printer. He's at 0 cards in deck, right? He can drone printer, I guess, because how many turns of fatigue does he have? It's 1 damage, 2 damage, 4 damage. So that's a 7. 5 damage, that's 12. And then 6 damage, that's 18. So actually, he has 5 turns if he doesn't take any damage, and then he's still at 2. So yeah, so maybe fatigue's not even an issue.
Maybe. But
Yeah,
yeah, he
but I
gets
think
a
it's
he
your
gets a
best
free
bet.
scanner probe though.
Okay. What's the last card?
And he got an erasure from the Adira. That did kind of pair nice. He banished the Ingrid.
Yeah. Honestly, like, man,
This is
yeah, I mean,
grindy. These guys are
it is
swapping.
grindy, and
He takes a
Fino's
Ruined
not gonna have
Tinkerer.
damage.
If Fino played the target painter, he could have stopped the scanner probe from coming out. I think a little bit of a
Yeah.
foresight or hindsight, whatever it is. You
Mhm.
guys know what I mean.
Yeah. I
All
mean, the
right,
game's been
what are
so
we?
long, so grindy. The level of mental fortitude these players need to navigate this game has been absolutely phenomenal. A drone hunter
Yeah.
coming into the hand from
Drone
Sanctuary.
Hunter.
Yeah, there are a lot of drones on the board.
Wait, but Drone Hunter could be pretty good. Don't,
It's
yo,
good, but
man, it
it's
might be
so
pretty
bad,
good.
though.
It might
It's
be
good, but
good.
it's so bad.
You start printing, you drop the Drone Hunter, you start trading.
Uh-huh.
Well, now, I mean, I guess now he copies
Yeah,
next card. He probably
yeah, he's gonna
schemings.
copy. Yep, I believe so. Scheming. Another
Yeah,
one.
just double scheming. That's gonna be good.
Oh
Get the
yeah, that's
Unseen
really
Allies
good.
and the Triumph, right? I don't think you care about the
Yep.
Tinker and stuff. You already are winning
No,
on
I don't think
board.
so. And I think this turn you want double Alvaro. So double Alvaro is gonna make it so
Okay.
it's gonna be awkward to Demo. Demo's gonna cost six health.
Yeah. He'll take the
I like
6
it.
health loss.
Okay.
We're playing
I
with
mean,
fire a little
this
bit, I feel
yeah,
like, but
this is weak to top deck Demo because we do know that there are 2 Demos in Zaratustra's deck, and he does have 1 activation with a drone printer. So that's 2
yeah.
cards to find 2 copies of Demolecularize.
Okay, we took out the Triumph of the Lost here, and now he's gonna start building his, you know, continue building his board. Miasmancer to
Yeah.
lock things down a little bit, slow down
I mean,
Tinkerers.
Fino's
He
gotta
is
hope.
also in trouble. He can't make a lot of tokens, right? He's got to start popping
Yep.
these drone printers.
Yep. I think so as well. So now Fino's at 14. So how many draws can he do? He has 7. So he can draw 3 times, I think.
Is he hitting
Sorry.
face with everything? Yeah, because the scanner probe can't steal anything. He's like, whatever, I will race you.
Yep.
Probably
And
should have popped Sanctuary first. If this is a crew boss, I'm gonna scream.
all
Okay, it's a Nora. It's a Nora.
right. Well,
Fino will start to take fatigue damage now after this turn.
Zaratustra will be down to 2 if he gets Demo. Is there a Demo? At Drone Printer going to be activated here. He's got 1 shot for 2 copies of Demo. It's not a Demo.
No, man.
That's crazy.
No demo.
There are
to
2 in
try and
there, if I'm not
reset
mistaken.
things. Yeah, go and concede. Scoop phase of the game. Oh nope, he took it out.
He's looking. I mean, is there anything at all? Any way to draw cards? Even if he kept the squad trader, that would have been just 1 mana short from casting a demo afterwards. Anything in the
I'm like
singularity?
trying
I
to
don't
run
think
through.
so.
I mean, maybe no. You can't even like a trusty belt anything because it has 1 health. It can't like trade in
Yeah.
properly.
I mean, the trusty belt can
He's
like can hit the gun barge. I suppose it's not going to do much.
but it has to
There's no
kill
cards in deck.
to attack a second time.
Oh, it has to kill to attack a second time. Okay.
I think so. Yeah. After it attacks a unit, it can. Oh, maybe after attacking a unit, it can attack again. No, I think it has to kill. Zaratustraa looks like he's conceding.
All
Fino,
right.
that relief One more game, and these guys are locked into a Shroud mirror match.
Dude.
And Zaratustra have been having trouble getting that brand through, but we know Fino as the man who is probably the best brand player in parallel right now. So I'm sure if he's playing this, he's got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Fino, son of Brand, is gonna be coming in here.
He's got to change. You got to change his name to that, Fino, son of Brand.
Dude, honestly, it's a pretty sweet title.
Yeah. You think if Fino asked, he could get a separate card art of just Brand, and somehow his Paragon looks
Dude.
different?
Normally, I would say no, but the parallel team is cracked, and there's always a possibility, I think.
Yeah. We have seen Shroud mirrors, but we haven't seen a Brand mirror, right? So
Yep.
this one is gonna be tough. Like, can any of them have a chance to have their brand go off, right? Rarely, yes, but if they can, that could be game deciding. They are
Dude.
both playing multiple unseen allies, multiple demos, so we have a chance of a crazy amount of board wipes. And it's not like the other Shroud where like they can threaten building a board. Like maybe with Neve late game you can threaten building another board. Mudon is steadily getting more cards, but these guys need the unseen allies, right, to rebuild the boards. So I wonder
Yeah.
how that plays into the things. Maybe first demo gets a huge advantage. So these guys are going to play like kind of maybe a little slow, because if you get your cards demoed, then you can't get them from your unseen allies. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see. I mean, Demo is still so far away though at 8 mana. I would say that I would guess that the mirror comes down to the early game just being tempo king, where
Yeah.
players just want to control the board and get board advantage to dictate the trades, get in as much damage as they can, and that just makes the entire game easier, even if it goes to a really late stage of the match.
Yeah, I think you're right, without a doubt. Man, these guys, this has been a brutal series. We talked about it. You guys talked about it in the pre-show that Fino was able to get like a nice like 3-0, and now Zaratustra being like, hey, it's not going to be easy this time around.
Dude,
But Zaratustra
I'm
also struggling with this brand to get it through.
Dude, I'm still thinking about that last match here, Muka, where like I honestly think a single demo and Zaratustra has a really good shot just because it's extremely hard for Fino to make tokens.
Maybe, yeah, because of the fatigue and
Yeah,
stuff. Maybe you're right.
exactly.
It
Yeah,
could have
just
gone
one
that way for
more.
sure. But we will never know. And now we are down to game 5, Shroud Mirror. Uh, uh Everybody, strap in, go use the bathroom. It's gonna still be going on when you come back. And just enjoy. Let's enjoy this matchup is very difficult. Like, it is kind of like one
Dude.
step up. You can lose the game. Looking at starting hands, I mean, the thing I really like is the Harf and Void Trapper from Zaratustra. Those two
Uh-huh.
cards can upset the balance. Fino drawing some more of these like mid-gamey cards can't. He can use them. And what's nice is on turn 2 he can at least take one of those units that's not played, right? But
Uh-huh.
aside from that, it is a little tough on his side, I feel like right now.
I mean, it's hard because he has to play out the engine whisper so he can treacherous scheming next turn, but it does open up just a life siphon here for Zaratustra.
Yeah, for sure. So he won't be able to steal, and he banks the Trapper too, so Fino won't be able to steal like the other 2 drop.
Yeah. I mean, it
You know,
looks like
seeing
he's gonna
that,
go into Harf anyways, yeah.
yeah, yeah. But man, if that Engine Whisperer got to live and Fino stole the Hearth, that could have been huge, huge shift.
Yeah, I
Fino here
mean,
looking for more cards, another Unseen Allies. That is not what you want to see right now. Draws into
oh my
another
god.
Whisper.
This
This is gonna
is
be
one of
tight.
the downsides of actually being on the play in parallel.
Yes,
For as many times as, your aggro opponent will just not draw you. I don't know how they always have like double Bannerman PS8, for example. But you are down on cards, and it
yeah.
really matters.
Yeah, I think in the Shroud matchup, going second honestly is kind of preferred, especially when you're playing like
Mm.
Brand and stuff. Like it just more, you need more resources, and being down on cards really sucks. This Harf definitely sucks too. You can tell Fino's kind of feeling it. He's not Things are right now not going his
Oh,
way. He's not finding the
Yep.
right cards. The Harf is slowing down his game. The next few banks will be absolutely crucial. I mean, I think the Whisperer, you probably just got to let it go, but he lets go of the scheming because, this Glaive will be able to work next turn. Draw into another scheming. So, the right card,
I
the universe
mean,
just gives you another one.
yeah, the worst part is that it's not even a normal Harf. It's a red Harf.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a red
Oof.
Harf. That one is extra scary, extra flashy. This Spectre Attack Craft, the one tech, is going to be a pain. I know when Fino sees this, it's going to be really tough because that's just more resources and he can't even
Oh
immediately
yeah.
deal with it. That's going to be tough. That like the Void Trapper and the Spectre Attack Craft, though the Spectre Attack Craft is not played as much anymore. Getting those extra
Yep.
resources is really, really big. So not being able to stop that, it does suck. It does suck, but he does have at least the option to scheming here, and
Yeah.
you can, maybe we take this Honored Steward, which is nice because then he could unseen another one later. But he's gonna go for the glaive. He's gonna keep this
Yep.
value going. Unfortunately, we know it's gonna get Honored Stewarded, which sucks.
Yeah. The glaive, I mean, when you're in a bad spot, you just have to play to win. Fino
Yep.
here. Throwing down the glaive is really his only way to come back, to be honest. As Zaratustra playing around a potential glaive extremely well. I like it with the shield pod on the far right, and then
Mm-hmm.
the Spectre Attack Craft at 4 health, blocking the cleave hit.
Yep. Very good disciplined play, hitting with the Spectre first two to draw before he banks. This time to see what he gets. He's gonna bank that LSC. I mean, that makes sense. He
Oh,
doesn't
that's
really need the
interesting.
ramp right now, right? He's got all the
That's true.
tempo. He has all these good value cards. The Honored Steward will deal with this glaive temporarily, so that helps a bit. He's still positioning. I still like the positioning he's doing, but
Yep.
this will get rid of the glaive, and then he can just poke a little bit with the Harf. This is Fino needs we need something here.
Oh my gosh. Fino needs to basically buy enough time and also get rid of this Harf, buy 8 mana to actually demo, I think.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be really, really rough. He's going to
Yeah.
go for a YOLO brand here. We do see there is an Erasure sitting in Zaratustra's hand
Yeah, with the
as the last
steward,
banish.
you can steward erasure or a scheming steward erasure. That's a pretty clean play.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Reverse.
this is gonna be a tough one. I mean, he has that demo.
Actually,
If you're scheming this hand from Fino, what are you stealing?
that's a hard question. I would probably just steal Triumphant Lost.
Oh yeah,
Um,
you actually have to. If scheming, yeah, I
yeah.
forgot there's a triumph there. If this scheming, you have to, unless you're double scheming, you have to take out the triumph of the lost as the first one, because then he can just do it back to you, right? So that
Uh-huh,
makes sense.
exactly.
I mean, Fino, if he can get to this demo, we're kind of okay. But
Yeah, I
getting to it is
mean, we
rough.
do see the second treacherous scheming as well, being able to come down before turn 8 or turn 9
Yeah,
to
once he sees this
take
demo,
the
he knows I got to
demo.
take that out. Yeah,
Uh-huh. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, okay.
he
He's gonna
steals
take
ship.
Leonid.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, it's not like great. What Fino last unit is honored steward, right? So that's kind of good. You honored
Uh,
steward, the honored steward get
y-
your glaive back.
well, it's Singularity Steward, right? That Zaratustra played.
Oh yeah, singularity steward was the last unit played. You're correct. You're correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get an erasure and a singularity steward. That's kind of okay. You banish the honored steward and get your glaive back.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's probably the only play in the spot, I
I don't
think.
know. What am I
So
talking about? You get scheming. Sorry.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think we're
yeah.
both
Sorry,
out of
sorry.
it.
Yeah, you get
Grindy.
scheming. So
Yeah, yeah.
so
Sorry, chat.
Zaratustra, yeah. So Zaratustra, he sequenced that extremely well.
Yeah.
Copying scheming is not as bad as just copying an erasure. So
Yeah, it's a
perfectly
steward and a
sequenced.
scheming. Steward and a scheming.
It's kind of not good enough
Nothing
still.
too
Yeah, that makes
crazy you
sense
can do
why
with
he
that
would take.
there.
Yeah, so that makes sense why he would take the Leonid instead.
Yeah, Fino's looking. I don't think, you can see on his face. I don't think he sees an opening, but he's looking. He is really trying to see, is there a path that he can take that gets him back in this game? He's gonna bank the scheming here. He's gonna triumph.
Try fading
Not that
ways.
great.
I mean, yeah, you gotta Get the 0-3.
You just get the ship back. You just get the ship back. What do you get? What do we get back?
You probably have to take the scheming maybe, but Fino's so low now as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
He's looking at the options. I mean, ship is kind of okay, but it's corrupted, so like you'll lose 6 health also playing it.
Uh-huh.
Can you even play it next turn? 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 10 damage coming to you.
Yeah.
He's looking at that red
Fino's
heart.
zooming in
It-
on the red
the red
harp,
harp. I mean, the
man.
harp was what really made this game worse. Like it just
Yeah,
shut
it
off
did.
everything in the early game. And yeah, with the amount of damage that trusty belt going on here too. Yeah, that'll be enough to not allow Fino to play the ship. I really think the only way out is a Dira into a demo.
Yep.
That's like
Looks like
that's
it,
it.
Muka.
I think that's it.
Yeah, and for that reason, I think Zaratustraa should also just fire off the other treacher scheming here. Worst case, you take a demo, I guess. For
Yeah.
I don't even know how Fino can get to it, but
We're looking. What are we looking at?
yeah, might
Just
as well
drop
engine whisper.
scheming. Tug of war with this ship.
I mean, the ship is the ship's just a blank now, right? As you mentioned.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's not a
4,
blink for
5,
Zaratustraa,
6,
though.
7. I don't think he needed to take the ship. He should have left it because the ship. I think he just wanted to bank something, but the correct play, I think, because he has. I can do math, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. 13 minus 7 is 6.
Mhm.
So you couldn't even play ship.
Yeah,
So you should have just left that ship in
but
his
I
hand,
guess what he's thinking is that he can play the ship, so
yeah. I mean, Fino is. It's it's not an Adira. I really think that was it that could gotten him through. He's looking. Is there any hope? But I don't see it. I think
my
he's putting his
boy.
hands in the air. Zaratustraa finally getting the brand through after 3 attempts. That was tough, man. Like, I know Fino was the fan favorite, but Zaratustraa snuck in that Naeus win really, really clean in the beginning, right? Into that universal.
Man,
And
yeah.
then he was able to really, really push it through. The brand was locking him up hard, but he was able to kind of get it through at the end against Fino. Fino fighting the good fight, taking 2 games, trying to reverse sweep, and yeah, the brand mirror just didn't go his way.
Dude, Brand adopting a new son, unfortunately, today.
Zaratustraa, son of Brand.
Yeah,
of Brand.
adopted son of Brand. Adopted son of Brand, yes.
Adopt the son of Brand.
Allie,
Gosh.
what did you think about
When-
that series?
Oh, I mean, okay, that was a fantastic series. I just want to say, like, it was an emotional roller coaster. When it was 2-2, though, I like felt the plot armor for Fino. I was like, oh my god, is he actually gonna? But alas, unfortunately not. No, that last series or the last game there was like a little painful, just because there just wasn't anything that Fino could do.
Yeah,
So we didn't really get to see him shine in his brand gameplay, unfortunately. But some of those other matches, like the uni shop versus the brand, like Zara not finding that demolecularize, like that was a slog of a match. And then also earlier when Fino was on the uni shop as well was crazy. So it was a great series, and Fino still walks away with $5,000 and 11 league points. So can't be too mad, but of course you want to go for the glory in these tournaments. But no, it was a pleasure to watch that series. It was really, really cool. So why don't we take a quick look at the bracket and see where we're headed next, and then we'll get on to the next match. There it is, 3-2 to Zaratustraa, and then we've got Shogo facing off against PURP next. And I believe Muka and Desi, we're gonna say goodbye to you guys, then we'll see you again at the finals. We've got
Real
Quinto
quick,
and Scout.
Zaratustraa might be the curse breaker. He went perfect in Swiss. And he's
You
made
just
it to
had
the
to say
finals.
it. You just had to say
I'm
it.
gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. He may
Okay.
break the curse. Everyone needs to know what's on the line here. This is a we may be witnessing history.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe he can be Zaratustraa, adopted and undefeated son of Brand.
Sometimes I think the curse, how it works though, is like once you acknowledge it, then it's like you're putting it out into the ether. So Muka,
Yeah,
you
you
have
gotta
officially just cursed.
You gotta put it in challenge mode. You gotta put it in challenge mode. There's no easy mode to this. You gotta if you're gonna win it, as in a place like this, it's got to be showcased. We got to know it's on the
Yeah.
Who
line.
knows? Maybe Zaratustraa also borrowed or stole the plot armor of Feno. So we'll see how he does when we get back to the finals match: Zaratustraa versus unknown competitor, either Shogo or PURP.
All right, Quinto, Scout, you're back. What a series,
Hey.
right? Oh, that was just incredible. Incredible to watch.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
absolutely brilliant. Yeah, really good. I mean, can you imagine we had the universal matchup, the mirror match, which was actually longer than the Shroud match. And I actually thought that the Shroud match was going to go on forever. So I went and got some dinner, started eating it, and I was like, oh my God, we've got to jump back on again. No
Yeah.
time
It
to
was
eat
the
it.
shortest match, right? Yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah,
But both
had-
really playing good.
I had a glimpse of hope there since it was double brand, where it's like maybe, just maybe, this double brand goes quick, and it was definitely absolutely insane matches by Feno and Sarah. Sarah has demonstrated that he's so calm. He's like serious about it. He's just well, maybe he's nervous. I don't know, but he's just absolutely killing it there in these matches.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
also
yeah,
as well. Sorry, Ali, after you. Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it was quite difficult for Feno as well, because in the first match, he kind of really struggled to get going in that board presence, right? The Naeus just rolled through him. He was playing really good, but he just couldn't quite get it going. And he had like the 3 painters, didn't he, in his opening hand, which is just obviously not what you want, you know, like against that kind of Naeus. And then in the last game, again, when you get into a position like where you're facing someone else's Shroud and they already have like things like the Spectre attack craft on there and they've got Stewies and stuff, the problem is that you then need to kind of rely on a demo to bail you out, right? Or getting a triumph that can then give you loads of stuff for free, so you can then try and regain control. And it's so difficult because I think if Feno had a better kind of hand and he had better options to try and deal with what Zaratustraa was doing, we might have seen like a really interesting kind of final match there. But yeah, unlucky for Feno, but we will see him again. And he, as you say, goes away with like 5K, which is just brilliant payday. Yeah.
Not too shabby. Yeah, I thought the uni mirror was fascinating too. I was reading the chat and there was a little bit of like some debate of him Feno playing the Miasmancer on, I think it was like turn 5 for tempo, like potentially holding back and, you know, being able to stop the chain of girls. Like, I feel like overall he played it really well. And there was almost a point like later on in the match when his Ingrid came down that you're like, oh, maybe he's got this. But it was like a game of tennis back and forth in the later stages of the match. So anyway, it was incredibly enjoyable. Great games of parallel. So why don't we start to take a look at the deck list for PURP and Shogo, if you guys are ready.
Let's dive into it.
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, Shogo, my man who I've kind of predicted could go far in this tournament, the underdog with his Cathy deck. Now, we've seen in the tournament so far that the Cathy decks are getting banned pretty consistently. Again, I'd be a little bit surprised, but if like this is not banned, but at the same time, we know that PURP has slightly different decks that in a way are kind of favorable. So at the moment, PURP, Shogo has the artillery volley in there, so that can be quite powerful when comboed with Cathy. He's also running the Cendrillon. I think at the moment we haven't really seen that card be used, have we, Quinto, at the moment in the tournament? And it'd be lovely if we do, because I think it's a great card.
We haven't
seen it. No. We've seen, we've got 3 Triumph of Marses, pretty strong, very strong card actually. 3 Rally Cries, of course. So this is pretty much like the deck that you'd expect. I think the slightly tricky thing with this deck is that, first of all, it's very fast tempo, very difficult to control, and when it really gets going, especially with the Rally Cries that can Rally Cry into a Miriel, that can then destroy your LSCs, bring the fire support bases in, and of course you've got the Victory there as well, which is just a super powerful card, shielded, really difficult to get off the board. So if this is not banned, it'll be interesting to see how it does against PURP's decks, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it banned.
Yeah, PURP is the only one that has not banned that. I believe he has not banned Kathy. So let's see.
Yeah. Let's move it to the next one. Right, I'm actually going to give this one to you, Quinto, because I know that you're loving Brand at the moment now, right? After after these long mirrors.
Yeah. Yesterday there was an issue there with Fanatical Crewman where Shogo could have played it and prevented a turn there. Definitely very standard with the 3 Honor Stewards and the Sacred Cipher would say are cards that usually are flex cards. The third Honor Steward, for example, he's also running the 1 PS8 launcher here just to have a bit of much of an early game. As you see, Shogo's Nudon is skewed more to the mid range with a lot of 3 cost cards there. Different from what we saw versus Lambi, for example, which was like a more quick deck. And he's running also the 2 Triumphs of the Lost here, which is he knows he's going to play against Universal. He's going to probably ban Kathy, and he won't be needing much of them. So yeah, that's...
Yeah, I think this is such an unusual deck for someone like me that plays Shroud, because there's only 1 PSA. I always feel like you either commit to a couple of PS8s in there or not at all. And then you've also got the Fanatical Crewman. There's only 1 of this here. And again, I think with Crewman, it's so unusual to see just 1, because again, you kind of want to almost commit to a few there just to really fill up your singularity. So I think he's tried to create a deck here that has a lot of solutions by spreading out the options that he's got. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how it does against PURP's off-the-wall decks, right? Because we know with PURP there's always something different that the decks have to contend with. I think we're going to look at the next deck as well. Right. So this is the deck actually that I think Shogo done fairly well with yesterday. We know that it's pretty standard in the sense that there's a lot of cards here that you'd expect in a universal deck. What we saw yesterday, and to an extent we saw today, is that the Memento of the Fallen, when used correctly with the drone printers, this can just wreck the opponent. It's so difficult to deal with. You almost don't want to be slamming into anything that's got Memento of the Fallen on it, because it will just be transferred. You know, if you get it right and if you've got a nice little board developed, this can really win you the game. So yeah, I like this deck a lot. I think, yeah, again, it's just going to be a case of, with the Miasmancers, I think, who can control the flow of the goals and when they get played and when they don't. But yeah, other than that, I think fairly universal deck that we expect, isn't it, Quinto?
Yep, for sure. Definitely the Ian Hammer here, the flex bots like the 3 Ruin Tinkers, the 2 Master Poisoners, and the 3 Market Fixers are interesting to see. The 2 Alvaros is a bit different from what other players are running. So, but overall, it's been pretty good for him running it like this.
I think actually one card that we might as well talk about here is the Sanctuary. This is a super powerful card. It costs 1. You can get it down on the first turn, and at the moment so far we haven't really seen this create like a moment where you're like, wow, you know, that's like huge as another it's like an Ingrid or a Freydis there. It'd be really cool if we saw Sanctuary do that in this tournament, so keep an eye out for Sanctuary if it gets deployed on the board. I think let's go to the next deck. All right, so this is Shogo's Naeus deck. Yeah, you take this one, Quinto, because you're more, it's more your territory.
Yeah, as we saw before, how Shogo got the Maritus, which I was talking about yesterday before the matches, where it's like Maritus, you can get it early and not get value out of it. But we saw how Shogo copied the stats from Anastels and the effect from the Baron from Lambi, and this was the game-breaking point for him where he managed to recover the board. However, in other matches we saw how Lambi stole both of his synchronicities with Adira. So I mean, these are the flex cards that you usually see here, and definitely the Edian Hammer also as a flex card are really interesting picks for Shogo here.
Yeah, I think Shogo will definitely be hoping for a better timeout with his synchronicity, rather than hopefully doesn't get that kind of used against him again. But yeah, good deck, really difficult deck, and again the key to this deck, of course, is it needs to have a fast start. It needs to be controlling the board nice and early, getting all these units, these low-cost units, spammed on the board, getting them attacking, getting them buffed. And if he can do that really quickly, he'll have a really good chance of winning. So, yeah, good deck, and interested to see how it performs for him today. All right, on to PURP now. We definitely must talk about this, right? So PURP here is running with the New Dawn, and he's got a really interesting curve. If you see at the top with the bars there, lots of lots of cards for the 1 cost. He's actually opting to go for 3 Whisperers here, 3 Venerated Raiders. The Raiders are really powerful. They can give you extra cards, corrupted copies of your opponent's sort of parallel. You can either bank them or use them. This can be quite useful in certain situations depending on the type of corrupted card you get. Going for the 3 Whisperers as well. A lot of people are opting not to do that, but PURP feels like it's necessary. He is only running about 13 effects though, which is not a lot for Shroud. In fact, it's actually really on the low side to have that. And of course, the real standout card here in this deck is that PURP loves to run with the Paradox, which is the relic where you can decide if a unit gets destroyed that you take 1 damage in order to banish it. And I don't think we saw the Paradox, did we, when PURP was running the Shroud yesterday? But it would be really cool if we saw that in action today. What do you think about this deck, Winto?
Yeah, definitely pointing out the Paradox is really important here. It's a card that can obviously buff your Singularity Steward and has great synergy also with the Singularity from New Dawn, where you're recovering cards and you can choose what to banish and what not. So this is a card that months and months ago was used a lot to get good Stewies and get them out of range. So really interesting to see how it will perform. Also a good point about the effects, running low on the effect size. And the curve, really, this is what I like to see in these tournaments. If you're playing Shroud, this is a curve that looks like this, where it's more skewed to the early game, because as you've seen in many of these matches, these decks tend to come heavy on the initial hands, and then you don't have anything to play, then getting you in a disadvantaged position.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important to start fast, isn't it? And start strong. Definitely.
Yep.
Okay, let's check out his next deck then. Right.
Yeah, we have the famous the Uneus, as someone as Muka was saying. Yeah, running pretty similar here to the standard universal list with the 1 Black Market Fixer, 2 Master Poisoners. He's also running 2 Edian Hammers. Really interesting here, since Neus is a more aggressive deck, and the most infamous card here, the Shielded Assassin. You can play it early, stands up to Shroud. Really difficult for Shroud to deal with this. As you see, Shogo is playing, like many players go heavy on the PS8s. This is immune to PS8 and Life Siphon. He also is running the Trusty Belt, which is a card that's definitely valuable in this deck, where your units are buffed and can clear other units in such a way where they won't die. So really interesting to see this deck from PURP once again performing. He has stick to this deck, who many people have not been able to master it or just play it in a correct way, but he's the chosen one for this deck. So yeah, really excited to see and cast these matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I love about this deck is the 3 copies of the Trusty Bell, not just 1 or 2, but he's really making that kind of quite a key part of how he's going to play here. So if he gets like a good board going, that Trusty Belt could really help him to lock it down. Love it. I think it's so cool. It's such a different take on like a universal Neus there. So yeah, really interesting to see how that performs too. Let's go to the next one. Right. So this is the this is the deck, which I know that the Defc was really interested in yesterday. He was almost saying, how do we describe this deck? It's so unusual, Quinto, because we've got a mix of different things going on here. We've got the Reclamator in there, 2 copies of that, which is a bit of a kind of like a mana cheat if you bank it. We've also got 3 anti-organic pulses. We've got the Ocular Implants, which I love that card. Absolutely love it. Allows you to kind of put it on a unit nice and early, start getting loads of card draw. The Kill Switch is in there, but only 1 copy. This has recently been improved, so now it can be quite a menace actually for the likes of Shroud. But the 1 copy, is that enough? I don't know. He does have 2 copies of Upcycle Technology. That is going to be fantastic if we can see an upcycle technology bring on, say, a Sesmir nice and early onto the board. And of course, he's got the 3 MTAVs and the Workshop Mechanics too. So it's very much more of a more classic Algoncore build, but it's still a little bit hybrid because we have so much of the universal in there, like we've got the logistics support crews, the Alvaro interrogators in there, the painters. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, good thing to point out here is that PURP is not running Cathy. He knows that he is, like, this is what I was mentioning yesterday. Sometimes in tournaments it's not about how you play it, but more about what you play. And he takes away the only thing that he knows everyone's gonna ban. So these decks, I would assume from the looks of it that he's gonna ban Universal because it would be the weakest link for him. This deck really will outperform from what I see in here with the anti-organic pulses, the big units like the MTAF that can really recover tempo, the Workshop Forward Mechanic that can out-tempo actually Cathy unit if played right in terms of controlling the board. The Heartlink Pilot, which was once a great anti-aggro unit paired up with a Kill Switch, or the upcycle tech that you can play an anti-organic pulse early, so you can really counter these high rolls from the unit Cathy. So this is I would say huge shout out to PURP for coming up with these decks which is different and might give him the edge that he needs to win this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I think the bans are in as well. We're going to be looking at those in a minute.
Oh wait, he's actually going with Cathy.
Yeah, we've got a PURP Cathy as well. I feel like everyone's pretty much brought a Cathy, and they've all kind of been banned, haven't they? So we might as well talk about PURP's Cathy. In fact, we actually remember him playing it yesterday, and it was a little bit of a struggle because it was a Cathy mirror, and he was playing against the more classic Cathy Burn, wasn't he? Which he just missed out on the win on that one. This is much more of the Cathy kind of unit that we're used to seeing on the meta, on the ladder these days. So again, we've got the Miriel in there, we've got the Miasmancer, which is such a powerful card, as I think the whole casting crew has talked about throughout this tournament. Really can help you to lock down the board for you or lock out your opponent. 3 fire support base. This can be an absolute nightmare if Miriel can come in, kill the LSCs, and get at least 2 of these on the board. I think what I like about this deck again is that there's the memento of the Fallen in here. I really think that this pairs up quite nicely with how Cathy can kind of ramp and start getting lots of units on the board through the Rally Cry, and also with the Ruin Tinkerer, for example, as well. And one thing that I really enjoy seeing, I don't enjoy seeing it against me, but I do enjoy seeing it when it comes off and there's a big board, is the artillery volley just completely wiping out a board when it's played correctly. So I really hope that we get to see like an incredible artillery volley. I think one other thing just to mention here, which is not really seen in a lot of decks, is the Manipulation Ray, isn't it, Quinto? That's an interesting card in that one. 2 copies of
Yeah, definitely. And running 2 of them, it's gonna be interesting to see how he manages to play them, since usually the meta is really fast right now. You really want to play stuff, but in a situation where you have to recover, definitely this could help. This card could help.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So we can see here, if you don't know, because I know that a couple of people in the chat were asking on a previous game, when we're looking at this screen here and you see that the symbols are grayed out, that basically indicates that those have been banned. So you can see here that the Marcolian has been banned, and we've also see that the Uni has been banned as well. Interesting bans there. And I
Yeah.
think we're going to be getting into the game soon. So just before we dive into them, Quinto, what is your expectations here? How do you see some of these matchups going, and what do you think, say, PURP and Shogo? Oh, hello, we're going into it. So
Yeah.
I might need your quick analysis.
Yeah, definitely. As predicted, Perp was banning Universal in this situation since he's tuned. These decks, I would say his Augencore deck is weak against Universal, and overall, all his decks are weak against it. So definitely banning Universal was the biggest strength of Shogo against him, and now we're gonna see how his Augencore, his base Augencore, is gonna perform. Seems that he wants to keep there the upcycle tech, the Harf, which is Harf is you always keep Harf, I would say, against Kathy, because you wanna prevent that Kathy's rallying cry early on. He gets there the Painter. He has a nice curve. We see Shogo also going on the draw with a lot of early units and also a Harf. So the thing is that important to note here, these machinists are getting the only vehicle they are getting is the logistic support cruiser, which is a card that you usually want to get later on, or probably from a Kathy's rallying cry. However, definitely getting it early is also good to ramp up. Here, we're going to see Perp probably playing that Painter early on. He has a good curve. It's just about what he's going to bank. He has the advantage there with the token. Since he's on the play, he has the advantage of the Juggernaut token, and he decides to bank the Painter. Interesting decision. Seems that he's the Painter in this situation. Yeah, the buff is good, but it's more about controlling the units. Shogo does have I would say, the god hand for unit Kathy, because you have these 1-cost units here that you definitely want to play in tandem, get them buffed, and also really good to point out here, by playing early units early and getting them early, that means that your Kathy's rallying cries have big probabilities of getting you the double 3-cost units. So now we see here that Perp banked the anti-organic pulse, which will get him a free pass when he develops that upcycle tech. In terms of, if Shogo gets out of range in terms of whiteboard, he will just get that anti-organic pulse from the upcycle tech. That's really good.
Yeah. I also love the fact that, like we're seeing, we saw it yesterday and we're seeing it again today. We got to have a big shout out, first of all, to Perp. I love the way that he plays. It looks like he's standing when he's playing, which I think is super cool. And he always just looks so locked in, doesn't he, Perp? Like he just looks so focused, really in the zone, which you'd expect, right, at a big tournament. And his hand is actually pretty good, I think. Getting the half down here was decent, because you can see here that it's a bit of a problem for the determined assault. He couldn't get it going, even if he wanted to. But I think just developing the board more for Shogo, getting that Bannerman down as the second unit there to get the extra +1/+1 from Kathy's passive was really big. This is a problem, actually, for I think for anyone facing Kathy, when they get these low cost units down, because I think it was Mooka and Devsy that were talking about it on yesterday's broadcast. In parallel at the moment, the 1-cost cards are so powerful. Like they're ridiculously powerful at times. I mean, the Bannerman, when you see it come on the board, you almost need to kill it on sight, because that can single-handedly wreck you and win a game. It's the same with the Singularity Stewards as well for Shroud. They don't seem that dangerous, but if you allow them on the board, and the opponent just manages to get lots of those erasures and things to banish and buff the steward, that one cost card can end up being the big difference here. We can see that PURP's just thrown down the LSC to get the ramp going. I think that was probably good play. There wasn't really much else on for him, and I think it's just against Kathy, as you mentioned, Quinto. He banked the anti-organic pulse, which means that if he does kind of need to be in a position to wipe this board, then having the energy to play the upcycle technology is going to really help. To be fair, he could play it on the next turn, but I think ramping against Kathy is really important these days.
Yeah, it seems that he's gonna have to play that upcycle tech on his token, if possible. However, he doesn't have an out right now in terms of getting the upcycle tech, because from from the looks of it, it seems that Shogo is just gonna wipe his board clean and develop also his own board in this point, getting that logistics support cruiser into the Happy Trigger Trooper, which, I mean, it's good for now in terms
Yeah.
of board development, but if PURP manages to drop that upcycle tech into a Heartlink pilot, for example, then this board is going to cook. And the fact that PURP might be able unconsciously or just because of quote unquote bad luck
Yeah.
let Shogo overextend here, that anti-organic pulse, it's gonna be more juicy. So
Yeah.
that's really interesting to see here. We're gonna see probably we're gonna see the forward assembly mechanic here, getting that a defender token, I would
Yeah.
say. Let's see what Shogo does. If we, like, at this point, it's about controlling a board a bit in terms of not getting too much damage, or he wants to just block attack, because right now Shogo's board is criminal
scary.
in terms of
It's getting scary.
So it's about
Yeah.
how PURP is gonna drop that upcycle tech and follow it up then with more upcycle techs. Like he needs to control the waves of units that Shogo is gonna be dropping. And as pointed out early on, his Kathy's rallying cry are gonna be very powerful now, because he has already played three Happy Troopers, two Machinists, one Bannerman. So the probabilities of getting Maya Mancer, for example, and all of this. The thing is, Maya Mancer, I don't know if I'm not sure if Maya Mancer blocks the effect from upcycle tech. If 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 upcycle tech is in the board at the moment he plays Maya Mancer and kills the unit that has it. So we're gonna see how that works out. Gets the kill switch on the forward assembly mechanic. This is great for him. Now he gets the chance to control the board a bit more without having to commit on an upcycle tech or into an anti-organic pulse. And we see that Shogo gets his second Kathy's rallying cry. So it's about,
Shogo's hand looks so good, doesn't it? I mean, he's got the 2 fire support bases, which, I think there'll be a couple of units here that will still survive, even if one of them sort of slams in here. I think probably, what do you do? I think probably commit the LSC to get another card, because that you want that to die, really, so you can just keep getting better cards. It's a difficult one, though, because he doesn't have the units here to slam through the defender. So he can play the fire support base, and that will, which it looks like he's doing, and that will buff them quite significantly. So he will be able to get through that token. He might lose a couple of units along the way, but I think with the board he's got and the curve, I mean, it's very efficient mana-wise as well. I think getting that down was really good.
Yeah.
If you develop quickly like that and you've got the board, you should be playing it, getting the bigger buffs on them. And we can see here, it's traded quite nicely there. Probably doesn't want to be really looking at touching that for the moment with the kill switch on it, so he just goes straight face.
Yep. Yeah, at this point, Shogo is in a race to just deal lethal damage. He has that second fire support base, and PURP is not gonna be able to kill
Oh,
his forward assembly mechanic unless he
look
pings
at what he's
it's
got.
plays the second one. He can't do that neither.
Look at what he's
So
got though. He's got Sesame. He's got Sesame, and he's got the upcycle tech. Oh, that could be filthy. He could bring Sesame on.
the thing is that there's no way right now for PURP to actually trigger that upcycle tech. He doesn't have the token coming down at the end of the turn, and he can't play the forward assembly mechanic in his hand to get it and with the upcycle tech. So it's about high rolling here, I believe, because now Shogo is gonna have so much damage in board
Hmm.
to a point where it's like if he doesn't get to close it in terms of the health of PURP,
Yeah.
then he's gonna be in a tough spot. We see there that the second forward assembly mechanic gets the evasive upgrade. He will be able to control at least something of this board, preventing much of the chunky damage that's coming his way. So it's about now for PURP to control the tempo. It's more about that, probably getting a buffed defense juggernaut at this point to just stop Shogo's damage. And the fact that PURP, if he wants to play an anti-organic if he gets to the turn where he plays the anti-organic pulse by itself, his units will have his units will have the upgrades and will survive, will keep his tempo. So that's something really good for him. However, we're gonna see here Shogo, like, this will give PURP the conviction to try and drop that upcycle tech, probably with the anti-organic pulse. Anti-organic PURP. Yeah, I'm getting confused a bit there.
We could call it that though, couldn't we? If he uses it
Yeah.
effectively and it ends up winning in the game. He's got such a good hand as well though, right? I mean, his board presence is pretty good right now with that chunky defender, which, at the moment, like Shogo just can't really seem to get through. Even with the fire support base on, he'd have to commit lots of units and they would end up dying. The fact that he's got the Sesame and he's still got the upcycle tech is great.
Oof.
Because it just gives him that insurance.
I mean, if I were PURP right now, it's like, yes, I would be like that, in the sense that for Shogo to go through his weaker mechanic at this point, he has to slam all of his units against this defense juggernaut. And that, like, what will Shogo get after this? Like, he has a couple of turns before we see the anti-organic pulse, the AOP, and the Sesmir, as you have been saying. So there's gonna be a lot to go through before dealing 1 point of damage to PURP at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be a little bit, just in case anyone is watching and they're seeing a little bit of a stutter and a lag, that just a little bit of a kind of a technical glitch, but we're working on it right now to see if we can smooth it out and get back to like a nice stream where you can see what's going on and there's not that delay.
Ooh, this might be the breaking decision for Shogo. He attacks face. Is he gonna attack face? I'm seeing it a bit like he hasn't attacked, right?
Yeah, I think he did attack face, right? I think
he's thinking about it. I think he attacked face. Oof, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. Yeah, like, these little decisions are what makes the game at this point, because now PURP is gonna have it easy. He's just gonna attach that upcycle tech into the weaker mechanic and clear the whole board, and will have tempo also.
Yeah.
Leading into a turn 8 Sesmir, which is absolutely
perfect,
insane, and perfect for him against this unit Marco deck, unit Cathy. This is great. Like, one little decision, because if Shogo would have attacked this mechanic, there was probably no way
Mm,
for Perp to clear this board because he would have
mm.
had to kill his other mechanic and go through a defender.
You can see as well that Shogo just
Yeah,
realized this is one
yeah,
of the big things when you go up against Algonquin is that like you need to make sure that you try and remove the units when you can, because if there's no
yeah.
units, there's nothing, no upgrades can be applied to them, and like they rely on the upgrades really. That's their biggest strength. So yeah, if there were no units there, there would be nothing to put the upcycle tech on, and then of course like you wouldn't have had that board clear. So yeah, he's got still the workshop assembly mechanic there, 3-4. We can also see as well as you rightly mentioned that he's got the Sesame waiting in the wings, which will come onto the board soon. He's also got point defense turret, which I don't think is well, he's got two now. I don't think that's especially strong against this Cathy deck, is it, Quinto? Because it was very, very strong against the effect burn. There are effects in this deck, but could just be cards that he ends up banking for better cards.
Yeah, I mean, there are still situations where this Alvaro interrogator, I think at this point for a deck, like the base Augencore, just having it against
Mm.
that Cathy's Rallying Cry or that PS8, for example, doing that 6
Mm-hmm.
damage, that's enough for him. Like in
Yeah,
terms
it's
of
big.
damage with a deck that's pretty slow, this is how you do the damage. Like this is a
Yeah.
percentage of your damage, and that's what you need. Like you need to close it in because sometimes you get to a point where it's like, oh, I finally develop a board with this deck, but I can't, I can't get the damage, and you get to a
Mm.
point where it's like you miss for a bit just before uh, doing the damage needed. So now we're gonna see Sesmir from Perp dropping in. However, it won't be able to activate its muster. Wait,
No, we've
I'm
got
no,
one more
yeah,
turn.
it's one more turn
Yeah.
here. But however, we see these point defense turrets uh, look really good in this situation against the both of the PS8 that Shogo have in hand. He will be
Yeah.
able also to clear the Astelesclave with a kill switch that's attached to that mechanic. He will be
Yeah.
able to control the board again in a situation where it's crucial to do it. However, Shogo might be able to drop that Cathy, probably buffed to 7 damage on a practically empty board, I would say. And it seems that Perp decides to deal damage to the. Yeah, this is how you play it. You deal 2 damage so you can kill everything. No, it seems that he doesn't care too much about the Estelles
No, he's just wanting
at
to
this
clear
point.
the other stuff. I think he's thinking. I think he's thinking. You know what? I leave this on because I'm gonna drop the Sesame, and then you're gonna have to go through the Sesame. And I'm happy for like my Sesame to absorb a lot of the damage and just reap the benefits with it. So I don't think he's too bothered about it at the moment. He's also obviously still got the workshop assembly mechanic with the kill switch on it, so that can kill it anyway,
I think this
even
is
if it
really
gets burst.
dangerous for Perp in terms of like here with a fire support base and a Cathy, Shogo is gonna be able to clear his Perp's whole board and drop a 7 Cathy to the face, leaving Perp at 8,
Hmm.
which in this
That's in
situation,
the range. Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to get too close to dying against a deck like Cathy. So I guess that in this situation, I mean, the kill switch didn't trigger. It seems it was the other mechanic who had it. I believe. Yeah, that's why Perp didn't trigger it. So now he's facing again this insane board from Shogo.
It's a little bit difficult at the moment just to sort of figure out what's going on with the slight lag. Hopefully, after this
Yeah,
game, it kind of sorts itself out, right? Because it's just a little bit
yeah,
tricky. All the plays are slightly stuttering and whatnot. But here we go, anti-organic pulse. So wipes it on 8. Probably the right thing to do. Can't afford to
yeah.
take any more damage. Can't afford for any assault to be triggered. Um, Probably his next play now is, he's got the PS8 in hand, which can help him to kind of clear something, but realistically, he needs to be getting that Sesmir down.
Yeah, at least he's getting the Juggernaut token at the end of the turn, giving him once again the board, the control of the board. Really important. Goes
Oh,
with the attack Juggernaut.
wow.
Really
No
interesting
defense.
decision here.
Interesting.
Yeah, at this point against a board like this, you really want to get a card. The attack Juggernaut with armed will be able to clear this Wong, for example. However, if we see Shogo playing this Maya Mancer, it's interesting to see what he's going to choose here. He has the Triumph of Mars, and is he going for that Slinger? He maybe. No. He's thinking. What
What
he
did
gets,
he get? He got
gets
it,
the
no?
Maya Mancer, yeah. So now
Right, he got the
he's
Muse
going to be
Monster.
able to block the muster from Sesmir if he plays it now,
Yeah.
preventing Perp from killing that from killing Wong.
I wonder whether
So
Shogo is really thinking about that, because at this range with 8 energy in Perp's bank, you really got to be thinking. He is thinking about it. Look, Miss Mansa probably coming on to block, as you rightly pointed out, Quinto, the muster ability of Sesmir. So
yeah,
if he plays that, that's going to be good because he's so close to getting this done. He doesn't want a Sesmir to have to go through because that is going to be a huge pain for him to get through that. He does have the artillery volley, which could do a lot of damage to the Sesmir, but you really, at this point, with just 8 damage left that you need to do, you really don't want to have to contend with a Sesmir. So now Sesmir can't really come on. Kind of puts Perp in a bit of a bind. He can clear
the
the
Sesmir
Miasmancer.
still has the defender, which is good for him. However, definitely the best play was to just be able to clear everything here. He still has that PS8 launcher to clear the Harf. And we're going to see here, I believe that Shogo still has one more Maya Mancer, which will give him the win if he gets it and manages to play it alongside the victory. However, I believe this is difficult to happen because he needs to trigger assault first before playing it. So, this is the one of the ways he can do it. If he gets a Slinger here, neither way he will be able to do that lethal damage, but that will be a situation where he just gets it.
Oh, Miriel
It's a
swings
Muriel
in.
here.
Yeah.
So now
Not necessarily sure that's the best thing, actually. The Miriel. It's got 2 triumphs, but he can't trigger assault at the moment to get the victories muster going.
At this point, maybe attacking with the Maya Mancer. Yeah, no, it's still too much to do.
Yeah.
And the thing is, something to note here is that Perp, look at Shogo's hand. He has 4 effects, and each one of those is gonna trigger 4 attack for Perp. That's gonna be insane. And this is a situation where this unit Cathy deck will have trouble.
Yeah.
He already went against 2 AOPs. Now a Sesmir has to go against this attack Juggernaut also. Clearing this Sesmir is a total pain because he's just gonna get more and more units. He can get powerful vehicles like the Earthbreaker Cannon. Can get stuff like other chips. Let it go.
He got it. He got the Earthbreaker Cannon. Wow. Massive. And look, he's actually got a vehicle in his hand as well. He's got a couple of vehicles in his hand. That is the perfect drop that he could have got there from the Sesmir. Because as soon as he now plays either the Tetsu or the Glaive, that Earthbreaker Cannon, if it survives, is going to deal 5 damage to any unit. But it's going to be taken out, isn't it, with a PS8?
Yeah. Shogo knows. However, now it gives 4 more damage here to Perp. At this point, the thing is that everything that Perp plays here before killing that victory is just gonna deal 2 damage to him at the first thing he plays, and it's gonna be practically at range there with the determined assault. So Shogo needs to really think this one through. This is a puzzle right now for both of them on
Oh,
how to get the lethal done. We have 4 damage in the perp side. The, we we really
another
don't know.
turret.
Yeah, and the thing is that, I mean, the best play here, I would say, perp clearing that victory first, because each unit that says mirror, yeah, he doesn't do it. Now he's get 2 damage from the victory when he could actually get it killed, and we see that determined assault in Shogo's hand. He's just running 2 of them. So it's about him getting a slinger. We haven't seen the slingers from Shogo, all of them, I believe. So let's see if Shogo manages to top deck it. He still has that Triumph of Mars, which will get him probably whatever he needs at this point to do the lethal damage there with that determined assault. And I believe, free tips, this is gonna go to Shogo, because Perp won't be able to deal with it. With this, Perp needed to be very careful with his health at this point in the game, knowing that Shogo is running those determined assaults. He could have done the same thing here, clearing the victory, before committing to just getting that 2 damage done to himself. Even though, as you can see, he did it anyways, and I believe he was just not aware of it at this point. Dropping there the Tetsu.
I think also one other thing, Quinto, that we must mention, just in case anyone's not aware, is that the victory is evasive, right? It's shielded and evasive. So that's how he was able to do the damage directly to the face, rather than having to go through the
Shogo is gonna cook
the Sesmir
into the Maya Mancer. He didn't even need the Slinger, for example. Just the Maya Mancer was enough.
And he
eliminating
with the 1. Yeah.
Yep. There you go. Shogo gets it in a favorable matchup.
Play.
In a favorable matchup for Perp, Shogo manages to do it with his Unit Cathy. That's why Unit Cathy is either way a strong contender. Put it as you put it in those terms, where it's like doesn't have too many counters.
No, it doesn't
right now.
Yeah, it doesn't. I think this is one of the difficult things for a lot of say non-Cathy players to navigate right now, is that when you go up against Cathy, she's so strong. You know, either it be Cathy unit or Cathy burn. Both of those are quite difficult to deal with. And at the moment, you know, we're just almost lacking a few cards for there to be some better counters. So Aftermath, the next expansion, which is coming in the next couple of months, this will be great to see what it does to the likes of the Cathy decks, you know, how they adapt to it. Are there some better counters which make the Cathy decks less effective? Will we see less of them in the upcoming tournaments? Maybe, most likely. But what a good win for Shogo there, you know. And you called it, Quinto. You said that Perp was sort of playing with fire a little bit by taking his health down too much, and that ultimately cost him.
Yep. Definitely against Marco, you usually, and knowing that Shogo is running those determined assaults, you should be very careful with your health in that situation, because if you get too close to the fire, you might literally burn. So yeah, this is exactly what happened to Perp. He also did that misplay there, not removing the victory before taking that 2 damage. And it actually was the decisive factor, I would say, between winning that game or losing it. And I mean, these little details, like Shogo also with the attacking phase instead of removing the mechanic, that would have given him the win also earlier on. And this is how you, like, just a little decision in these games might just be the breaking point of if you lose or win.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting.
Yeah, it's the
really
small little details, isn't it? Yeah. So, right, we can see that Shogo's won with Cathy. Where do we go here for Perp? Does he go again with his Algencore, or does he think, you know what, like, that was my best chance to try and beat Kathy, and it hasn't worked. He's gonna have to play it anyway, but is he thinking, do I now switch it up and then maybe come back to Algonquin a little bit later? What do you think?
I think his Augencore deck is really strong against Shogo's, Nails, or Shroud. So at this point, I mean, Burp's decks look really strong in this setup, in the sense that he still has a universal, he still has a counter to that Shroud and Nails, and also has his Shroud. This has been the theme about this tournament. I think it really comes down to who wins the Shroud Mirror. So it's more about having the best Shroud deck, I believe, and I believe both are running Nulon rights. Correct me if I'm wrong. So that's gonna be a good one there.
A long one,
mirror.
you mean?
A long mirror.
One.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Give us a prediction, Scout. Here, what are we gonna see next match?
Good question. I think if I'm Shogo, he's obviously won with Kathy. I really liked his New Dawn, even though there was like a few peculiar kind of quantities of cards in there. I think it's almost the case where you got to think, well, what is my opponent going to play here? I think if you're Shogo and you're thinking that PURP is going to play Algoncore again, this deck that he just went up against, to be honest with you, I wouldn't mind playing against that with Shogo's Shroud deck, because I think actually Shogo's Shroud deck can beat that. I think if he goes with the Naeus one, could be a little bit tricky against Algoncore. So personally, maybe Shogo goes with Shroud, expecting PURP to stick with his Algoncore. But if PURP switches it up, let's say that PURP goes and switches to, I don't think PURP's necessarily going to go to Shroud, right? Because I think out of the decks here that he's brought, I kind of feel, and again, correct me if I'm wrong actually, I kind of feel like that is the deck that I would expect him to play the least. Whereas the Algoncore one and the Naeus one, I would expect him to be more of his strongest suit. So maybe he goes to Naeus here, just so that he doesn't go 2-0 behind, potentially, just to kind of like bring it back to 1-1. And if that is the case, then I still think that Shogo's Shroud could do a very good job against it.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you there.
Yeah, the thing is though, I think what you've said is the most important point. We can talk about the decks all day, right? But it's the players that are playing them, and those decisions that they use when they're playing those decks, the smallest decisions can end up deciding whether they get a win or a loss. And we saw it there, Quinto. You pointed it out. You know, some of those plays of missing or just ignoring a unit that you maybe should take out, that then ends up coming back to haunt you in the next turn or later turns. It really is those small little details, isn't it, at this level, that it makes the big difference.
Yep, I believe we are waiting here because of how it looked the last matches. So hopefully players and production team gets to fix whatever is going on there in the match, and we're gonna see here. It's gonna be Juggernaut Workshop again from PURP versus Shogo's Naeus. Let's see.
Okay, interesting. So we were trying to decide, weren't we, whether he was going to go Shroud, was he going to go Naeus, was he going to go Uni? He's ended up going for Naeus here. So the key to this one for Shogo is that he really needs to get a good quick start and he needs to begin overwhelming the board. And of course, the key for PURP is he just needs to control that, because as the game goes longer, PURP's going to have a much better chance of overcoming Shogo with the bigger, huge units that he can play down, especially the Sesmir, and of course the likes of the anti-organic Pulse, which we saw in the last game. That can be in a really effective way to kind of just wipe all of Shogo's board, which will not really have any upgrades on. Is he running a Trusty Belt? Is he running Trusty Belt Shogo in his deck?
I believe he's not.
No, I don't remember seeing it. So that means basically that the Shogo's deck won't really have any upgrades. And so
Yeah.
when that anti-organic pulse comes down, it will be a clean wipe for PURP, and most of his units, if he gets to that point, will probably still be on the board. But let's see how it goes. We had the mulligans. It looks like Shogo's got actually a pretty good hand, right? He can curve
Shogo's
into
hand
the
is looking good.
yeah. He can kind of curve into the standard bearer, and then from the standard bearer, he can potentially curve into a standard bearer and a gunslinger, or just go straight into the Asian subjugate. Wow, lots of good curves there for him, good options. And then kind of for PURP, I don't know. I don't think this is particularly that great because he's only got he doesn't really have. He's got the Alvaro Interrogator, which he's going to throw down. I don't think this is especially that effective against this type of deck because they don't play many effects, but it's a unit he has to get down just to try and contest the board so that when these units come down for Shogo, he can stop them from buffing by just trying to either reduce their health and their attack or just wiping them out completely.
Yeah, at this point, it's gonna be a race for Shogo to see if he manages to overwhelm the board. But as we saw before, the upcycle tech that can be played early on into an AOP, it's gonna be really really difficult to overcome, especially for a Neos deck that doesn't get as much as value from their cards like a Kathy's Rallying Cry, where you saw that Shogo was getting a lot of cards, a lot of like each time after each of those AOPs, he was just replenishing his board, um, getting him that edge to get lethal. So now it's gonna be how if PURP manages to overcome the tempo, we see here that he has the opportunity to play that logistic support cruiser, and next turn dropping a big board there with a mechanic. So it's about how he banks the AOP there with the logistic support cruiser, getting that free. Was it?
Yeah, I
Or
think
he
he's
banked
probably
it early?
expecting. No, I think he banked it. Oh look, upcycle
Ooh,
tech
and
comes
gets
in.
the upcycle tech ready to wipe Shogo's board if he gets too aggressive. We see there that Shogo already has his key units to replenish the board. The 18 subjugate into the Centurus. At this point, is more about like PURP's turn is gonna be really strong. Probably he won't have to rely on that upcycle tech combo. The fact that the mechanics come with the overclock where they just get an upgrade, it's really easy to get them to stick with the AOP. So now Shogo is in a position where he really needs to get things going because it's just a matter of time. I mean, even if Shogo manages to to get a good position here, it's just gonna hit the face with that insane upcycle tech AOP combo.
Yeah. I mean, for the guys that are watching, you can probably see that there's still a little bit of a delay to the plays. It's a little bit slow, almost like we're in the Matrix. Everything's slowed down, it's like Matrix moves. But hopefully it's a little bit better. But yeah, I will look at that. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about. Sesamir's just come in as a top deck here for PURP, right? And you can see that in Shogo's hand, he has the Kalar Hunter. Now, one of the really funny and really cool interactions in the game is when the Hunter ends up destroying the Sesamir, because it will do 16 damage and it will create a vehicle that basically has 16 health.
Yeah.
And that can be a nightmare, right? It's fun to see. So I'm hoping we see that. He's already banked the Sesamir. And look, you can see he's bringing it out early. So this is the plan. We could see it. I don't think Shogo necessarily wants to do that. But then at the same time, you've got to think, do I hit it multiple times and create multiple vehicles or units for him on the board? Or do I just hit it once and create one thing that I then have to deal with? What's your take on that, Quinzo? Is it better to hit it once for 16 with the Hunter, or is it better to just kind of hit it multiple times to get through it?
I mean, the thing here is that Naeus is probably the worst deck to be against this Sesmir so early on,
Yeah.
because it's a deck where it's you have just raw power there to deal with this Sesmir. You don't have banish cards or
No.
definitely any other card that can deal with this thing or steal it with like Universal also. Uh, so it's gonna be really tough here for Shogo to just deal with this insane Sesmir so early on.
Mm.
He can't Kalar it because he will
He
just
could.
it will.
Well, he could.
I mean, he could do it, but it will just
Yeah.
backfire insanely.
Yeah.
Having a 16 health unit is just completely insane. So, like, I
I mean,
mean,
the thing is though,
you
it could be a 16 health unit, but it could have like 2 attack, right? So then you're kind of like, well, it's fine. It's just going to be doing 2 to me, and I can almost just ignore it for the time being, and maybe just try and whittle it down if I get the chance. I feel like there's not really a great option because you're right. They don't have like a proper removal. They don't really have any removal options, do they? So if he wanted to wipe it off the board straight away in one go, it'd be the Hunter. But then he would create a 16 health unit that could be something with decent attack as well. Never know.
so now it's gonna be lots of value here behind that Sesmir. These mechanics are gonna go crazy, spanning like getting 2 mechanics
Hmm.
at this point. It's just gonna provide so much value here to PURP. I believe this situation is gonna be a bit difficult for Shogo to overcome. Maybe that Maya Mancer will enable Shogo to just ignore the defender at this point
Mm-hmm.
and
Yep.
start attacking face, but that's just one turn.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
gonna be
It's
a
still there, isn't
race.
it? Yeah. Yeah,
So
the Miasmances are so good to get around things and to lock things out, right? But you're right. If you Miasmancer and you just bypass the defender of the Sesmir, then the next turn, what then do you do, right? You have to rely on another Miasmancer to get through it. So very tricky.
yeah, and then at this point, PURP is
Here we go.
just clearing this board, getting his vehicle. If he gets
Oh, he got
the
it again.
Earthbreaker
Are you
cannon,
kidding? Oh
the
no.
Earthbreaker cannon. No way,
Oh
it's so
my
early
God.
on. This is
This
absolutely
is
insane.
it. This is it. This is literally what you want when you.
Yeah,
This is it. This is what you want, isn't it? When you hit the
yeah,
Sesmir, you want to get the Earthbreaker cannon. Like it's one
yep.
of the best vehicles that you can get, if not the best vehicle. I mean, the other one that's really good as well is the cataphract, right in ADHQ. That's really good. If he can get that, that will basically mean that his adjacent vehicles do not take damage and they can't get destroyed when attacking. That'd be super huge, man. I mean, you can see as well that like the board for Shogo's not super great at the moment. He has a Magna in his hand. He does have the Centaurus as well, which he could play to just keep developing and trying to go wide, but the Sesmir is still remaining. Difficult one for Sesmir. Sesmir? Not a difficult one for Sesmir. Difficult one for Shogo.
Yep. So this is a difficult decision. Shogo is in a situation where it's like, should I just go ahead and
Oh,
play Galar to kill
he's doing it. He's doing it.
Sesmir? He's just gonna go for it.
I mean, it's going to create an
This is
8. An 8, so it's probably much better. I think it's smart, actually, rather than creating a 16. It is going to create 16, no? Because it gets hit for 16, so it's going to create a
yeah.
16, right?
Oof.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
And a Cathari cheap with 16 health gets
Look
it,
at that.
triggers the
Oh,
Earthbreaker cannon, killing the Centaurus. But now these 2 tokens are gonna be able to deal with this Earthbreaker cannon because there is no defender in place.
yeah.
And actually, this is not a bad. He conceded.
Oh,
He knows that.
succeeded. Wow,
He
he just
knows
threw
that
the
he has.
towel in.
Yeah.
The took the Sesame off the board and was just like, nah, I've had enough of this. Earthbreaker cannon, and we've got a Rubicon on there, which is a 416. I'm out. I'm out of here. Let's move to the next game.
Yeah, that's
Very cool.
I mean, what can you do in that situation where it's just like you're facing a 16 health unit that's just gonna stick in there, and you're playing the only deck that needs to keep their tempo in order to win. So it's like an impossible situation, especially for a Naeus deck going against that. And this is one of the most feared situations where you're playing Naeus, like the fact that you have to deal with an early Sesmir, and your only way to do it is with something that just makes the things worst. So, which is the Kalar doing 60 damage to the Sesmir, triggering a 16 health unit. I mean, how can you deal with that?
Yeah, especially when you're Naeus and you think, I don't have removal for that. I don't have any banishes. I don't have any other unit. I mean, to be fair, the one thing that he could have done, because the Kalar got sent to the waste, so what he could have done is maybe relied on getting a Triumph, bringing back the Kalar, then hitting that thing for 16. But he could have tried for that, actually. He could have tried for that, but I think he just felt like he doesn't have a Triumph in his hand. Maybe he won't get it. He could have tried for that, though. Would you have tried? I think I might have just like played it out a little bit more. It was only a 416 at the end of the day.
Only.
Yeah.
Only a 416 in a game that's like you. I mean, it's the fact that in any game, in any TCG, when you get so much value, like reduction of cost like that early, an early powerful card like Sesmir, which counters completely a deck like Neos.
Yeah.
You just get outvalued, because now PURP was gonna just drop his other mechanic, get the millions and millions of Journal tokens going, buffed, and the Shogo would have to play what he had, which was weak units with little energy. So
I think also as well, like it was one of those things where he's supposed to be the aggressor, isn't he, with a Naeus deck, and he was playing on the defense all the time, you know, having to remove stuff, and just he probably felt like, okay, I'm not getting my momentum going here. I'm not playing the deck the way it should be played because PURP is disrupting me, and he's going to continue to disrupt me. So I've had enough of this. Let's move to the next game, and I'll try and do better. We've also heard as well that both of the players here, Shogo and PURP, are going to be restarting their games. I think that was the big cause for why we were seeing slightly laggy, slightly slow gameplay. So apologies for that, guys. If you were watching, you were thinking, what was going on? I can't see. It's too, it's too slow, it's too juttery. Hopefully it'll be better as soon as we go to the next game with both of the players restarting the game, and hopefully it should fix the issue. And we'll be in that game soon. So at the moment it's 1-1, very close game. We've still got a possible Shroud Mirror to happen here. We've also got, well, they've both got the same, haven't they? They've both got the same parallels to play here now. So what do you reckon we're going to see here? Are we going to see a Naeus versus Naeus Mirror? Are we going to see Shroud Mirror? What do you think Shogo needs to play next? What do you think PURP needs to play next?
I think PURP, I mean, I'm clearly not very good at these predictions, but in this situation, PURP will play his Uni-Naeus to get it out of the way, and then, I mean, I think his Nudon deck in this time, I would definitely agree that his style of his Nudon deck can really contest against Shogo's Naeus, for example. So if like we have seen this situation in this tournament where it's like players win with the first two decks, which are the strongest, and then just run out of steam with the last deck and get beaten with it. So this is something really interesting. in the sense that they will have to think how, like trying to get the win with a deck that's probably not too powerful, so they can just end it up
Yep.
with their strongest deck and take the advantage, because it's about, okay, I'm gonna try to win with in a situation where I have, for example, if Perp thinks that Nulon is his weakest link here, he will want to prefer to play Nulon
Yeah.
first, so he has the chance to not get the mirror, for example.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let's say he doesn't get the mirror, he goes against Neos and he gets the win with Nulon, and then it's gonna be an easy ride for him with his Universal Neos that he knows how to play. So this is something to take into consideration, because if you leave your weakest deck for the end, and then you can't win a game with it because you don't have the chance of the probabilities of getting a better matchup, then you're screwed. And this is something that I believe we have seen in the matches till the date. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be really interesting to see what are they gonna come up with. If it's gonna be a mirror, if it's gonna be Shroud versus Cathari, or Shroud versus Universal. So
Yeah.
pretty exciting. What are your predictions again, Scout? It seems that you hit them all. You are really good at predicting this stuff.
No, I don't. I wouldn't say that. I think I got lucky on the other ones from yesterday, but I don't know. I think, like, personally, I think Shogo should have gone with Shroud in the last game, because maybe, we were thinking, maybe does Perp go again with Algencore, and even though I think his Algencore deck's pretty strong, I think that Shroud has the options and the solutions to have dealt with that, with the schemings, with the Adiras to try and steal the cards, of course, with the banishes, like the erasures, his own demos. I just think he had a better chance of winning the second game if he'd have maybe gone with Shroud, kind of almost trying to expect that Perp would play with the Algen core again. But I think because he didn't go Shroud last time, I really think that I think he should go Shroud this time, because if Perp decides to go with Shroud, as I mentioned before, I don't really, when I think of Perp, I don't really think of Perp with like playing Shroud. I think of Perp playing with, like Uni or I was going to say Kanaeus. Cathari, yeah, Cathari Naeus, yeah,
Yeah.
or like, or Kathy, right, or the Marcos. I always feel like I don't really consider him to be like a Shroud player. So if Shogo picks Shroud next and Perp picks Shroud, then I think that Shogo's probably got a really good chance, right? But then if he picks Shroud and Perp picks Naeus, then I still think he's got a really good chance, because I think the Shroud deck would be favored in both situations. So yeah, for me personally, I would like to see Shogo maybe pick Shroud next. But again, I don't know how comfortable Shogo feels with Shroud. Maybe he feels more comfortable playing Naeus. And again, it comes back to what you were saying. If he feels less comfortable with something, maybe he plays it next, so that he can then play a stronger one. He's gone. Right, look at that. Perp's gone with New Dawn, and we can see that Shogo's gone with Naeus here.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is a good matchup personally for Shogo here. I think this is better for Perp personally. Do you agree, or do you think it's the other way around?
I do. Like, I felt this is what we're gonna see here. In a situation where Perp just wants to win as much as possible. He definitely, his other strongest deck is this is Neos, and it's favored, I believe. He gets that shielded assassin early on. It's gonna be difficult for Shogo to deal with it.
That's one of your favorite cards, isn't it? The shielded assassin.
Oh wait,
right?
actually, I confused it. It actually, Perp is going with Nulon and Shogo is going with Neos.
Yeah. Perp's on.
What do we see here? Yeah. So this is good. This is good. I think this is a good decision from Perp. Just getting that Nulon out of the way, not getting the mirror, and this is something that I was basically saying before, the fact that he doesn't get the mirror here with the Nulon. I think it's with a Nulon that's also favored,
Yeah.
I believe, against this Neos deck. This is really good in this case for Perp. So
I,
it's gonna be
yeah.
interesting to see.
I love that Perp was just checking after his venerated raider generated him a pod. He was just checking the text on it to see what does this do? Do I keep it? Is it is it any good to me? And he just kind of was like, nah, that's trash, really. I mean, I can't use that. And rightfully so, he banks it. It was a 0-8. Not going to help him. But the venerated raider can provide a lot of value, actually. It's a card, funny enough, that I have gone back to and I've started to integrate into my own decks again because I started to experiment with it recently again, like putting it back in my Shroud New Dawn decks, and I was really happy with like some of the cards that it gives you because it can give you some absolute bangers that you can then play, and if you've got the other cards around it, you can start to really get some value out of it. This is a good start actually for Shogo. Good start, right? He's got the Valerusi Striker down. He's got the Standard Bearer. On his next turn, he's got the likes of the Magna. He's got the Subjugate. He's also got the Maritus in his hand as well. He's got PS8 there as well for removal, but that won't really do anything against the Trapper unless they can tag the Trapper for one. And for Perp, he's got not a bad hand either. The Whisperer's not that great here, really. With if he banked it, he could play the Erasure. He's got, of course, the Steward. The awkward thing here with the Steward is that if he plays it, he's not going to be able to like buff it until the next turn. And if he plays it as a 0-3, they'll just kill it. So yeah, like maybe the Erasure here is the right play on, say, the Standard Bearer, which is kind of like the real issue.
I
Let's see
wonder
what
why
he does,
Shogo
though.
didn't go with Magna there to do a clean kill with the Void Trapper. I guess since he still had the shield pod, it was okay. Now it forces Perp to use this erasure in a way that's probably not the most efficient one. Goes ahead and clears that Valerusi Standard Bearer, which can develop into something that no one wants to see, which is buffing other units on top of all the buffing that Neos has. It's really difficult. Shogo gets the Harf. This is a good
Yeah.
situation for him. Banks that Maritus, it seems, which at
Well, he
this
can play the
point
yeah. He can
he
play the
knows.
Magna now.
Yeah, now he can play the Magna. Oh wait, actually, yeah, he couldn't play the
Yeah.
Magna last turn.
On turn 2. Yeah.
I was confused there. So it's gonna be the Magna into the Void Trapper. This is a great trade to do right
Yeah.
now with because the Void Trapper gives so much value, and now Perp is gonna face this insane board from Shogo, which is gonna keep on developing. And we see there that Shogo gets the Estelles, also has the Standard Bearer and the Harp. These are great plays for turn 4 for Shogo.
Yeah.
Really difficult for Perp to come back from this one. Right now, it's just about that awkward turn with just a life siphon.
You know, he just has to life siphon, doesn't he? And it's such a waste of energy. Where
I
he
mean,
will potentially just
he can still play the Nulon and okay, so the Nulon.
You don't want to play the
sometimes,
Nudon though.
Yeah, the thing
No.
is, Scout, I know that you think about Nulon of providing a lot of value in the late game. However, in these games that are quicker, Nulon generally tends to be like you would say like a unit that prevents damage, because they're just gonna focus on your Nulon instead of doing damage to you, and you can delay a bit of damage, which by the end of the game you can just drop their Demok and reset everything. He didn't play the Nulon. Definitely he wants to get the value by the end, as you're saying, but this is something that you have to take into consideration in the sense that if they attack the Nulon, they won't be doing damage to your face, and that might be the defining factor by a deck like Nulon that tends
that's
to
true.
remain till the end. And it really doesn't matter. Like, I mean, if you're saying to me that it's against Earthen, where definitely the value in the end game, you can just outplay Earthen, play Nulon, and getting the value from the Nulon Paragon, that's something that makes sense. But against a deck like Neos, where it's more quicker than you, and you probably won't be dropping that Nudon and getting value from it by the end of the game. If you are already playing that Nudon and getting value from it in the end of the game against Aeneas, it's probably because you already won. So
Yeah.
this is a situation to have to take into consideration, and also the fact that it's gonna be a bit difficult for Shogo to actually clear that Nudon by itself. He can do damage with a striker, but probably won't be able to kill it. So here he goes ahead and gets a buffed Belarusi striker and the ATN subjugate buff. This is a strong board. This is when
Yeah.
you're playing Nudon, you don't want to see a board like this against
No.
you. This is really difficult to
Yeah.
clear. So now let's see if Perp has the same luck as Lambi before him with this Adira. Let's see what this Adira brings to the table.
Yeah.
However, he will only be able to clear one of the strikers.
No, this is the thing, right? Is that with the last turn as well, with like he had the option to play the New Dawn, he didn't play it, right? And I think
Yeah.
he was right not to play it because he needed to siphon the Magna because you don't want to kill it. You don't want to leave it on the board first of all, and you want to make sure that
Oof.
oh look at this
The
2
Triumph.
triumphs. Wow,
I don't know if the
that's
Triumph
super
is the
cool.
best, but yeah, definitely
No,
the
that's
most
good.
value. At
Yeah,
this
we'll
point,
take this. If he
at
gets
this point,
the Baron, he needs the Baron.
I mean, the
Oh, he
Baron,
doesn't
yeah.
get the Baron. He doesn't get it.
At this point, he is really looking into that ramping to get that Demon because he already is
Yeah.
gonna face an insane board each turn it goes. So it's gonna be the logistics support cruiser and the void trapper, which will probably bring him some value there in terms of having stuff to bank resources. He's thinking about it. The venerated
Yeah.
raider does the same thing in this spot, but he goes ahead and plays the void trapper. Definitely a good contesting of the board. These 2 units come buffed, so it's gonna be a logistic support cruiser with 2 attack and a void trapper with 3. So this is really good in this situation. Not too bad for Perp in terms of getting behind in board presence. He's gonna get a draw there from the logistic support cruiser and probably getting some value from the void trapper, which
Yeah.
it seems it's gonna be like that since Shogo doesn't have anything right now to kill that void trapper clean. So really interesting point there for Perp, and the fact that he like I think it couldn't be a better Adira there for Perp in terms of what he got. He got 2 Triumph of Europas and the Domina, which are
And the Domina. Yeah.
key for Neos to doing that last bit of damage. So if Perp manages to control this board and do the CC, crowd
He's not playing the
control,
glaive. Is he playing the glaive? He's playing the glaive. Okay. That's I always find that like a really risky one or like a slightly okay, he's gonna trade with that. Good. I was gonna say if you want to play the glaive and you leave a void trapper on the field, you need to make sure that you get rid of the trapper. And he done that well actually. Yeah, he used the striker to slam into it so that the trapper doesn't get a free glaive. So spot on there. This is good. This is good for Shogo at the moment. I mean, I know that Perp has a demo and he's getting very close to demo in. So it's good for now. He will have an extra turn to get the
we're gonna
damage
see.
from the board onto Perp, but then his board will get wiped.
Yeah. No, well, it depends here because if Perp doesn't play that logistic support cruiser, most likely Shogo, knowing that the next turn Perp plays is gonna be at 8 energy, then he will play his Harf. And the
Yeah.
fact that if he plays that Harf and synchronizes it, it will
Yeah.
prevent even more. It will get the Demok to 10 and
it will
won't
lock him
be able
out.
to play it. Yeah, he will lock him
Yeah.
out. And it seems that that's what Shogo is gonna do. He has the cards in his hand to just
Yeah.
lock Perp out of a Demok, and at this point, it's gonna be really hard for Perp to drop that Demok, which is key to regaining the board. We see here that Shogo already has about 13 damage in this board, leaving him at 2 turns before doing the lethal. No, actually has 15 damage. So it's, yeah, either way, it's 2 turns.
Yeah, two
So
turns
he's
to
thinking
kill.
about it. Yeah, the 18 subject is it's really a big threat here because it can buff
Yeah.
a lot of stuff, and you really don't want getting so much stuff buffed. So let's see what Shogo is gonna go with. He
Yeah,
definitely
you're right. I think if
the
he,
only thing that Shogo needs to do here is block the Demok. So
yeah,
probably he's
he's
just gonna
doing
go
it.
with it.
Yeah, he's playing the half, and then I think you're right. If he copies it as well, he's got the 2 turns that he needs to potentially see this out and stop her from getting that demo off. That being
Yep.
said, I mean, yeah, I mean, he doesn't even have a board, does he, Perp? He doesn't even have a board really to be clearing these halves. This is the problem when you're up against a half, is that when they're dropped on the board, if one's dropped, he's going to copy it, as you rightly predicted, Quinto, which is going to really lock him out now. He can't even realistically erasure them because the erasures would cost a lot, and that's still not going to
Yeah.
help you. Like, right? So I think this is a game for Shogo here. I think he's winning this now. I think the
Yep. There's no way to
half.
clear.
Yeah,
There's
the
no
double
way
half
for
has
Perp
sealed
to
it.
clear these harps at this point and play the Demok. So it's
Yep.
like sealing the deal here with Shogo, getting the win for this matchup. There's nothing Perp can do.
Oh, hold on.
Completely
Oh,
locked out.
it's still too late. Yeah, because even if you played the half, it takes his demo down to 9, but he's going to be dead by then. By the time he can play it.
And also, I mean, he can delay a bit there with the Siphoner, though.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Trying to get something here. He at least needs to clear one of these harps and play the Siphoner.
Yep.
So he needed an erasure, basically. Let's see if
Yeah.
what does he get. He might get. He actually could have played a Domina. He gets the Magna.
Yeah, he can
He
use
will
the
be
Magna
able to
against
clear
the
one of these
striker
harps and
or the
probably
halves. Yeah.
get out of range here. How much damage is it? 12 plus. Yeah. Shogo doesn't have the
Wow.
damage. And doesn't have the Domina, but does have one Idian Hammer, which can be a problem here.
Oh, he's taking out the striker. I think that's okay. Well, is that okay? Well, ooh, I mean, I think he's thinking,
Yeah,
look, I've
I
got the
think it's
half.
fine.
He banks the half, plays the Whisperer.
Yeah. This is good from Perp.
Yeah. He's going to be
Really
on
well
9.
played.
And then the next turn, he can be on 10 and he can demo.
Gets the erasure here, leaving him without the need to play the Demok. At this point, Perp regained the board, got the Magna there, was clutch in getting that damage. Now he is in a great position. Really looking good, Perp, in this position.
Yeah.
Now, because Shogo's hand is really weak. Just
Yeah.
this is not what you want to see in your hand at this point. Playing Neos, he will have to, I believe, float even some energy. Doesn't unless he plays that Slinger and one of the units he has in board. So Perp also has that Engine Whisper, which counters one of the harps, and it's gonna be a place where Show is also thinking that if he plays his Aeneas at this point, Perp might just get him with the Honor Steward, for example. So this is where you want to be when playing Udon at this stage of the game, still alive, not in the threat of dying too soon. Manage to come back from something that seemed really, really deathful for him.
This Siphoner, I think this is one of the most overlooked cards at the moment. I've recently brought it back. I used to own, I think, 3 copies. I'm kind of running, I think it's 2 copies in my deck. In
Picks
one
up
of them
the
anyway.
Triumph.
Sorry?
No, that's Perp picks up the Triumph from the Siphoner, which is really good card to have. So he will now dominate the tempo in the board. Whoa, those 2 harps attacked at the same time. This is an interesting situation here.
He's going to need to demo. He needs to demo.
Yeah, but he won't be able to.
He
Now,
should be able
Shogo,
to.
Shogo now keeps
He
it
can.
because now he can't clear these harps.
You can demo.
Oh wait, he can. Yeah, he
He
can.
can
He can
demo.
demo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he can
yeah.
demo.
I was mistaken there. I was mistaken. Yeah. So this demo, it's gonna put the nail in the coffin from Shogo. Yeah, I thought Perp had already banked there, so it's gonna be the demo there. Shogo with 2 con incipients in the hand. Perp with a Triumph of Europa,
Yeah.
which will give him the board, also a treasure scheming to lock down Shogo completely. No Edian Hammer or anything that Shogo might be drawing to be good at this point. But I mean, if Shogo top decks an Edian Hammer at this point, it's gonna be okay for him. However, I don't think it's gonna be enough.
No, I think Perp can really turn this around now. If he gets his New Dawn on the board, he can start to bring out some of these units and then start to really control board. And he's got the energy to do it now. He's at 10.
Gets
So
the
he can
Baron
afford-
to combine with the Triumph of Europa.
Yeah.
This is gonna be painful for Shogo at this
Mental.
point.
Yeah, I think he's got it. I think Perp can turn this around. This is what I mean. If you can outlast them, you can get to like this late point in the game, then like Naeus just runs out of steam. And it should do because it's an aggro deck and it's designed that you should just try and win by kind of like turn 6. If you get past turn 6 and you're still trying to win and you're running out of cards, New Dawn will spank you. don't clip that. But New Dawn, but New Dawn will actually come into its own. So yeah, you're right. He's got the 2 cunning Scipions. I don't think this is too much of a big issue for Perp. He has the Baron, he has the Triumph, so he can start to flood the board too if he wants to by using those 2. And I think if he wanted to do it differently, he could use an Erasure, try and proc something else. But I think personally, with this board, he doesn't have another demo. Probably looking at Baron Triumph there just to try and get some more units on the board to take them out. And I think that's what we're going to see.
The thing is that Perp has to be a bit careful here because I think an Edian Hammer puts him in a tough spot, and if he doesn't manage to deal with this board, it's gonna be difficult. So it gets the Adira.
Oh, he's got the Siphoner as well. He didn't go for the Siphoner. He could have gone for the Siphoner there.
What does he get from the Triumph? Another Triumph!
Another Triumph. No. Here we go.
A double Triumph of Europa.
Oh, here we go.
For Perp.
This is... I love these games. Siphoner. You got to say the Baron just throws a spanner in the works, doesn't he, in these games?
Yeah.
Okay, so Siphoner now, surely, yeah. That's it. Get the Siphoner down, just kind of like stem the tide, and he can bring out some really cool units. Yeah.
Another Magna for him.
Oh, that was perfect. Yeah, that was brilliant. I was going to say, does it take out a unit as well? No, it doesn't. But he can slam the Adira. What did he slam the Adira into? What did he target? Was it the Scipion that's down to 1/1?
He has it.
Oh, he can target it now. Yeah,
he has an attack with the Adira. That little damage was from the...
No!
Gets the third Triumph of Europa.
He's not doing it. Is he doing it? I was going to say, he's not doing it. Okay.
Yeah, he's just going with
He's going to go
here.
for this. God, that would have been super greedy, wouldn't it? Getting like a couple of triumphs there.
At this point, Shogo just
3
says
triumphs.
It's
wow.
Perp
well
there
played
takes a
from
deep
Perp
breath.
there.
Yeah, very well played. Coming back. I think this was one of the matches that we have mostly seen this like back and forth where even myself was like, okay, now Shogo's gonna win. And then now Perp gonna win. And then now it's gonna Shogo gonna win. And in the end it was Perp. Really intense matchup. Really good. Really well played there from Perp.
Yeah.
Coming back from what it seemed like a complete lockdown by those 2 hearts.
Yeah.
That was insane. Really well played.
Because we were kind of saying, right, Perp's in trouble. He's not got no board. Shogo's all over him. He's got like this board that's just coming at him. It's getting bigger and bigger. He needs to get to the demo range. He was ramping to try and get there. And then, of course, we thought, no way is he going to be able to get that demo off now because the 2 halves on the board that were copied from Synchronicity. But then the Siphoner comes in and it just gave him that extra turn to survive. So don't write off the Siphoner, guys. It's the only defender that Shroud have in their arsenal. It's a 5 cost, so it's a little bit expensive, but my word, you need it sometimes
A lot of
against some of these
value.
aggro decks. Yeah, just to stop, like just
And
to give
he-
yourself an extra turn to survive.
And he top decked it, and it's the only one he's running. So that's really interesting. Also, the fact that that was the only Siphoner in the deck. He top decked at the right moment, preventing some of the damage there that Shogo might deal to him to buff his units. Either way, PURP had it.
If he doesn't get that Siphoner, he's dead. Straight up, he's dead. He has no way to deal with that board.
He couldn't have recovered the Magna. He couldn't have recovered the Magna, so he would have had to maneuver it. And now he's gonna play here with his strongest, most infamous deck,
it's the
Universal Neas.
Yeah.
Versus Nudons, Shogo's Nudon. Really good. Both of them changing decks each match. Really good.
They've switched sides here now. Excellent.
Gets the shielded assassin, but he's on the draw. So
I love the way I love the way the pitch of your voice gets really high when you get excited. I love it, Quinzo.
Thank you, Scout.
The shielded assassin is 2. He gets double shielded assassin. No way.
Double shielded assassin.
Oh,
I mean,
my
if this
God.
if he was on the play, this would I would call it right there. I would cut it for PURP if he was on the play.
I mean, he couldn't make it up. The thing is, though, right? Double shielded assassin on the draw is still pretty good because
it's still pretty good.
Unless I'm wrong, Shogo's not running gunslingers, is he?
This is gonna he's running. No, he's not running gunslinger. He's running just one PS8 and the live siphon. So this is something that we were talking about there. About how the shielded assassin is really good against Shroud specifically, but because they usually don't run the slingers. And now this is gonna be a lockdown here because if he just goes ahead and play the other shielded assassin clears up the Stewie.
Yeah, he can get this. He can run away with this here.
It
can't be erased.
Just like that. Nothing.
He can run away with
nothing
it.
That Shogo can do. Yeah, I guess Shogo is okay with that glaive in turn 4, but at this point, that next turn is going to be an erasure that won't be able to do anything.
Oh, he's got to do it, surely. Slam into the Stewie for 1. Yeah. And then play the other shielded assassin. Oh, man. I'm so happy that we're going to see this because it's so rare sometimes that you get to see a shielded assassin in the first place, but double shielded assassin? Oh, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare for Shroud. Honestly, if you're Shogo, you're thinking, how the freaking hell can I get to these? Like, sure, I can clear the shield pod, right? And then I can do 2 damage to like that one. So if he basically erased the shield pod, which seems bizarre to do, but he could at least kill 1, which is the 2/2 with the Baron, right? Then he's still got the next one to contend with. I think he needs to consider doing that because if you don't kill one of the shielded assassins now, it's going to start to get too big to deal with.
I mean, he can just erasure the shield pod and definitely clear one of them. This is a great play here because he needs to do that, and that will put him in a good position. However, this is a universal. Like, this is not a normal Neos that needs the tempo. This is more about like he didn't go for it.
I think he's thinking he's got the glaive. I'm probably thinking I can just play the glaive on the next turn and deal with it that way. Maybe that's what he's thinking, which he could do, right? To be fair. I don't like, personally, for me, I like to just try and clear these units before they get bigger.
I mean, this Universal Neos deck, and going early as it is right now, this is really, really powerful. Let me tell you here, free tips, because it might confuse some because you think you're playing against a Neos, but no, you're playing against a universal deck. So this might become a real issue here for Shogo to overcome in terms of how he's gonna play around it.
Yeah, I've actually found myself in a couple of situations sometimes where, as you say, you go into the game, you think, okay, Neos. So you mulligan for Neos, and then you realize kind of like 3 or 4 turns in, oh, damn, like I'm not playing Neos. I'm playing like Naeus Uni. So
Yeah.
my cards weren't right that I needed in the mulligan, and now I've got to adapt.
Yeah, and Perp tends to play this deck really aggro. So we're gonna
Yeah,
see a lot of damage here from Perp, as you saw last turn,
there you
where
go.
he's attacking face. Now Shogo drops that as Stealth, which is really key in this situation to at
Mm.
least control the board. But I mean, you're not trying to control a board that's just about preventing damage.
Oh,
So
look at that
now we see
trusty
the
belt coming
trusty
in.
belts. Let's see what
Oh,
Perp
double
does
trusty
here.
belt. Double trusty belt.
It's a
Right.
tough
I think
spot. Shogo is playing a lot of tempo here. He gets that Adira next turn, might be able to pick up something good from Perp. But yeah, go ahead.
no. I was just gonna say, like, I mean, double trusty belt, pretty sick to come in there. I mean, it's a bit tricky though, still, right, for Perp because like he's got the shielded assassin, sure, but he's facing a glaive in front of him that can wipe it out at the moment. He banks one of the trusty belts. What's he thinking here?
Probably
Get. I
attack
can't.
the glaive and play his glaive.
Yeah,
Might
I'm
be
thinking if he plays the glaive, he's got to kind of like get rid of that void trapper.
he goes
He's
ahead and
playing
plays a name.
Naeus. Okay.
He's gonna get rid of the.
He's just gonna.
It's not.
Is he gonna keep buffing that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Okay.
gonna just attack the void trapper here,
Yeah.
giving a lot of resources to Shogo,
Yeah.
which is not something good to do.
Yeah. Those void trappers have really delivered some good value here, haven't they? Look, he's got 2 corrupted units in his hand already: the shielded assassin and the LSC. So
Yeah.
those void trappers, they work hard. If you get them down early, they're hard workers. They do a lot for you. They give you a
Yeah,
lot of card draw.
definitely. We see there that painter, that Perp God probably going to the bank. Now it's about Shogo how to deal with this board. He has some options here. He can play the LSC into the erasure, clear the whole board, ramp a bit. Definitely, Shogo is in a situation where he needs to see
He,
how
he could play the
to.
Adira as well. He could play the Adira and he could kill both here. If he slams into the Naeus, it's going to take it down to 2, but it's going to wipe out the shielded assassin and then
Gets an
the
Indian
Adira.
hammer from Perp. This is great. This is great for Shogo.
Yeah. Good play. Really good play.
Awesome play. Yeah, this is something that's super good for Shogo because he needs to be the aggro in this matchup.
Yeah. I like that play. I would have done exactly the same. It was on curve. So it had 5 energy. Adira, he could have played straight there. It would have cleared both. Your Adira is usually not expected to survive more than 1 turn. If she does, if you're called Lambie, then then you're living the dream. But like honestly, that was nice and clean. I think he got a really good unit as well, which has huge stats on it, and it's going to keep getting bigger with attack whilst its health goes lower, and that makes it a little bit of a pain for Perp to kind of deal with. Oh wow,
Ooh.
yeah, make that trade. Oh, getting a triumph and swapping out a painter is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant trade that. Again, the
Yeah.
scanner probe
However, he
showing its
can't play
value.
it.
No.
At this point, what does Perp do? Because if he plays that Estelle, it's gonna be an easy target for
Mm-hmm.
whatever. Probably the other Estelles. And
I mean,
but
yeah, I
at
mean,
least
if he
it's
plays the
something.
if he plays the Estelles and then let's say that the Estelles slams into it, it's only going to hit 3 for the hammer, and then the hammer's basically going to be dead in a minute because it's going to be losing the damage, losing the health. Sorry, there you go. Goes down to 4. I mean, the hammer could potentially slap into it as well, but then that would kill his own glaive. So yeah, it wasn't great options there, but I think that was okay.
Yeah, overall it was okay by Perp. playing like
Yeah.
this in terms of just having something on board because you don't want to just throw away your opportunities here. So
No.
now we see Shogo with 6 energy and lots of options, lots of great
Yeah.
options. This is where his curve really
Mm-hmm.
shines where he has a lot of 3-cost cards. He can do a lot in here and just practically help him clear. He can even clear that as stealth
Yeah.
without having to sacrifice his stuff or continue dealing damage with the Idian Hammer, go double effect on the Estelles, clear the scanner probe, leave perp without an option here. But
Is he
yeah,
doing it? Is he doing it? I think you're right. He might be doing it. The double effect.
stolen power into erasure and the Estelles, and then just clearing the scanner probe, leaving his Idian Hammer at doing that 8 damage each turn.
Yep.
Each turn, it's really good for him. That's what he needs to do. There's still no turn 7 for this. It's gonna be turn 7 for perp next one, and won't be
This is
able
rough.
to play any of the
Yeah.
ladies yet.
This is rough here for Perp.
Yeah,
Because there's the fact that this is the big swinging point, right? The fact that Shogo Zadira stole the hammer has put Perp in a situation where he didn't think he would be in at this point of the game, right? With his deck, he was almost expecting that, like they're not going to outramp me, because it's Shroud. They're like a slow burn deck. They're a deck that's happy to wait. And Adira's just completely said, you know what, I'm going to flip the script. I don't believe in that. I'm gonna take a unit that's gonna increase the pressure, go hard on you, hit you for loads of damage nice and early, and potentially, if you don't clear it, could do too much damage. Here we go though. The Triumph. Okay, interesting. What was the
drive into
last?
Engine Whisper only,
Oh,
and
I don't.
the
It's not
Erasure
great, but
is not
yeah, the
bad.
Erasure's good. Yeah, the Erasure's good. He had to do it, I guess, right?
Yeah,
You'd like
preventing
ideally a
some of the
better
damage
unit.
here because he
Yeah,
knows that Nudon doesn't have like that power damage here where
yeah,
like that Idian Hammer was not even his,
yeah,
so and was getting the job done, but now Perp just controls the board and
yeah.
leaves Shogo with a weak board. And hopefully for Perp, he is gonna get one of the ladies soon, giving him the advantage here. Goes
Yeah,
Shogo
good
and
play.
plays the Fanatical Crewman. Let's see if he
What does he
fishes
get?
something here.
Does he get?
Erasure, stolen
He gets the
power,
drone
drone
printer.
printer, which is good, but yeah, nothing really.
Not the ladies.
Not the latest, and one of the drone printers, which is all right. But just making it closer for Perp to possibly top deck what he needs. Gets the logistics support cruiser, more draw here for Perp.
Here
Gets
we
the
go.
Freightis.
Here we go. Freightis is in town. Freightis is in town. Wow. Yeah, that's so funny, right? Because if you think about it, he just played the fanatical crewman. So he
Yeah,
actually made it so that he got the Freightis a little bit sooner.
yeah.
Oh, I mean, if he had, like, say, another crewman, maybe, like, because he's only got one copy in his deck, right? Which is what we talked about when we looked at the deck list. It's like one copy of crewman just doesn't seem to be enough because it can really help you. He had the, did he have the energy on the last turn to do it?
To play
No,
both?
he didn't.
No.
Yeah, he didn't. Even if
So
he
now
had
it's gonna
to.
be Nudon for Shogo. He's looking at his singularity to see what he has. Nothing
Yeah.
really that good.
Oh,
Gets the
scheming.
treasure scheming, but too late because now we're gonna
Oh,
see these Freightis come down, possibly killing that fanatical crewman.
yeah.
And let's see what the Spurp has in that waste that can bring back. I believe he has a scanner probe there to just
Yeah.
completely shut down Shogo in
He's
terms
having
of
a look, isn't
whatever
he?
Shogo. Yeah, he's having a look. He knows there's a scanner
Yeah.
probe. Goes ahead, plays that painter there so he can buff it, giving him more of a wider board.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's lovely. Those are cards that you want to see. So we've got the Trusty Belt, Wong, Alvaro Interrogator, and the Master Poisoner. Very good cards to draw there. Of course, he didn't get the Ingrid, but these are good cards still. I like that a lot. Gets the
Gets
heal
that
as well.
heal.
Yeah.
and the scanner probe.
It's probably a good thing
Simple.
actually for Perp that he did not draw the Ingrid there, right? With the
Yeah,
scheming in Shogo's hand.
and there it is. Gets that honor steward. Obviously, it's a threat
Yeah.
to him, giving him
Good trade.
a Alvaro interrogator that won't do anything for Shogo, and this treasure scheming will also
Oh,
be a non-factor here for Shogo, really looking weak
yeah.
in terms of hand. He doesn't have anything really game breaking here in his singularity. So let's see. It's about, and that with that scanner probe there, it's gonna be really difficult for
Yeah, he
Shogo
needs
to
to get
draw
rid of it.
into his Demok. And we see here that Perp has so much pressure that even after
Okay.
a Demok or even after Shogo stealing something key from him, it's gonna be difficult for Shogo to come back from this one. So we have seen these players surprise us in many situations. So let's see if Shogo manages to get
Hmm.
it back from. But from the looks of it, the advantage is in Perp's side in terms of resources and in terms of board control. Gets that treasure scheming, probably stealing that Wong, which
Yeah.
Shogo won't be able to, like he will be able to play it, but I don't think it's the best decision in
No.
terms of
No.
getting that 5 damage. Will
No.
just make Perp closer to his goal. Perp running 2 Idian hammers in this deck. Well, he's just left with one because Shogo stole one of them. And yeah, this is what I was saying initially. This deck is super aggressive. Plays that corrupted logistics support cruiser.
Oh, yeah,
Getting
he needed to do that. The only thing is with that is that it's okay. He obviously needed to do it to get the scanner probe. The annoying thing there is that he took 3 damage, but then he healed for 4. So he basically just healed for 1. That would have been great if he could have maybe stolen stolen something like a painter in the later game and then played the painter, or look, the gunslinger, where he could have taken 1 damage and then healed. But that's something that is like at the back of his mind, the last thing on his mind, right in front of him are bigger problems here. And the trusty belt, we saw that yesterday, and we even made a clip of it, didn't we? We talked about it today. Trusty belt on this little dude here, the painter, is a real pain. Trusty pain, that's what he should be called, not trusty trusty pain.
Trusty Bane. Yeah, at this point, Perp has to be careful for a Demok here, which can appear at any moment. He doesn't have the scanner probe, and we see here that Shogo has that Wong. So the question is, how will Perp manage this situation? Is he going to start clearing stuff, or is he going to try to get that reach, attack phase, and try to get the lethal as soon as possible? He will bank the stabilized shard, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Probably playing, keeping it as it is right now to not overcommit the board to a possible Demok. Goes ahead and does that face damage with a slinger. He knows that he needs to close it up soon. He needs to wrap it
before
up
the demo comes. Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't
goes
seen the
ahead and
demo yet,
just
have we?
drop
Did he
that.
bank one?
Well, this is really good here. Now preventing that Wong that he knows that Shogo has in his hand from the treasure scheming. So it's about, let's see if Shogo high rolls here or not.
Needs to top
And that's
deck.
going to be
Yeah.
it. Let's
He needs
see.
to top deck a demo.
Let's see if Shogo manages to do it.
This will be
Still-
huge if he gets the demo.
Yeah, the thing is that Perp still has something to replenish his board that has that Ruined Tinker there and the Maya Mancer. However, he's running out of cards right now.
Yeah,
Let's
he
see.
is, yeah.
Is Shogo drawing the Demok? If he doesn't, I think it's Jover.
It's game over. Yeah.
And
What's he got? No.
No.
Did he just get the
wasn't
Whisperer?
that.
Was it just a
No, no, no.
Whisperer?
No, he got the Void
was it?
Trapper there.
Void
So
Trapper. Yeah.
it's absolutely Jover, guys.
Wow. Wow.
Nothing to do here
What a-
for Shogo.
what a-
Complete
again-
shutdown there. No
Yeah.
Wong. Mustard. Well, the thing that's the Wong doesn't even matter at this point because
No, it doesn't.
it's gonna.
Wow.
He was gonna just take 5 damage. There it is. Perp.
Oh
he
my
just
God.
went away.
What
He's
a
happy. First
turnaround.
time we see him
He's looking at the
Smile. He looks
looking at the
traumatized,
camera.
but he's
He
already
does.
in the finals. My
He
man.
looks like
Perp.
he just looks like he's been through like a round with Tyson and he's just ended up winning the world title. He can't believe it. He can't believe it. Insane.
Really.
Hello, Ali. Welcome
Oh,
back to the madness.
I'm back. Gosh, that was another fantastic series. I mean, yeah, that
Oh
look
my
in
God.
the camera at the end there was very
Yeah.
cute. But
Yeah,
We
he
gotta
was
clip
like,
oh
that.
man,
I got to the
he was like, I did it,
We gotta
fam.
clip
I
that.
did it.
Production
Into the
clip that.
finals. Well, and guarantees at least $10,000, so that's gotta feel
Wow.
guaranteed
pretty darn good.
$10,000.
Whew.
Yeah.
Huge.
Ugh,
Absolutely
and
huge.
I think we got ourselves a new clip. That Baron into what did we get?
Double Triumph of
Europa. Yeah,
Yeah.
into
Yep.
the Adira. I mean, that was such a hype
That
moment
was
in the
insane.
chat.
Yeah.
So some pretty incredible moments. Well played by Shogo, though. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was a lot of back and forth, I think, in
Yeah.
those matches. Some of those, like, Markolian, Augencore matches were very, like, chess-like, you know, the trades. It was fascinating to see. So we have ourselves a final, guys. We got
Yeah,
PURP
wow.
versus Zaratustraa coming
Damn.
up next. How you guys
Amazing
feeling
Oh.
about
fight.
it?
Yeah. Really good.
I can't wait. Honestly, can't wait to watch it. And I mean, this tournament has provided so many highs as they usually do, right? And I just love that we've got two great finalists now. I'm really keen to see what they play, how they play it. I can't wait, Ali. Ali, this is the first ever major. We've got our first ever parallel major finalist. This is huge.
This is
This
huge.
is
All
massive.
right, let's
Don't
take.
go anywhere.
Yes, let's look at the bracket real quick to see how we got our finalists here. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah.
we
All
go.
right, there we go. PURP taken out Shogo, Zara taken out feno, and we've got ourselves a finals, y'all.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited. It's gonna be a good match.
Yeah, good.
All right, so I think what we'll do is we'll let PURP take a breather before, you know, competing for the #1 spot here.
He needs to revive himself.
Exactly. Maybe drink some water, go to the bathroom,
Yeah.
you know, breathe for a second.
I mean, you can also say he's in a hot streak here. He's 3-1 in the last series in both of them. So he's absolutely balling compared to the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can we appreciate the fact that Universal Naeus, this like weird Augencore overclock, you know, that's getting through. It's pretty exciting stuff. All right, we'll take a break.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kingzo.
No, I just want to say that when I played against in your tournament, Ali, when I played against his Universal Augencore, I really felt in such a way that this deck commits so much pressure that even if you think you're gonna come back from it, it just keeps slamming you. And this is exactly what we saw in this match.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is it. This is the finals of the first ever Parallel League Major. $50,000 prize pool, $20,000 going to first place, 17 league points, and a guaranteed spot in the World Championship. A lot on the line. But honestly, second place, you're already doing great. $10,000 richer, an incredible amount of points as well. 11, like it's all up from here. But we've got a very, very exciting match about to happen. Muka, Desi, you're back. How are you feeling about it?
Jesse, you want to start?
Yeah, first of all, big shout out once again to the Echelon Prime Foundation for making this all possible with the prize pool. And yeah, history is about to be made here. The very first champion of Parallel for a major. There's a lot on the line, and PURP versus Zaratustraa. I couldn't have asked for a better finals myself. I'm excited.
Yeah, I totally agree. I like these two players, one having gone undefeated in Swiss and made it all the way to the finals. PURP proven everyone wrong that you don't got to bring what's standard. You can do what you think you do best and make it here. The dude freaking crushed it. And that's like, these are two sides of the same coin, and they're here in the finals to show which which ideology is best and who deserves to be, the first major champion in Parallel.
Yeah,
I
I
like
think
the way
that,
that you say
like-
ideology there as well. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, I think on PURP's side of things, like this is what it's all about. I mean, at least for me, like with card games, like it's the players that can really get innovative with their deck list and kind of take people by surprise. Like I think that is where so much of the glory comes in, is like kind of having a deck that is yours, you know, and then actually winning a tournament with it. I mean, how cool would it be if he takes this with his Universal Naeus? I mean, that would be just so cool.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. I mean, Perp has done it every single time, to be honest. Every single event he's in, he's brought something really, really wacky. And I think it's kind of funny because he has shown time and time again just how good Universal Naeus is. And it takes possibly getting to the finals of a major for people to catch on.
There's a bunch of us that are still gonna say it's not good, and we have to shut up at this point. He figured it out. The Eunaeus is here to stay. Give it the respect it deserved, and yeah, it's just doing well. The Augencore even, we had a crazy last match where with the Sestamir he was able to like really get some crazy vehicles that just that Shogo couldn't compete after those. You got the Earthbaker cannon and then the Cathari ship. Like those were really really rough to come back from. So he's playing them to his strengths and he's in the style that he wants, right? So he's doing it the right way.
Yeah. And to give a quick, shout to Zaratustraa, I mean, Muka, you said he was undefeated in Swiss rounds and also undefeated in our top 8 as well. So that's pretty impressive. So both of these players are very well positioned to take this and have a very compelling story for both of them. So I think we're about ready to show the bands. And anything different? Probably not. Gonna just stick with the strategy with what they've been doing.
Unless Zaratustra surprises us, I think it'll be like kind of similar. Uh, Perp is the only one that's stuck to his guns and banned the uni because he relies so much on this Augencore having not a bad matchup. So I think unless Zaratustra is like gonna try to surprise him with something, I think it'll just be the same that what we've been seeing.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of an upset to see the Augencore lose to Marco in the last series, but it wound up eventually carrying him through. So it was definitely some very good matches. I want to give another thank you to our sponsors for the event before we get into the match. We got Portal, Saga, Community Gaming, OpenSea, and of course, a very special thank you to the Echelon Prime Foundation. This is a $500,000 league, and all of this wouldn't be possible without the sponsors. So a big, big thank you to them.
Yeah, they made all of this possible, and we get to just geek out over this space card game and get to watch a crazy finals. I couldn't imagine like this being the case a few months ago, and from like that first tournament all the way to here, like to see how much has happened is like all the names that are starting to come together, all the people are starting to get like not just like fans, but like people are believing in other players and rooting for them. Even us as casters, we all have favorites, and then everyone that's watching has a favorite. Like that's cool. Like I would have never expected it to grow as fast as it's growing.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how people really make careers out of content creation too. Like a lot of players in scenes, they get their start by being really good competitive players, and then they take to streaming or making YouTube videos and that type of stuff. So we're in, the infancy of the parallel league, and it's going to continue to grow and grow. And I think one of the coolest things will be the World Championship, which will be an in-person event, and someone will be crowned that first ever champ. So we're well on our way to that. And if you do want more information about how to qualify yourself, I believe parallelleague.game is the website, so you can definitely go there for more information. And I do want to say, for those of you that are in chat right now, I think that we've got a giveaway from AI Rev for one of those red Lord Harps. So make sure, I don't know exactly when the giveaway is going live, but make sure that you are in the chat and at the ready to type whatever it is for a chance to win that giveaway.
Can casters enter that? Maybe I should
I know.
hop in the chat.
Yeah, just open your alt.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna be mad at us if we enter as well? Because casters didn't get Lord Harsh, so
We did not, unfortunately. So you might, if you see my name in there, just don't say anything.
Don't blame
Pay
us.
attention to yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah, a lot of
What have been
really
your
cool things. Uh-huh. Yeah,
oh, no, go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah.
Jason.
Sorry, Allie.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what have been your favorite moments so far? While we wait for Perp's cam to get fixed here, just favorite moments of the tournament.
Favorite
I
moments,
didn't
man.
I didn't freak out as much as I did with the last perp series, like him getting the Sestamir rolls and then his Adira, was it, no, the Baron Triumph combo, getting the
Yeah.
Adira and then hitting another Triumph. I was freaking out during those two moments, like really did it for me. So we're hopping into this first game. Thank you, Ali. Death
All
Seed,
right,
these
enjoy.
guys just locked in. We got
All right.
we got the Ogden Core from Perp, and Zaratustraa is bringing the brand. What are we thinking here?
Yeah, did you catch the bands? Was the Marco and Uni band or?
We'll double check, but I believe it was the
Okay.
same that we expected. Like I think Perp got rid of the Kathy, sorry, the Universal, and Zaratustraa getting rid of Kathy.
Yeah, this is gonna be a flashback from the match earlier on with Feno versus Zaratustraa, the brand versus Core. I think that was my favorite match thus far of the tournament. To answer Ali's question there, so yeah, well, we are gonna get another one here.
Hold up, I'm looking at the bands here. Okay, yeah. So it is what we expected. Zaratustraa does not have access to his Universal, and Perp does not have access to his Markolian.
Nice. Okay. All right. Perp with man, this list, I think that this is the hardest deck in the game to play against, and probably one of the hardest decks to play as well. I think any iteration of it, whether you're running the portable backpack card, whatever it's called, portable energy bay
Yep.
version with the memento of the fallen, or this one without it, kind of leaning more towards the upcycle technology. I think it's just like I generally have no idea what's happening most of the time. I'm just like, dude, what is
Yeah.
going on?
He's gonna really. I mean, the Sestamir is still good here because it's shielded and stuff. But what's really gonna
Mhm.
get him over the hump in this matchup are these turrets, right? So he has to try to get into these turrets that will stack up for all the effects played, and then he can really control the game from there. The Elvaros and stuff, they also help too, just because it is some extra ping damage. But I don't think it's like anything to write home about unless you have like multiple on the board.
Uh-huh.
So Perp is definitely gonna be looking for these turrets. What's nice is he does have the glaive too. Some of these standalone shielded guys, the MTAV is good too because that can pick off something. So it's gonna be it's like another like pretty grindy matchup.
Yeah, and to mention your point about all of the spell hates, all of the effect hate from the Ogden core, Zarathustra's hand is very unit centric, so that's going to
Yeah,
be extremely nice to open up with a 1, 2, 3, 4 from Zarathustra.
yeah. He plays one Spectre attack craft, if I remember correctly, and
Uh huh.
in like the games we've seen, it's really clutched out for him. Right, he's been able to just drop
Yeah.
it and get a ton of value from it, which I think, I mean, unless he banks it right now, I think he can
Yeah.
still do. He's considering like, do I hold on to this demo now?
Okay.
Maybe. I think he already got rid of one. I can't remember off the top of my
Man,
head. So, and he has the
that's so
Baron, so
rough.
maybe
I
he can
mean,
find something.
yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think it's a hard decision whether to just banish and get the Singularity Steward going, or get down your one copy of Spectre Attack Craft. This is going to be a
I
what's this
believe
card
it's
called?
called Volley
Vault.
Fire. Yeah. So it
All right.
basically picks one unit, and then will deal damage to it equal to the amount of units you have on the board plus one.
Yeah.
So this is gonna
Okay.
hit face for 3,
All
and you
right.
can just,
Classic.
yeah.
This is
That's
gonna get
actually
a get a little bit of damage in
better
there.
target, one extra ping, right?
Yep. Exactly.
All
Honor
right,
Steward come
hitting
in
the
this
honor.
hand here for Zarathustra.
That's really good. Perp doesn't have like he has the Saboteur is always, whenever I see that card, I'm like, why did he decide to pick this one?
Yeah, that one's
We
quite
haven't.
random in the list.
Yeah, I think he just wanted another body, maybe get rid of a drone printer if he had to go into the any matchup. Well, what relic? Shard, stabilized shard is the only other relic we've really seen, right? Maybe a fleet
Uh
support
huh.
if burn sticks. So he's like, let me just keep it in. But he's got the 3+1 here. That'll work pretty well. It won't kill anything, and hopefully it doesn't get banished. I mean, we know that there's a chance that Zaratustra just banishes this for more tempo, or he drops the
Yeah.
glaive, either or. But Perp is just looking for the pieces. There's that 1 point defense turret there, so if he can stack them up, then things can get going his way.
Yeah, and I think any moment that Perp draws an upcycle technology as well, it's going to be pretty easy to squeeze that in together with a hard linked pilot. Zaratustraa really going to look to hold on to this honor steward, I think, in order to deal with something like that. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to either wait for demo or you're gonna have to spend multiple effects to get rid of the shielded from the hardlink pilot, followed by actually removing it. So it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I like this Triumph of the Lost Bank here. I mean, against Augencourt, people he was probably thinking, like, doing the math, like, what cards can I even get from this? Because normally
Yep.
you're not used to this matchup. It's been a long time, and it's not too great. There's not many effects that this deck is playing. There are some relics, like you can take a turret, but then the turret's only like a 2 damage ping.
Yep.
You can't take upgrades, and there's no effects practically played in the deck at all. So he just banks it and gets to keep his Honored Steward. He can use the Honored Steward, like you said, on like an upcycle target or even the token that comes out this next turn, right? And keep pushing with his Steward. So all those together will line up pretty well. And his curve is lining up really good. Honored Steward, right? Into Wong if he
Oh
wants to,
yeah.
or into the brand.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if there should be more like Spectre attack crafts in the deck. I mean, Zeratusha opted to bank it this game, but it's just so powerful, just playing out units and getting control of the board as a brand deck.
Mm-hmm. Perp opting to go for his relics here. He doesn't want to play the what is the 3 cost? Oh my god, it's escaping me. The 3 cost Augencore card that decreases the counter.
The mechanic, I believe.
Assemblyman, Foreman. I
Assembly
No, that's the wrong
Foreman,
card.
George
I don't
Mechanic.
know.
I don't know.
I finally have found a
Billy.
card that I don't remember the name, and it's Billy. We don't remember Billy's name.
Yes.
Workshop Assembly Mechanic. That one was from Scout typing to us because we're idiots, but we remembered
Yes.
it. Yep, the Workshop Assembly Mechanic. He opts not to go for that now. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Maybe you want to get more tokens out faster, and you already know you're getting one this turn, and it won't be high impact. So maybe
Yep.
try to,
True.
keep churning later, like a turn faster. That
Yeah,
could
and
be
also
it.
having multiple units on board, I think, just not really that good into Assel's Glaive. So, I think one unit probably good enough for now.
Yeah. And here we go. We're bringing out the brand. He's gonna test it out. Can it stick? I mean, there's not many cards in Perp's deck that
Yeah.
can just stop this guy, right?
Is there what? It's essentially black market fixer. Is it if
I
he's
mean, yeah,
running
to
that?
deal with the tokens, but then like how many tokens are you gonna deal with? Like you need to like clear it and then anti-organic pulse it. That's probably the only
Yeah.
like clear way out. There's not too
Yeah,
much
Brand is
there to kind of
actually
stop it.
yeah, yeah, Brand is a really hard one actually for the Augencore deck to deal with.
Yeah, you're gonna have to kind
All
of hit
right.
an AOP into the tokens. I think that's like the main way. He draws the upcycled. I don't think we've seen any major targets for it yet.
No.
So he's gonna be playing this tempo game for a bit until he can find the main pieces he wants. I mean, what's good about this matchup is even if he kind of loses board a little bit, he can wipe. He has a board wipe, right? Normally, no
Yep.
other deck except for the Shroud has the board wipe. So these guys will kind of be fighting for it. And I think Perp will want to get an aggressive, good AOP out before Zaratustra can like demo, just because Unseen Allies is a card too, right? So you don't want to
That's
maybe give
true.
up too much.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Perp's hand here, it looks a little bit like I don't know, like a 1,000 piece jigsaw puzzle or something. Like, what in the world are we working towards here?
It's
We
a
have
it's
to
a
deal
big it's
with
a big toolkit.
yeah, yeah. We have to deal with both the brand and also the Assel's Glaive until we can find access to the upcycle technology with the AOP or just a hardcast AOP potentially.
Yeah, he's definitely fishing for something. He's got the turrets though, so at least that stops the effects. But when you
Yeah,
see Zaratustra's hand and like this is like units galore. Like this is what you want to see. Into 2 turrets, you just want to see a good board that can just make trades, get what you want done. He's kind of deciding how does he want to play this. Like Wong
yeah,
Adira, he can wipe the board without an issue, right? So, I think think he's opting to go for this Wong. Just keep his resources, plenty, not really worry about anything, and churn out anything that's not, getting him closer to winning.
Yeah, and there's so many weird things that can happen in this matchup as well. Like Adira could steal an upgrade, for example, which makes one of Zaratustra's units immune to AOP. Yeah,
Yeah.
just so many weird interactions that can happen since a lot of these cards actually have a have a little bit of a caveat. So anti-organic pulse will kill everything but upgraded units. So sometimes even it can be a one-sided board wipe for the Ogden Core.
Yeah, that's very, very true. I think you're spot on with that. And it looks like Zaratustra is not going to leave any board cards on the board. He doesn't want to risk, kind of what happened with Shogo, where he got a little too aggressive and was, Perp was able to capitalize on that by maybe, getting a piece he needed and throwing the upcycled on it and getting the trade he wanted. He's
Yeah,
not
really
getting the pieces he
interesting.
needs just yet, but Zaratustra's not giving him a chance.
Yeah, Zaratustra with a very interesting trade there. So choosing to damage Brand, getting another token into the Singularity over dealing 4 face damage when Perp is at 18. I think that's a really, really hard decision to make.
Yeah, I think he just, for one, it's kind of like, if I get AOP'd, because he could get AOP'd, he's like, might as well
Yep,
have a free board refill with it, right? Like, why do I have to just build my board myself when Perp can help do it for me?
true. Perp looking like he's saving the charges on the point defense turrets to potentially clear off one of the tokens if he so needs to AOP preemptively.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. Like, you could clear the glaive, but you don't even really have much of board to defend right now. You could
Yeah.
clear the Wong with the 2 turret punches and the token coming out. That could work. Maybe he's going to save yourself a bit more life, and it looks like that's where he's leaning. That could work. And then he can also trade here. Yep, he's going to drop the M-Tav. How does this work if they all have the same life, actually? I don't know this interaction.
I believe it's just random. The MTAV is going to get armed. Is that correct? As well.
It will get armed because it's going to get overclocked. So that's why he drops it down. So he'll be able to clear anything.
All
He
right.
gets the Keth. Double damage. Takes out the
Ooh,
glaive
that
there.
is going to be a double-edged sword.
Yeah. And then he'll be able to ping whatever is left. So that'll be probably the Harf. I mean, you don't want to kill Brand just yet, but maybe it's like, because like you're trying to limit damage, right? So if you kill the Brand, then there's 2 more tokens that come on board, and then that
I
kind of
mean,
defeats the purpose.
yeah.
But he goes Defender.
Okay.
Oh, did we mistake charges? We might have mistaken charges because of the stabilized shard. Those are the 2
Ah,
charges in the
yes,
shard. Yeah.
that's true. Okay.
Stabilized shard has 2 charges on it, so he only had 1 ping. So that's why he did the ping and dropped the M-Tab to get the clear. And he drops the defender because he can't really kill anything else. Maybe he can stop an attack, stem the bleeding a little bit. But yeah, Zaratustra's turn to make his next move.
Oh man, oh man. Yeah, so Zaratustra just wants to not fall behind on board while still hedging a little bit against AOP. Perp could have easily just, waited with his AOP, so no clear signal yet to go all in.
Yeah, I think looking at Zaratustra's hand, I'm kind of liking this idea of banishing here. You could double banish if you wanted. Um, I like the idea of Brand hitting the token and then banishing the MTAV. But
Mm-hmm.
it's time to start hitting face. Zaratustra is like, I need to make my move now while I can. And if I'm gonna use an effect, then I gotta make sure I'm hitting face.
Yep, I think so as well. 10 damage, a little bit too much to miss. I think last turn you can get one hit in Brand just to hedge a little bit, but then yeah, hitting with Brand twice into a unit, missing 8 damage. I think
It's a
that's a
lot.
little bit too expensive. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree with that one. That makes a lot of sense.
Right. One of the funny things about Parallel Muka is that I think in order to consistently draw a card, you have to have only one copy of it in your deck. Otherwise, multiple, having 3 copies of AOP, having 3 copies of Demolecularize, like where are they, to be honest?
Yeah, man. These guys are. He's purpose fishing, man. He needs it, and he doesn't have it. I mean, well, we got 4 damage to deal with on pings. You can't kill the brand, really. I mean, you probably just do another M tab, right? That's like all you got going. That's all we got going for us at this point.
Yeah, and Perp didn't really have access to the early hard-looked pilot together with ocular implant to get those additional
Yeah.
draws. Just kind of drawing naturally
Oh,
per
what is he going
for
for
one per
here?
turn. All right, upcycle
He's gonna kill his
technology.
own interrogator. But what is he getting? Did we miss a card?
I don't remember him banking Sesame. I don't remember him banking AOP.
Yeah.
So I don't know what else could be there in his bank,
All right.
but we
All right,
will
we're
find
all
out
in
in a
for a show on
moment.
this one. All right, he's popping both turrets here. What are we getting? What are we getting out of the surprise? Are we doing something or are we BMing a little bit?
Oh,
Oh,
there
there's a
is a
Sesame.
Sesame.
All right,
Okay,
we're bad. We're just bad. I don't know.
Sesame's in
Was
there.
there an LSC that we missed it? Did we really miss it? I wonder when he
Oh,
played it.
that's an interesting combo. I didn't even think about LSE being able to bank cards, having synergy with the upcycled technology. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the first time that casters have missed something like this. So cut us some slack. We do our best.
Mm,
And he gets the Sesame out, he clears the Wong. I mean, he's stopping himself a little. You see this trusty belt coming on the
yeah, look at
brand.
that.
That's
So
gonna do a
it's
number. That's gonna end the game.
yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna end the game. Vanish there. Yeah, Sestamir, it is really weak to this brand. With the ship, he
yeah,
just brings a ship. He just Perp is a magnet for ships, man, uh, on the Sestamir. But Zaratustra gets game one, and that Sestamir, while it was a great pickup with the upcycled, was not enough, right? Zaratustra was able
yeah.
to just get a lot of good unit pressure on the board that Perp just didn't draw any answers into.
I mean, even with an AOP at that point, I don't. I mean, he would have had four damage worth of point defense turret pings in order to clear the largest token. But yeah, I think that was really hard. Brand needed to go into potential Sesmir, I think, and then Herb would have also had to fade an Honor Steward. So a lot of
Yeah,
things needed to happen there, I think.
Yeah, even if he figured a way to deal with his board, Zara had so much in his hand. Like, we were just watching what was on board, but his hand was filled with Adira and all these units. It was very, very strong. And Zaratustra getting the win with Brand, a Paragon that we've seen some people struggle with, some people make it look easy, right? So ended up
Sure.
working out for him. I mean, against Fino, he almost lost because he couldn't lock it in, right? And then on this one, he's able to sneak in the win.
Yep, for sure. Really, really interesting the way that Paragons and Parallels line up, I think, in Parallel. A lot of times you just have like these matches that are so weird. Other times you have like these matches that are so free. And yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that Parallel does really, really well. There's just a lot of variety and a lot of strangeness depending on what your Parallel is or your Paragon is into certain matchups.
100%. With that said, I think Perp is kind of lined up to bring Augencore again. If he sticks to his thesis, it's good
Yeah.
into the Catherine, right? Yes, he lost the last set, but it was very close. But I guess on paper, in his head, it works. And then the Naeus, he can beat the Naeus also with it, right? So, I think it's a good deck to lock in again if he believes in it, and he does. He
Yeah, I
locks in
think
the
so.
Augencore again. Zaratustra
I
trying
mean,
to,
this Augen, yeah.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, this Augen core, I think if you really look at it, it's almost like an anti-Catherine deck. Everything in
Yeah.
there is just like I hate Catherine,
Yeah.
I hate Catherine, I hate Catherine. And even better, I think, versus the unit version. So the point defense turret is going to be a little bit weaker versus the unit version, but the AOP, the anti-organic pulse is going to be much, much better.
Tustra is going to really need a lot of pressure before these up cycles come into play. You even see Perp having one in his opening hand with the hard length. He's like, "Do I just keep this?" But he's opting to
Yeah,
mulligan. He's going to
thinking
try
about
to
it.
play more for tempo. Only going to keep the mechanic there, the assembly mechanic. Zaratustra in his opening hand does not have the triple one drop though. Something to take note of.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard. I think Perp opting to keep both 3 drops. It is quite expensive, in my opinion, to keep double 3 on the draw versus a Catherine deck. So we'll have to see how that plays out for him. Um, and yeah, I mean, they kind of don't even work that well together because if you go logistics support cruiser, then next turn you actually have access to 5 mana. So you're technically floating a mana unless you're doing the pay 2 for the overclock.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Both
so I'm
these
just kind of
guys.
wondering. Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of
What
wondering
are you
when
wondering? What are we
the
wondering?
yeah, wondering when the mechanic actually comes down. Like, so
You probably just do it right into. I mean, you have the option right with the uh, LSC. Like, yes, it gives you the energy to
mhm,
float, so then you can pair something with a glaive, which goes well, and then you can MTAV clear, and then just speed up the next token that you get. Right, not the first round of tokens,
yeah,
but the second round of Augencore tokens. I think that curve lines up really well. AOP here for that upcycled later. This is a this is a good hand on perp side. He just needs to,
yep,
kind of survive it out. And what's really clutch here is that he's able to kill one of those bannermen. We've seen what happens when 2 Markolian bannermen go are
yep.
let a loose unhinged and just wreaking havoc on the board. So at least being able to kill one is definitely pretty good. Zaratustra does draw into some other cards, like he has the Hearth now, because it's a kind of a in a Kathy board, this is kind of underwhelming. Yes, he has good
Yeah.
things, but he's not like really piling the pressure here.
Yeah, a little bit too much tech here for this point in the game. Zaratustra is gonna look for something, to do that's a little bit better than this. At least next turn, he does have Catherine locked up. I think that's a hard unit for the Augencore to deal with as well. So Catherine should be doing some work. This turn, as you mentioned, is a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah.
He could even consider to just harv PS8 right now, grow this Bannerman a little bit, expect point defense turret to come down at some point, making growing the Bannerman a little bit more difficult too. But he's an opt to bank that.
Yeah, he's holding onto the knife and the repurposed hardware. The hardware probably helps him get over like a token or something that gets an upcycled attached to it. And the knife is there to just like, grind it out a bit. I don't know. I mean, I liked the PS8 play, but maybe I'm thinking about it a little too hard, and it was fine to just bank the PS8. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to consider, I think, here, Muka, because the memento as well is going to be a failsafe to play into the AOP turn because it will let something survive. So, either you have to choose to keep your tech cards here for the potential future, or to grow this Bannerman uh, for the immediate circumstance.
Yeah, for sure. Man, this is actually pretty good, right? I mean, he really likes those tech cards. You see him hovering over. He doesn't want to bank them, but he does
Yeah.
have like Miasmance or Trigger Happy Trooper. That's a pretty good combo, right? You kill the LSC, no draw, and then you can keep pushing more pressure. I'm just a little worried that Zara is going a little slow. Like,
Yep.
maybe he jams the Kathy here to do more damage, but it does feel like we're going a little slow.
It's hard because you don't even want to run this Bannerman into the cruiser because then your Bannerman can get picked off.
Yeah,
So basically,
he's not
you're
even gonna do
between
it.
a Catherine 50-50 so that the damage is not marked on the Bannerman, or to preemptively just play the Memento to uh to get a better trade there. I
Yeah.
mean, I guess you could also take this line here and just say, okay, well, goodbye Bannerman.
Goodbye, Bannerman.
Um,
I don't like this. I feel like this route is kind of weird. We saw Perp's hand and we were talking about like, oh, like if this lines up, and then
uh
Zaratustra just like was like, hey, I'll take it easy on you, so you can get to the point where you have to like make a lot of these like, get all this curved stuff out, right? And it feels like now
yeah.
Perp will be able to really set up like, yeah, we'll see how the next few turns go, but to me, it feels like he'll be able to get the pieces he needs to take over this game if he like, if it lines up that way.
Yeah, it's interesting because keeping the repurposed hardware means that you can get through 3-6 defender cleanly, but at that point, if you don't have things on board anyways, like kind of what's the point? So, and the repurposed hardware, I think oftentimes it will not really be able to play around an upcycle technology because oftentimes it's on a a hard linked pilot, which has
Yeah.
shielded on it. So, um, yeah, I think that's a pretty big gamble. So we'll have to see how that works because once again, the PS8 launcher means that this Bannerman would be sticking around, which I think is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I agree. And let's see what he rolled on his mechanic here. He does get the buffed up 2-5 that becomes a 3-6. We cannot see what upgrade he hit yet until someone rolls over it. There we go. A scanner array. All right, nothing to worry about. That one is okay. We're okay with that. And looking at
Scanner
Zaratustras'
array.
turn, nothing's. I mean, the Wong is the only thing that's super clean. Like we're talking energy
Yep.
wise, but like I don't know. It. I'm like staring at this memento and repurpose hardware, and I just keep thinking like, when are you planning on using this? Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like it's lining up, and he's kind of forcing it now, right?
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, that's one thing about parallel, and it's awkward, right? A lot of times, if you draw your Ingrid, for example, sorry, not Ingrid. You never bank Ingrid, but if you draw your Freitas, for example, early, sometimes she's got to go to the bank, as painful as that is. And I think that's a situation here that could have been the case for Zarathustra. Opportunity cost is extremely high here, so we'll have to see how it pans out. Wong comes down, buffs himself as per usual.
Yeah, greedy Wong. We're not being a little generous as we were yesterday. He's holding all the buffs for himself, and Zaratustra looking to just clear up this mechanic and give the Kathy 50-50 to hit face. Definitely wants to get as much pressure in as possible to try to end this game. This is
Nice.
slowly feeling like it might end up like how the unit Catherine does into like Shroud if they can't clean it up, and then a board wipe happens, and then they're just struggling to find the units. We do see the Triumph of Mars though, so that would enable Zaratustra to get a good refill and keep pushing if he needs to. So that's a good pickup.
Yeah, pretty good. Next turn, Zarathustra having the option to go logistics support cruiser into Astel's Glaive if he so chooses. However, Perp could potentially have AOP at the ready. So
He looks like
we'll
he's
have to
about to
see
set up a
here.
Sestamir. I think he's about to set up a Sestamir.
All
He just
right.
ganked the Sestamir. He's putting the upcycled on. Gonna smash into some a little, a Wong here.
Yeah, do we smash into the Wong? All right, we do. I mean, if you were really greedy, he could just hit into the heart, you know. But
But
yeah, plays on this repurposed hardware.
he's got to
Zarathustra,
clear it.
if he does, yeah. If Zarathustra actually does manage to pick up something like a PS8 launcher, I
Eh,
think that could be really
He
good.
banked a
Otherwise, it's gonna be
Miasmancer
hard.
though. This would have been perfect, right? Miasmancer here, but he ended up banking one. Oh, that's a top deck and a half. He's getting it.
Ooh,
Was that him moving his?
Zarathustra.
Was he just moving his cat off him? He's like, listen, I gotta win this game. You need to get
Yeah.
out the way, bro. I need some space. I cannot afford a misclick in this match right now.
All right. The best
This
draw
is
on the
gonna be
deck, I'm
good.
pretty sure.
This is gonna be good. This is the big one that he needed. That PSA into repurpose hardware. He held this for God knows how long, since the beginning of the game, and now he's able to finally get its use case and send that repurpose back. That's a big buff, not buff, but like swing for him, so that
Yep.
he can play this game a bit more aggressively. He doesn't have to worry about the huge defender. Now Perp has to find an AOP.
Yeah, and I mean, Perpa is going to be a little bit slow on the AOP. He's somewhat forced into playing the logistics support cruiser next turn in order to even threaten the AOP. Uh, Zaratustra looking like he's going to go ahead and bank the Triumph from Mars. That seems kind of insane to me. What do you think about that, Muka? Like, I was thinking about
Uh,
just banking Assel's Glaive.
he draws off the LSC, so maybe he just I don't know. Like this memento, I think should have been banked. Like there was never a board for it, and this it is grindy, but it's not grindy like he has so many units you got to run into. I mean, maybe with this defender, but that's about to come out. But even then, like if it's the 2-5, then you lose a unit. I don't think it's gonna be a defender, so
Yeah,
it's gonna be tough.
I mean, once again, the memento of the fallen next, like say say Perp goes logistics support cruiser, threatens 8 mana next turn for the anti-organic pulse. So Zaratustraa could just slap that upgrade onto Catherine, preventing Catherine from dying to AOP. So I think that that's kind of what he's thinking about potentially.
That is true also. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Okay. I can take that. I think it would be cool if Perp lines up the hard linked with a kill switch maybe. He's going to go for the
Okay.
mechanic and try to roll for something. Maybe okay, he gets an ocular, not the best roll unfortunately. I kind of liked
I
the
mean, if
kill
it
switch
does,
idea cuz it's like a defender, and then if it gets
yeah.
cleared, you can kill off the Catherine. But he is going, he's gonna have 4 units on board. That's pretty solid too. Catherine doesn't have a clear way out to kill here, and because he went defender though, Zaratustraa will make me shut up and be able to use his knife and trade a little bit
Hmm.
more cleanly. I mean, how
I
does
mean,
this
it's not
work
even
with
that clean,
Syndrolon?
right? Yeah, it's not even that clean. I mean, what one of the things about the hardlink pilot play is it does run into my Asbanter. So
This
my
works with knife. This is
Asbanter,
clean.
yeah, this is clean. All right, so that is gonna be 7 damage. Does he want to do? Okay,
He wants to
so
draw.
either way, it's yeah. I mean, this is better so that your harp sticks around, right?
Yeah.
You're actually sorry, your harp does not stick around.
Yeah, it dies. Both these guys are dying either way. But this gets rid of the
Uh,
defender. And you can
were they
drop
dying
this
either way?
fat knife on your Catherine. Catherine's gonna stick around now. Perp finally drawing the AOP and seeing this knife go on Catherine is not what you want to see. That is a 9/9 Catherine baddie. Like, you're in trouble.
Yeah, so the other way he could have done it was put on Heart first, but then the logistics support cruiser would have the memento, which would be worse against AOP. So I really do like the way that he did that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was good.
This is gonna be rough. I mean, uh he played that really well. Like, he knew what the cards were
Yeah.
there for and he got to use them, right? Yes, he banked some cards along the way that could have been helpful, but having that strategy in mind and playing to that path has definitely worked out for him now. And now this Catherine gets to wreak havoc and is just killing things.
I mean,
Herb has to
I
figure out his.
mean, yeah. So I mean, even though this
Oh wait, we have kill
Catherine
switch though.
is
Sorry.
immune, yeah, exactly. Even though Catherine is immune to this AOP, we do have access to kill switch. So I think this one copy of kill switch in Herb's deck is,
That
yeah,
was that's
super smart.
yeah, ended up being really good here because now he can clear Catherine. He can run his LSC in and draw. That's pretty dang clutch.
It's so good. It's so good. And also Catherine didn't go face or hit the mechanic guy.
Mechanic.
Mechanic guy
Yeah, yeah. It
Billy.
hit the target painter. So that was pretty
Yeah.
clutch. So I think this is gonna be a pretty good turn. He's going for the M tab first. I mean, I don't think it
Tap first.
matters regardless, but maybe he just wants to see what he rolls.
Yep.
Gets the ocular, that's a good draw.
It's gonna draw
All right.
immediately.
Gets a shard. Shard probably bank at this point. Yep. That kill switch on that
Wow.
bad boy. Nice little 2-for-1 over here with the card draw.
That's insane.
That's clean. That's a
I
clean
mean,
hit.
that's the thing in parallel, right? Like Kill Switch got nerfed, then nobody played it anymore. Radis and Ingrid got nerfed, and then nobody's banning Universal anymore. Like, yeah, cards can still be good even if they get
Yeah,
nerfed.
they all have situations. I mean, the kill switch used to be just so good because you could salvage it, but with the buff, people still didn't want to play it. But it ended up being perfect right now in this situation. Zaratustraa draws into a rallying cry. That's a good hit if you're gonna want to hit something.
All right. Well, I mean, he has
Ruin
to decide if
Tinkerer,
he
Ruin
wants his
Tinkerer,
Centralon.
knife.
Yeah. Rinseeker knife. I mean, he
Enderlon
has
is
to decide if he wants a Centralon, right? Like Centralon deal 3 damage to everything, then drop a mercenary gunslinger, followed by the Catherine's rallying cry. I think he kind of
that is a
has to
board
do it,
wipe.
right?
Yeah, that is a board
Yeah, I
wipe.
think he has to do it. But yeah, Perp looking like he's in the driver's seat.
Yeah. I think Zara also is trying to decide about the Syndrolon. Like, hey, this is a unit that can hit face. Like, maybe I
That's
should
true.
Maybe I should just, you know, start taking a playbook from my burned brother and my burned brethren and just, you know, faces the place. You can have your units. I'm just gonna end the game.
Yeah, there's also this line where he goes mercenary gunslinger. Okay, he's
We're
just gonna
going
go face
face.
actually.
We are going.
I
We're
was thinking about
racing.
I was thinking about hitting the mechanic, and then make Centralon a 5/5. Then you can
Yeah.
also get
Is he gonna put knife on
Central
this
City.
gunslinger in case it dies?
That is interesting,
Oh
actually.
my god, he's
That's
gonna do it. No, he's
oh,
not.
okay. He's not
Okay,
gonna
okay,
do
he's gonna
it.
rally after. I was gonna be like, that is like some big brain. I need damage play. Like, I don't know if I would recommend that, but let's see.
Yeah.
How many ruined tinkerers can we hit right now? That'd be good. But we know there's an AOP, right? So AOP cleanly will let Perp's units stick on the board.
Yep.
That's a
Basically,
big problem.
basically casting Raigeki here. Yeah.
That's a big problem. Raigeki for our Yu-Gi-Oh friends. Free board
Yeah.
wipe on your
We need.
opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, we need more Yu-Gi-Oh players in parallel for sure.
Oh yeah, we definitely do. I actually came, you know, not came from Yu-Gi-Oh, but that was my TCG come up from was Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
I missed that. I missed that card game for what it once was. Perp here. What are we drawn to? Another AOP. This is good. I mean, back-to-back board wipes is pretty clean right now. You don't have to worry about too much. Just let your units that are. I mean, he even draws with the M-Tab, right? So it's not like he's full on card advantage and will be able to wipe out, you know, these boards. Zaratustra at this point desperately looking for something that can, you know, end the game. But this build does not have
I don't even
orbitals.
know.
This is not your burn deck. So this is where the unit starts to struggle when it cannot keep a board up for more than a turn.
Yeah, I mean, going back to banking the Triumph of Mars and then eventually just banking the Assless Glaive anyways, it felt like, man, it felt like he needed just a little bit more. And I think that, um, I don't know if it would have sealed the deal, but just having a little more card advantage with Triumph of Mars would have been
Yeah,
pretty nice, I think.
definitely got a little greedy there. And this knife, this, you know, I can finally say it, you know, I told you so. The knife did not end up working as well as it was wanted. He's still holding on to it. This knife is his way to get out of jail free card. And he's looking at some damage on the face, not enough to be lethal. So maybe he just holds on to the base and tries to see what happens.
I mean,
I mean,
what
it
in
would
the
eat two
world
hits, which
can
is
he
pretty
draw?
good. There's a triumph
All
that can
right,
help.
Triumph. Okay, Triumph into
Triumph can
what
help.
here, Muka? I love the moving
Cendrillon.
the cat every like 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's like please, I need you to go. This is not the chill time. This is not ladder. This is finals. We got to pay attention. All
Right?
right,
Herb gonna
Burp
be mounting the
locking in
offensive now.
another turret. He says he's like, please play Triumph. He's recognizing that Triumph is an out, and he's
Yep.
like, I welcome it. Just do it. It'll end the game faster. There's nothing. This board is oppressive. It is extremely like disheartening to see this as a Kathy player when you have a Triumph in your hand. So I don't know. I don't think Zara makes it out of this. I think it's over.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a different story if it were Burn Kathy, since the point defense turrets came extremely late, but this is
Yeah.
gonna be the last turn that Zaratustra has.
Let's
See what
see
he can do.
what can we roll into anything. Can't think of any card that gets
I
you out of
don't
this
even know.
situation. Nope, those aren't it for sure. He's gonna hit concede. Perp gets a win on the universal. On the Ogden Core. Excuse me for that. You got to give respect to the Ogden Core bring. And now we're at 1-1. I mean, like I said, Perp had I think the deck lined up well on paper to what Zaratustraa was bringing, and it ended up doing good. Now he has to figure out how do you clean up the rest of the game. What do we think in Death Sea?
Ooh, all right, so Markolian and Naeus left for Zaratustra. Naeus and Brand left here for Perp. It's a hard one to say. I think that, I mean, if you queue Naeus and then Zaratustra also queues Naeus, that is going to be pretty rough. Even if you're Uni Naeus, for Zaratustra to be on the play, it's a hard one.
How does Eunaeus do into Catherine?
how does Eunaeus do into Catherine? I think Eunaeus has a really, really hard matchup against Unit Catherine. I think that's probably the worst matchup on the board here. So probably going to be queuing up the New Dawn, I think. But it's not
Yeah.
like New Dawn. New Dawn does have a better matchup against Unit Catherine for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Overall, I've seen that.
New Dawn. I mean, his build, Perp's build, doesn't have like PS8s or anything, but it does have the Venerated Raider and things like that. So he could squeeze away some of that early game pressure away from Zaratustraa, and then you could end up in the same scenario technically, where like the demos start coming out and Unit Catherine can't
Yeah.
build a board anymore. That does happen. Like it's not an unknown thing that happens. So I think New Dawn is probably Perp's best pick. Zaratustraa, like, listen, let's not depend on the Naeus yet. Let's just lock in the Catherine. Do what Catherine does best, and just just get that win.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, if you don't queue up the Catherine, you also risk letting in the Universal Naeus, I think. So, yeah, I think it's got to be Catherine, and for Perp, probably going to be a safer pick just picking New Dawn.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see. And we were kind of right. Zaratustraa called this a meta read or not, but he opts to swap for the Naeus, and we have seen some Naeus take out the Shrouds, right? So if he can draw this really aggro lineup, really push through the damage, and push through the removal at a fast enough pace, he could lock in the win.
All right, let's see how aggressive these players' hands can be. A lot on the line here, Muka.
Yeah, this is going to be a pivotal match. I think I definitely do not want to be on the losing side of this, because then the draft, I don't feel like, goes your way, especially if you're Perp. If you lose, if Naeus is supposed to be the weakest deck, right? So if it gets out here,
Yep.
then you have to beat Unit Catherine twice. That's tough. You know what I mean?
That's
And
an uphill
then for
battle for sure.
yeah, for Zaratustraa, you don't want to be stuck on this Naeus. You want it to win so that you can keep moving forward from here, right? It's a really good position for Zaratustraa if he wins with this Naeus. So for both these guys, this is, in my opinion, like the biggest deciding match.
Wow, Zaratustraa not only on the play, but has a fantastic hand. You love seeing Striker and a Magna on 3. And opting to bank the Triumph of Europa to prevent Perp from getting actually any sort of value off of Triumph of the Lost.
Yeah, yeah, we've seen the early Triumph banks before, and it makes sense. I mean, a lot of these cards don't make it into your waste, for one, and then two,
Yeah.
Triumph of the Lost hurts a ton. So you definitely gotta, really push for more board presence over pushing for, this like high roll kind of thing that might not happen. So I like the decision.
Yeah, all right. Valerie's Standard Bearer coming down. This one does have to be answered most of the time. Otherwise, you're going to have a really, really bad time against Naeus.
Yeah, yeah, and
Ooh,
there we see it. There we see
Erasure.
the answer. That's a good
All
answer. You
right.
could even no, you can't play Harp with that. You gotta just jam it. No standard bearer for you.
Yeah, it would work if it's a red Harf.
Yeah, red red Harp is -2 energy cost for effects.
Yes.
All right, he draws into a Void Trapper. This is looking pretty good for Perp. This is what you want to see, right?
Yep.
Zaratustraa drawing that PS8, that will help a little bit, but I mean, then you have to bank one of these good cards. The Asian Subjugate isn't too great into the Shroud matchup, but the Standard Bearer is kind of same thing, but a weaker
Yep.
body. So I don't know. I mean, maybe killing the Engine Whisperer is good.
Dude,
But
I
he's gonna
like
opt for the
this.
Subjugate.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah, let's just play the Subjugate. Magna, not really that good yet. And if the Subjugate sticks, Magna can get an extra buff on that.
Yes.
Potentially taking out a Spectre Attack Craft even.
Yep, exactly. What's nice about the Subjugate too is that it does mill cards, and if you draw into a Triumph of Europa, it's more of a chance it becomes live, right? Because the Subjugate is milling some of those cards for you. It's the only way to pretty much do it in this matchup. So if he can have it stick for maybe, more than a turn and get like 2, 3 good mills, then draws into a Triumph, that could really, really come in handy.
My apologies to the viewers, by the way. That is indeed a red Harf. It is going to the bank. Yeah, that's what I apologize for, by the way. Not like the hundreds of times where I'm wrong or I'm confused why New Dawn can play demolecularize, but Neve can't.
But
Yeah.
we do see this lineup is actually super clean right here, right? He can
Wow.
Magna into the PSA, clear both units, and he'll
Yep.
get a mill, right? So if that's a mill for the Triumph, that could all come in handy. All these pieces are coming together.
Yeah, looking like Triumph of Europa gonna have to be played anyways by Zaratustra, as much as you don't want to fuel Triumph of the loss, but a lot of times you just gotta play your cards, whatever the game gives
Yeah.
you.
You just gotta play. You just gotta play to win. Whatever it gives you, you play it out. Um, Shout out to Zaratustra for reading the notifications and not accidentally buffing the Spectre attack craft, instead buffing his Magna
It's
and
an
killing.
easy mistake.
Desi, I'm sure you have a story on how you learned about that interaction.
Oh
But
yeah.
he did
Luckily,
it well
Luca,
here.
that one. Yeah, that one I learned because Fino kept on doing it.
It wasn't you. It
'Cause-
wasn't you. You
yeah,
learned. You learned through
exactly.
someone else's mistakes.
Exactly. To be human.
Yeah, that's solid. Let's see, where are we at now with Perp? Perp has the Honored Steward. It's okay, right? It's not super great here. We can't see
Yeah.
Zara has not checked his waist earlier yet, right? I want him to look at it because I want to see how's this how are we looking on this Triumph lining up? Because that's actually kind of important right now. We're at turn 5. You have the chance to like really put in a ton of pressure, but maybe you hold off on it until emo, but that seems way too long.
Ooh. I mean, you could technically just bank the subjugate, the cunning Scipion here, hold on to this PS8, and then go for the Triumphal Loss next turn with the PS8 to cover it. Is that
Yeah.
unreasonable? I mean,
Uh,
hard to
I
say.
mean, it's hard to say. I don't think Perp has played any units that are like super scary yet, so part of me is kind of like max greed ideology, but he's leaning towards your way. I think we're gonna see Aeneas hit the board then, if that's the case, and he'll play Triumph and cover with a PS8. That's my guess. Yep, he's trading. He's like, you can have this subjugate, whatever. This Magna will hit face. Nice little 4 damage. We dropped Aeneas. Yep, yep. And you're right. He's gonna cover. No, wait. Okay, hold up. Let's calm down, Zaratustra. He's gonna.
I mean,
He's
you
gonna.
have to cover. Yeah, you have to cover.
Yeah. What are
None
you
of my
doing?
homies. Okay.
All right, we're good. We're good. We're
None
good.
of my
We got a
homies
little scared,
PSA
playing with our
launcher
emotions
with
a
this
little bit.
support booster.
Yeah,
Yep.
my homies definitely do that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So no, this is a great spot to be in now, right? I mean, unfortunately, we will lose the Asian subjugate, but Adira,
Alright, Vera.
please, perp, please don't do it to us again. But
And
we
Adira.
might get an Adira life siphon with some crazy. I think you're gonna see Honored Steward. Like let's calm down our expectations a little bit for this turn. Honored Steward
I
into life
mean,
siphon seems pretty clutch.
yeah, it does seem pretty clutch actually. I think you're right, Muka. I don't think that we're allowed to go Adira here. Unfortunately, I
Adira here
mean,
would
we
be
know that Zara.
crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we do know that Zaratustra has banked one of the Triumph of Europas, which Perp does not know.
Yeah,
I wouldn't blame him for being mana efficient, but it's like
he's doing
it's
it.
not it's not like you're gonna be mana efficient next turn anyways. I think so. All right,
Yes.
they're gonna spin the wheel here.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Did he hit a
He hit
hammer? He hit a
hammer.
hammer? Yo, what is going on? It's the second time we've seen this in the set. Not in this set, but in this tournament. And he gets a hammer. That is a good
That's
hit.
crazy.
That's a really, really good hit. But what does end up being a pro for Zaratustra here, I want to keep in mind, is that
Mhm.
now his Triumph of Europa is set up. This is a clean Triumph of
Yes,
Europa PSA turn. It's extremely clean.
a little bit too clean.
Little too clean for my liking here.
Yeah.
I need a little dirty. Give us some tabulas in there, maybe.
Yeah, it's like sometimes when you're super hammered, like you don't want a nice fancy pizza. Like you want that Pizza Hut or the Papa John's, right? Like just that dirty,
That's
dirty.
me. That's me sober. That's me normally. So maybe I'm the
I
wrong
like
person
it.
to ask, but I totally understand what you're talking about, and I agree. This is a little too clean, but damn, this is good. Yeah, just make it
All
a
right.
yeah. What do we do? 3+2 instead of 2+3. I actually don't know the
Yeah.
answers to this debate. I kind of like three
I
plus
don't I
two
don't
because
know
then you can
either.
buff the standard bear.
Yeah, I
Then we
mean,
go into
I think
Magna
in this
or face.
situation, yep, I like it because you have exactly one turn uh before demoleculize comes down to ruin your
That's
career.
that's true.
So get as much damage in as you can.
Yeah,
Call
this
your
is gonna
mom,
be
tell her
tough.
you love her.
We know that there's an honored steward to stop this. There's a demo to stop it later. So Zaratustra, despite having a good setup and stuff, there's a chance that he can't finish.
Yeah, I think if Zaratustra can find a Harf somewhere, whether that's well, we know the perp has already banked his Harf, so he won't be able to
Yep.
get that off the scanner probe. But if a if a Harf comes off of a Triumph of Europa, for example, he does have one left in the deck, or just off the top, that is going to be able to break the Demoleculize. Otherwise, he is going to have to probably hold some stuff back.
Yeah, without a doubt. Man, this is gonna be a tough few turns. But I think if I'm perp, I think I feel kind of okay. Like the hammer's gone too, right? That's huge.
Yeah, that
He
is
makes
huge.
a Kalar.
That's
Hello?
pretty good. I mean,
That's
he
pretty
can't
good.
really play that at the
No, not
moment.
this turn, but in general, I think that's a pretty clutch card to get. Like, if things get bad, you just drop that dude proactively and then kind of just run it into something.
Yeah, I mean, one of the awkward things in Shroud is that one of the few times that Life Siphon is actually just worse than PSA Launcher is when you're trying to kill your own Kalare.
Yeah, that is true. Raider into an Asian subjugate. That one was an easy bank, and he's just going to end his turn here. Zaratustra has the chance to put 6 damage on board. 7 if he scanner probes here. I mean, he could buff it with the Asian
What's that?
subjugate.
What's that relic that Purpose Drew called again, Muka?
Let me see when we get to wait, he has no relic. He has Miasmancer. Oh, we're talking about Paradox.
Uh,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
Paradox. Yeah, yeah.
Paradox. That's
He
right,
steals an
Paradox.
honored steward. That's a good hit. Sorry,
That's
I
that's
was lost in
pretty
the sauce.
good.
That is a really good hit. Paradox.
I mean,
I mean, in this matchup, it's kind of okay because you can banish like the units for Triumph of Europa not being live.
mhm.
But aside from that, it's not that great. I would assume it gets banked. It's more for the steward getting buffed.
Right. Zaratustra saying that he can't even play around Demoleculize at the moment.
All right. The honored steward,
Ooh.
get your Magna back.
Magna does not trigger, unfortunately. An extra card would be nice here.
Yeah, he's gonna buff, just get a little bit more damage in. I don't know. I mean, I guess I understand playing the honored steward but you're gonna get demoed, right? He knows that.
Yeah, it's hard because Perp did it really, really well. He set it up in a way that if Zaratustra does not commit, then there's a chance that he can just come back with like some spot removal, maybe playing a life siphoner or something like that. Um, so yeah, demoleculize the Shroud's anti-organic pulse.
Yeah, there we go. Demolecularizes out. That's a full board wipe. Zaratustra, you gotta start at go again, my friend, but you don't get to draw 2. You gotta figure it out.
Yeah, I really like Perp's lineup. Basically, all of his decks, including the Catherine, have board wipes in them. So, I guess the one deck that does not have it is going to be the Universal Naeus. But yeah, you can't have it all. But yeah, really well positioned in a meta where everyone brought Naeus, everyone's bringing Unit Catherine, and you just have a lot more good matchups, I think, across the board.
Yeah, he opted to go for a lot of these board clears and kind of like grindy deck lists that if you try to meet him with the grind, he'll just reset the game and get the win. And we've seen him do it, with the Ogden Core. We're seeing him doing it with the New Dawn now, and it's tough. Like, what I guess he's trying to map out the rest of his strategy before he ends his turn. Zaratustra drawing into the Tabula Rasa, but no major cards he can hit with that.
Yeah, man, an 80 hammer in the
Would have
bank
been
would have
great
been
if
so
there's a
juicy.
hammer there, man. You thinking how I'm thinking. If there's Hammer there, that would have been crazy.
I think it's so funny. Like Adira gets better the better your opponent's deck is. Yeah,
Adirian
just
stealing
nailing the
Hammer
most
is
expensive card.
tragic. Like Hammer here would have been excellent, absolutely
Yeah,
excellent.
so good.
But Zaratustra is gonna probably bank this Tabula. There's no targets he can hit, and he doesn't have enough
All
cards that
right.
will let him get to that
Yeah,
energy level. I think you just
a
drop
little
the
bit of
2-1. Like,
David versus
what are we worried about?
a little bit of
There's
David
a
versus
Triumph.
Goliath
That's pretty
here.
good.
All right. Is Domina still around?
We saw Lambie in a similar situation yesterday, right? Really trying to grind through and just finish this game with Naeus against New Dawn. And Perp looks like he's not gonna let it go easily. Zaratustra does get the triumph, right? Lambie was really looking for it in his games,
Yep.
and Zaratustra might be able to. Like, there's not another demo right now, right? So you can drop it.
Yeah. I
Unfortunately,
mean,
Perp has the triumph, so he can punish. I don't know.
I will say that the difference between this game and Lambie's game is that Perp is at 11 life
Mm-hmm.
rather than 2. So,
Yeah, that is tough. That
yeah,
is definitely tough. Perp probably what we Sacred Siphoner and Kalar here, maybe. Just like be proactive.
yeah, I think so. The Sacred Siphoner also just going to be really, really nice against Nea since your units do have to survive in order to get that buff.
Yep.
Yeah,
We get the
I'm
scanner
just,
probe. He's gonna go scanner. He's gonna start controlling the draw a
yeah,
bit.
I'm just, I'm just kind of in awe still of the way that Perp built his lineup. Even the inclusion of Sacred Siphoner, I think, is just like so well positioned against the decks that we've seen.
Yeah, it's been putting in a ton of work. Honestly, it has been really, really good. Steals the Valorusi striker and is just he's set up pretty well. Like Zaratustra will need a ton to come back from this and get through the Siphoner, get the 11 damage. Way easier said than done.
Man, I feel like we need a nail variant where like Scanner Probe is just like a giant nail, because oftentimes that is just the nail in the coffin. Like when you're losing it behind, just it is so backbreaking movement.
It can be really oppressive, man. I totally agree with you. It's tough. We're gonna see here Zaratustra. I mean, what do we roll here? You need like tabulas in here, but your tabulas all hit each other. He
Um,
hits a Kalar. I
oh, the
guess you have
second
to play
80 in it. Oh,
Kalar.
sorry.
Oh
Sorry,
yeah,
in
he is playing
hammers
two
in the bank.
hammers. I forgot he's playing
Is
two
he playing
hammers.
2 hammers? No, I think that hammer is from the waist, right? Since it died and went back
Oh
to
yes. He got it back to his waist. You're
Zero to
correct.
his waist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're totally right. He's gonna go for the glaive and gunslinger here. Just fill the board. Hopefully it all sticks. But we know there's a life siphon erasure. There's also a triumph. You could do all of that next turn.
Yeah.
That's so
Actually,
oppressive.
really smart heads up here for Zaratustra to just hold on to this to this precept so that he can actually cover whatever he plays, so that Triumphal Loss doesn't hit a good unit.
Yeah. It does. It'll still hit the triumph though, which sucks.
Oh, that's true.
That's the part that's rough. I mean, he could life siphon erasure. He could steward life siphon erasure triumph.
Yeah, or how about even like Kalare next to something, get it cleaved, and then I guess that's like fancier than good probably, but all
Yeah.
right.
I mean, well, that would have been nuts if he did that and then played Triumph of the Lost to
Yep.
Europa his Kalar back.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that'd be
If the units were bigger, I think, then he'd be down. But yeah, just getting an Adira back. Few cards left in Zaratustra's deck.
yeah. He's just
Dwindling down that
gonna
library.
mill out any chance of him getting any good resources. All right, let's see how he takes out this trade. I think we banished the glaive, but he's gonna hit with the Adira first. See what he gets. We see a Centaurus. What are the other two options that he can pick from? Wong. He gets the Wong. That's a good hit. That's a really, really good hit for Perp. I feel like he's starting to run away from the game. Like, I don't think there's much as
Oh
R2
yeah.
can do at this point.
I mean, I did like Zaratustra's play earlier, just playing into the Demolecularize with the Honored Steward that he stole, since I don't think he was beating Demo anyways. So just going all in, making sure that he can win in the case that Perp somehow got unlucky and didn't find any of his 3 copies of Demon Fertilizer is probably his best bet. So
Yeah, I agree. We're gonna see this Erasure take out this Glaive. This one will be brutal. It would have been crazy if, like, for some reason, Perp ignored units and this Miasmancer let you poke for so
uh-huh.
much damage. But today is not that day, and Perp
Yep.
is gonna make
Perp
sure
is
if
a little bit too.
he wins this decisively, no
Yep.
mistakes. He's been playing this pretty clean this whole set
Oh
so
my
far,
gosh.
and
He's been
he
playing the
get
entire tournament like sick.
yeah, he gets this win. He's one match away from being the major champion.
That's crazy.
Yeah, winning the first major would be quite a feat, right? This guy has topped top forward a $50,000 tournament before, so he's used to being here, and he's proving that he deserves
Yeah.
to stay here.
I mean, it's super funny, right? Because if you look at Perp's ladder record, it's exactly 50%, right? With a lot of games, and Perp is just like, you fools, you
Oh,
buffoons.
you
You
see him
know,
hyping
this is
himself
the
up.
cost of greatness.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's it. You got to explore. You got to pay the cost because everyone's bragging about their win rate. He's like, you fools, win rate does not matter. Tops matter,
Yes.
and he's gonna prove they can get the top. He gets a win with the Nudon. He is stuck, not stuck. He's left with old
Yes.
reliable Eunaeus, and we've seen
Oh
it time and
yeah.
time again. Clutch it out. He's got to do it just one more time, Deathsea, and he will be the major winner.
Ooh. You know, I will say that Perp's version of Eunaeus as well. So I was thinking about my version of Eunaeus, but mine actually did not have the target painters and the trusty belt. So I think that Perp actually stands a really, really good chance here against these aggressive decks. He kind of solved the issue of how do I beat these aggressive decks? How do I deal with units? So yeah, that addition I think makes a lot of sense, and I think it does give him an extra edge in the matchup. Now that being said, I think that the unit Catherine will still be a favorite matchup for
Yeah.
Zaratustraa, but he might be able to do much better than usual against the Naeus.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the Naeus match, I will say, I think a lot of it still comes down to, on the player, on the draw. But the Kathy
Yep.
definitely is favored. Zaratustra could lock this in, get the win, and then you guys just go in at it. Naeus battle. Doesn't matter if one's pure Naeus versus the universal version. It's like cousins. You just fight it out in
Yeah.
grandparents' basement, and the winner takes home all the food.
Yes, yes.
I don't even think that's like a real thing that I just made up, but we're just gonna imagine that scenario and see if Perp can clutch this out, or Zaratustra swings back with the 2 more wins he needs to become the major winner. There's a lot on the line, $10,000 more for the winner of this, and free slot to the World Championship, and 17 points, which means you probably just get a free to the next major anyways, right? To play for more money.
I mean, you said a lot of important stuff there, Muka, and I agree, but all I'm thinking about is just a baby Muka just fighting with cousins in the basement for food.
You got to win that extra, an extra burger or something, some extra
Yep.
food.
Yeah,
Fight for the
life's
last
hard up
slice
there.
of pizza. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Exactly.
Eunaeus versus your Cathari Naeus. And Perp is going first on the play. A lot will depend on these mulligans. Like this
Wow.
is a this is a $20,000 mulligan.
Oh my goodness. Perp even opting to not keep the logistics support cruiser, which generally is extremely good in any universal deck, but he's
Yeah.
gonna just look for those early game plays, try to get snowball in, and then figure out the rest later.
Yeah, he gets the shielded assassin, which is normally great, but we see Zaratustra, he's got those gunslingers, he'll be able to handle them, right?
Yeah.
So these guys are definitely going to duke it out in the first few turns. But Zaratustra's hand looks a little bit more convincing, right? The
I
gunslingers
think
and
so.
then the Magna, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, for sure. And once again, dealing 3 damage without a target painter is going to be really, really hard to clear off this standard bear as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Herb definitely wanted to
I like
see
this
that
game.
target painter belt combo again. That would have been absolutely nuts if he was able to set that up. I'm gonna argue even game winning if he was able to set that up. but
Yep.
he still has a good curve, but it's not, the one that you want to see against this matchup. If Zara runs away with the early game, I think you just straight up win. Because he has like the Triumph Europa, he can pressure like so much more, right?
That's true, Muka. The more I think about it, I think Target Painter plus Trusty Belt, that's basically just parallel Exodia, I think.
That's a win condition. It's absolutely like super strong. The shielded assassin is not
No
going to be
one's
good in
ever
the rest of
defeated
these
that
matchups.
before. Yeah.
Exactly. Man, Zaratustras hand just looks so oppressive. Like, yes, Purple will be able to deal with this. He'll be able to deal with this
I mean,
gunslinger, which is
yeah, I mean, Perp's hand's
pretty good. But
real
then you
good
have
as
standard
well.
bearer. Standard bearer though into Magna into Centauris. Like that's gonna be rough.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace here is that Perp is going to get 2+1/+1 counters on Harf. So, sorry, just one. So, Standard Bear into Magna will be able to clear off this Harf as well.
Yeah, for sure. It'll do the job. And then Centauris after that will give huge board. Like it's gonna be rough. Like Perp needs some of these heavy swing universal cards for sure. And don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
he can win it. But if Zara trades well and then just like Triumph of Europas, I don't really see how Perp is gonna get out of this.
Yeah, I mean, Ingrid now being 8 mana just seems so far away.
Yeah, it definitely feels it feels insanely far. And even by then the units might outscale it. Like it's gonna be tough here for Perp. Zara's trying to figure out how he wants to play the rest of his turn. He's mapping out the next few turns, figuring out what to bank, and then the standard bearer is gonna come out. Perp, I mean, we have a 2+1 play. Like he meets curve, but it's not like anything oppressive. Like it doesn't feel like, oh my god, this is gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
What do we get out of this? A gunslinger.
Yep.
Nah, not enough.
I mean, I think he banked that a little bit too early, didn't he? Like, double Gunslinger, Harf, just trade off the Standard Bear. Like, that seems so good.
Like maybe try to swing into the bear and see if Zaratustra is AFK
Ah.
during one of the
I'm
finals of
sorry.
the
I'm
parallel
sorry.
major.
I'm crazy. I'm crazy. There's a shield pod there. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a
He's
shield
like
pod there.
maybe he went to the bathroom for this game and
Yeah.
then try to sneak in that hit. But
Yeah,
yeah, he
maybe
he
the
will
cat
ping it though.
accidentally.
Yeah, the cat. I hope
Yeah.
Zaratustra has the function to that spacebar ends your turn disabled because one little cat aggro can go pretty bad.
I didn't even know that that's a thing. You can hit
It is a
space bars
thing.
and your turn.
You can. I
Wow.
think yeah. Don't try it during like a tournament or anything like that.
Okay.
Just take my word for it. But this Magna will come out and we'll be able to kill the Harf, which is pretty clutch. And then I don't think the standard bearer lives, but Zaratustra does have a good turn 4 play if he in a couple ways, and then we'll be able to build off that. So maybe trying to think. I think you have to kill the
The
slinger.
Standard
No, no, no.
Bear.
Yeah,
The
it'll
Standard
live.
Bear does live, right? It does live,
Yeah,
right?
I was
Unfortunately for
thinking
Perp.
I was thinking the slinger kills the shield pod, but then yeah, the standard bearer can just kill the slinger. So there's still a shield pod in the way. Is going to be absolutely, super strong from Zaratustra if he can keep the standard bearer alive and play the Centauris. Perp has such an awkward decision to make. You probably just do you just Naeus or do you drop the Ruin
Yep.
Tinker? Like he wants to play both the Ruin Tinker and the PS8, right? But he's gonna bank the Ruin Tinker. I assume that means Naeus comes out. Yep. It's okay. I think it's okay.
All right, logistics support cruiser. I think that's one of Perp's best draws, to be honest, since he does just need to accelerate towards an 8 drop very, very fast.
That makes sense. I think this is the best time to do Centauris if you're gonna do it.
Yeah, there's Standard Bear stuck.
That's gonna be really, really good. I think the other option, right, is he's thinking like Glaive. The Glaive isn't super clean here. There's a pretty big board, so why not just go wide? Maybe you just drop this tabula rasa also. Just go
Sure.
wide, make sure anything that can hit face or can trade does that, and then just push.
All right,
Gonna
so
kill this.
yeah,
Kill this Alvaro.
yeah,
Hit face.
interesting decision there. I think clearing off the Alvaro means that either your Centuris or your Standard Bearer sticks, so that's going to be pretty valuable.
Yeah, we just saw the Indictus getting picked up. That could be absolutely massive. This is technically like a 4 damage spike, but if you want to trade into walls or big units, you can do that. So you can put the Indictus like on the left side and just start swinging these tokens in for like massive
Yep.
damage into like the Naeus and stuff. Like that could be really, really powerful.
Yeah, that's true. I actually never thought about that, Muka. Like just cascading your units so that they're dying, and then just reapplying the buff once again.
Yep, yeah, for sure. And he'll be able to use it to, I mean, he could swing a Tabula in here and just kill the Naeus
That's
now. That's
nice.
such a good trade. All right,
Yeah,
what are we
this
doing
card
here?
has actually not been played much. This is
No.
going to be the class card for Naeus.
Yeah, it has not seen a lot of love, but maybe it does this time. He also draws the Ancient Subjugate, so maybe the thought process is like, I can Ancient Subjugate and get a token.
Yeah.
But he's going to play it. Positioning, I think, matters here. I would like to throw my Tabula into this Naeus instead of the
Is it
other
a
token.
+1 buff?
It's +2 Ancient
Okay,
attacking
it's
units.
+2.
Yeah.
So
All
you
right,
could
so he's
also
gonna
do
put it
this and then
there.
just take the value trade.
So he's just gonna trade here. There it is.
Yeah,
There's the
this.
Naeus gone. I mean, he clears the LSC
Yeah.
this way too, so maybe now he's just gonna hit face. I think that's correct. I'd rather hit face than a free LSC hit.
Yeah, I think the only thing to worry about is like a Master Poisoner coming down next turn and just clearing off your Centuris, but that's not even that great of a play, I think.
Yeah, I think yeah, I think I agree with you. I don't know. Maybe we should have killed it. But this is a very strong board for Zaratustra. Perp, you got to hit something big, man.
Right. Oh, there's
Okay.
a Master Poisoner.
You
You
ask
know,
and
that's
it
kind
shall
of
come.
good.
Yeah, that's good because
Master
he can
Poisoner. Mm-hmm.
draw and then
Yeah, Master
bank play the
Poisoner
scanner
come
probe.
down. Exactly. Or play the Scanner Probe first and then see if you want to trade and then bank. Yeah.
Yeah. What do we get? We hit a Miasmancer. That's okay. Does he steal anything bigger? That's clutch. This is all right. You know, Deathly, we literally just talked about it. And
Yep.
then you literally just talked about it and immediately like, what you were talking about in action if you didn't respect it, right?
That's crazy. You know, Perp should be thinking about maybe not even banking this. Like, what can you get? I mean, it might just be better not to bank it. I mean, you bank it, you
Yeah.
get another card. Sure, if you get an 8-drop, you can bank, play 8-drop.
I don't think he's
Man,
gonna
Triumph
bank
of
it.
yeah, Triumph is such a good card here.
Oh, he banks it. He banks it. He weighs his
That's a hard
outs
one.
and he's like, that's not good. Okay, that's a good draw. That'll be worth it. God
Oh my
damn it,
god.
man. That's worth it. That's what you want to hit.
Again, Muka, the marked NFT parallel card backs
What
coming into
the
action.
okay. That is just clip that. Just clip that. That was we were like, keeping that LSC alive just did so much.
Oh yeah.
So much.
It's max
That was
punish.
absolutely
Max punish.
brutal. That was absolutely brutal. Like that, yes, Zaratustra is still ahead on life and stuff, but this is gonna get really bad really fast. But we have Miasmancers, so maybe you're fine.
I mean, at the same time, I guess you can play Miasmancer, but then you're
You
also
just chain
floating the mana.
Miasmancers. Just float it.
I mean,
We're at
cheating. Yeah. I think you just float it, right? Yeah, you just float
yeah.
it.
You definitely have to chain here. I mean, like I don't you're like how much? 3 damage this turn that you did. Next turn will be 5 damage.
Yeah.
And then the turn,
8
no, next
damage.
turn, I'm sorry, it'll be 8 damage. And then the turn after that, like you're pretty much threatening lethal. I think the Miasmancer will just win the game. We did get really, really excited off the Ingrid, but
Yeah.
this is, I think Zaratustra still in this. I think these two Miasmancers will seal the deal. And then we're gonna go into Kathy versus Eunaeus matchup, game 5
Oh
for
my gosh.
first place in our first ever parallel major.
Muka, I would have it absolutely no other way.
This is
Final
absolutely
game.
crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I don't. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah, you just
Yep.
jam the Miasmancer. Just keep going.
Yep.
I
Good
don't even
order as
think
well. Go
like
ahead, hit
what do you have
her.
to worry about? Like I think you could even like slinger if you want. I don't know. You can do anything you want. I think this is kind of locked in.
Yeah. I think just my Asmancer play Naeus is gonna be good enough here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we still have Naeus. Yeah,
Um,
that's very true. Yeah, that
yeah,
seals the deal.
I think really the only out here from Perp is I believe it's Sanctuary actually because the generated card I believe does not get affected by my Asmancer.
No, not
But
anymore.
here
They
the
fixed it.
generated meter.
They fixed
Okay.
that bug. Yeah, they fixed it.
Okay, so
So
it
Perp
was a
hitting the
bug.
concede. He just needs one more game. You can see it on his face. He just wants it. Like he's like, just give me my one win. But Zaratustraa is not gonna make it that easy. And this is really scary, I think, for Perp. You are up against arguably the best deck in the meta right now, with your personal creation. Can he lock out this win?
Yeah, I mean it's the same for Zaratustraa as well. Just one more win for me,
Yep.
and I'm gonna take it home. This is gonna be I believe $10,000 match. Once again, thank you to the Echelon Prime Foundation for sponsoring stream as well as our other sponsors, and we also have to think about the points that they're walking home with. So it is going to be a difference of 6 points. First place is going to be walking home with 17 points, and second place goes home with 11.
Yeah, man, this is gonna be absolutely crazy. What is it? Half of $20,000 on the line, right? Quarter of 10,000.
Yeah. Half of 20,000. A quarter of 100,000. Sorry. A tenth of $100,000 on the line.
Yeah, man, this decides a lot. There's a lot at stake. There's money, there's points, and there's respect. Like being the first winner of a parallel major. All the tournaments before that, you can flex on all those guys. Like, listen, I get it. You won 3 of this tournament, whatever. Did you win the major though? I don't think so.
Yeah.
These guys, that is a right that you got to fight for.
My goodness. Muka, that being said, I think a tenth of $100,000 does sound way more, right? Like, holy cow, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it does. It's definitely a good chunk of change. If Perp wins, maybe he can afford a new PC setup to give us a little bit more lag-free games, because I feel like he's gonna be here quite often, right, in these top spots.
True.
If that's the case, at least make it a little easier to see your games, Perp.
Yeah, I think so. Perp can buy a new rig. Zaratustraa can buy a new webcam. Some cat food for his little one.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. Now, oh man, there's nothing to talk here about draft, right? It really comes down to pushing for which one of these decks will win. I mean, everyone is kind of gonna lean on Catherine, but if Perp starts first, Reddit Target Painter Trusty Belt combo, that could win a game.
I mean, you say that, Muka, that there's not much to talk about lineups. However, this is essentially a battle between good versus evil. Black versus white, light versus dark. Perp with the unconventional lineup here, being very much the dark horse in terms of lineup in the tournament, going up against Zaratustraa, playing the sort of tried and true best decks. So, yeah. I think that's, once again, going back to what you said before, the battle of ideologies, a philosophical game of $10,000 and a lot of points here for the deciding factor to who will be the first parallel major champion. It's kind of crazy, honestly.
It's insane. It's insane. And I think everyone is unlucky that they have us casting this final game. But we're going to do our best.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be a great time. These guys have put on quite a show for us, right? And the narratives here couldn't be better. Zaratustraa, a name that wasn't regularly known in the scene, preparing with some of the best players in the scene though, like Zeliusur or Ganera, and able to, he is about to pull off a perfect tournament at a major, at the first major. And then you have Perp, who has topped tournaments before and come in top 4 in major tournaments before, and now he has his chance to prove everyone wrong, that, you know, to show that his creativity deserves like a lot more respect, in the sense that, you know, he's topping with multiple, you know, non-meta lineups.
Yeah, I think he's making waves, to be honest. The last time I felt something similar to this, Muka, was when Sequinox won that tournament a while back. He came in with a super unconventional lineup, while the most of the field, myself included, were just playing the sort of best ladder decks, I guess you could say, right? And creativity going a very long way in being successful in parallel tournaments.
Yeah, everybody's gonna be looking to this guy in the future tournaments, being like, "What do you bring? What is he gonna bring? What is he gonna
True.
do?" Like everyone's gonna be trying to scout him, keep eyes on him, and even then, he'll surprise you. I know because I've done it. I've watched him on ladder try out. He was trying Acio before this tournament, and he was trying a
Yes.
bunch of Acio, and he's trying to some Gafar a little bit, and then he pulls up like the craziest Catherine I've seen. He's got the Ogden core set up. He's got the Eunaeus like even more built out than, you know, he's had it in the past. So he will always surprise you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all parallel factions, we have our very final match of the Parallel League Major. Zaratustraa going to be on his final deck, which is going to be Unit Catherine versus PURP on, as Muka said, his baby, Eunaeus.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Perp has, you know, the going first advantage, which could be a huge edge for him. Looking at Zaratustra's open mulligan, he's already got the triple one drop, so that could be huge. Perp decided to send his trusty belt away. We are not depending on the target painter combo this time. We're going to do it the old fashioned way, beat down and just win the game. And he's going to open up with his gunslinger. We know will be unfortunately answered. Lucky for Zaratustra, he opted to not keep his PS8, and his slinger is going to be super powerful here.
Yeah, Gunslinger on Gunslinger Violence, just one of the best answers to the card itself. It's going to prevent Perp from growing his early units, and, uh, you know, like, basically when you are going second against any sort of Naeus deck, you really just have to control the game. Zaratustra, as you mentioned, with a super good opening hand. The triple one drop is the Exodia of Catherine. Um, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, it's super powerful. It creates so much tempo, and not only does he have the double one drop after that, he has, you know, he draws into ramp too. So if he hits a one drop, he can ramp into one drop and then ramp into like Rally Cry or something. Like the options are so good for him in terms of his curve. He's got a good 3-drop scenario, good 4-drop scenario, good 5. Perp has cards on curve, but they're not super impactful just yet. He definitely is looking for more pieces that can, you know, push a little bit more power. I do like the Alvaro and Miasmancer. Maybe you like Miasmancer to get some more pressure, like behind this, out of this defender, and just hit. But it looks like
Uh-huh.
he's favoring the Harf. He wants the Harf to grow. He wants to stop some effects. But we know there's 2 more one drops coming out here. It's gonna be tough. They will run over the Harf like in a turn or two, right?
Yeah, I mean, but Harf getting that buff from Naeus' passive is going to be pretty annoying for Zaratustra. He is going to have to try to figure out how to stagger his one drops in a way that it can contest with a buffed Harf.
Yeah. On top of that, the PS8 is pretty clutch here from Perp. He'll be able to at least kill one of these units, whether that's the buffed Slinger, and depending on how Zaratustra buffs his units, he won't be able to clear out this, but he'll be able to at least clear out one of these units and then grow his own Harf. So that'll be pretty strong.
Yeah, really big draw here for Zaratustra. Getting the Astal's Glaive, it's going to be a key card in the matchup as well. Just being able to control Perp's board to prevent him from ever getting counters on any of his units.
Yeah, 100%. Zaratustra's hand did not come to play. It came to win. This is a pretty scary, you know, hand seeing from a unit Catherine. So Perp is definitely going to have to be on his A game for the rest of this matchup. Make sure he doesn't give anything away. I do really like this Miasmancer because it shuts off the musters of like the ramp, and you already have the Harf, right? So it kind of pairs pretty well together. I think that's a good option. And if you do want to kill the Harf to like, let's say Rallying Cry or something, then you have to give up one of your units because the Harf will have 2 attack.
Exactly. All
This is
right.
pretty good. I think
Alvaro
Miasmancer
number
is the play
2.
here.
Yeah, Alvaro number 2 getting banked from Perp. Looks like he is deciding between both of the 3 drops. I do like what you mentioned, Muka. I think that like the problem with the ramping is that you're not really ramping into anything at the moment. You could potentially draw Wong,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah, at the moment, not much.
This is still pretty good. I mean, it does end up clearing a problem unit and stuff, but you are letting Zaratustra now have a kind of strong next turn where you could have crippled it
Yeah,
a little bit, right?
true,
That was like
true.
the main thing, and Zaratustra probably gonna ramp here, but let's see if he wants to surprise us and maybe trade into this Harf and rally.
Yeah, I think the Miasmancer is actually going to be second best after against Universal. Uh, versus Catherine. I think that there's just so many things that it shuts off, especially as you mentioned on turn 3. So yeah, I think I would have preferred to see the Miasmancer coming down. Would
Yeah, I
have
think
been
it's a
able to
little
prevent
underrated in this matchup and how powerful the Miasmancer
yeah.
can kind of be. But we can see here Zara opts to play his Rallying Cry. If the Miasmancer was here, this would have been great. It stops the Miri a bit. But we know the Miri here is going to turn this uh, Trigger Happy Trooper into a Wong, right? So that's pretty clutch. And then he will get a Bannerman off that will be buffed.
Yeah, a Harf, right? A Harf.
Yep, a Harf. Oh, the Harf will be buffed, sorry. And then the Bannerman comes out
Yeah.
after that and gets buffed from the Rallying Cry. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
So pretty strong
Uh
board. Perp, not too much here that he can do and really push, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things I kind of didn't like about this play, Muka, was potentially just getting mana this turn with the logistics support cruiser, and then going for maybe a better morale because I guess the thing is that you don't even know if you're getting morale or not, right? So
Sure.
yeah, it is probably going to be the better play. It just feels so awkward. I think one of the weird things about the unit Catherine deck is that deciding between Catherine's rallying cry and the logistics support cruiser is often quite confusing.
Yeah, it definitely is a big part of the decision making. A lot of the philosophy kind of leans on like prioritizing the ramp, but given the state of the game we're in, maybe Zarathustra's like, I just want units that do damage. I don't want to ramp. I just want to push pressure in this matchup. I want to win the game before I need to hit like these big like plays or whatever. So he's just opting to, really get that pressure in. He hits the Miriel. His units are buffed, so he just wants to, end this game as fast as possible.
All right. Yunea's coming down, a buff coming down on the logistics support cruiser. Zaratustra with 4 mana here. He can choose to either play the Cleave, Catherine, or go for logistics support cruiser into double 1-drop. A lot of options here. Um,
Yeah, there's
what do you
there's a
like
ton
here,
of choices
Muka?
he can make. What do I like here? I don't think I like Catherine here. You want to say I think saving the Catherine for like a volley is like really important, even in this matchup if it's a universal. I just think the board wipe clear is really good. I think I'd prioritize the glaive if I can. The 3-drop, 1-drop, 1-drop is also kind of okay, but it's not crazy. Like I think you want like pressure, but not. You don't need like super widespread pressure. Like remember that a glaive is like crazy good at trading. So I think going for the glaive is probably a bit better because it lets more units hit face.
Uh-huh.
Um, so I think that was like what I liked, but I mean, I guess what we're doing here is a 3-drop into another 1-drop. I think that was a little unclean.
Yeah, what
I
are we
know.
doing
Okay,
actually here?
yeah, he's gonna buff his
Okay.
LSC, but he banked the 1-drop, so that was a little unclean on the mana spent.
Yep.
If he wanted to do 3-drop, 1-drop, 1-drop, he should have done it a different way. I think he was looking for the victory. I don't know, and not entirely sure
Okay.
why, but he'll trade this, and we see a Master Poisoner, and he doesn't even really need the Master Poisoner to clear 2 units. He can do that with just the Naeus and the LSC, but he does have a drone printer. He could start using the drone printer to make tokens, and if those get ignored, he can Master Poisoner.
Yeah, it'll either soak up some damage or set up for the Master Poisoner, but ultimately just drawing towards a little bit more ramp and the potential of Freitas and Ingrid. He will need those to win this game for sure. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it will probably just be a slow bleed out on the board. But that being said, these units are growing really big. I think this might be the biggest logistics support cruiser I have seen so far.
Yeah, that dude's getting Nae's buffed. He's pretty stacked. It clears out a Bannerman and a Harp. That's really strong. His bank is interesting. Like the Trusty Belt could go crazy if like a unit sticks. Maybe you get rid of the Miasmancer. It's
I mean, like,
definitely a bit of a greedy option, but it could play off, really, really well.
I mean, the Miasmancer allows you to potentially uh to potentially block an opposing Miasmancer before your Ingrid or Freitas comes
Yes.
down. So that's going to be really, really key as well. So all these cards are quite good in their own way. I think that the Master Poisoner honestly is a card that goes because right now your units are already growing. There aren't really clean trades on board, and if you're in a situation where your 1/1s aren't getting traded into anyways, then I think you're probably already winning, and you probably don't need a Master Poisoner.
You might be right. I don't know. He decided to bank the Miasmancer
Right.
here. That Trusty Belt can go wild with Naeus because it's like double buffing the units. And
Yes.
now Zaratustra has to
True.
decide how he wants to play the rest of this out. He could do what 3 drop, 3 drop, 1 drop. I mean, that looks like where his head is leaning towards, or
Yeah, or just
three
three
plus
drop
four.
cleave.
Yeah, 3 drop
Yeah,
cleave is really good too. Yeah, I think that's where we're going. 3 drop cleave.
yeah, three drop
But
cleave, and then that's gonna, yeah, it's gonna be pretty good.
this Naeus is gonna be kind of scary with a Trusty Belt. I feel like.
I mean, one of the weird things about Naeus is that it doesn't actually buff himself. So if Zaratustra goes ahead and clears the other two units, it's not going to be that impactful, I
That is
believe.
true. Yeah, yeah, that is very, very true. I feel like Zaratustra's head is kind of leaning towards trying to poke damage, but you definitely clear units here for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, he already got punished once by Master
Yeah.
Poisoner. I think he's probably not
He's
gonna
like,
let it
I'm
happen
not doing
again.
it again. Not doing it again. All right, there we go. This is a good board for Zaratustra here. Perp has a Master Poisoner. Maybe he just throws the Master Poisoner and throws the Naeus in. There's a lady, so next turn he
Oh,
could
man.
Freitas.
See, here's where the Miasmancer would have been so sick, right?
Yeah, that would have been good. You stop the draws, you can like really push. And then you get to
Wow.
protect yourself from a Miasmancer. Yeah, that would have been good. He's sitting on this Master Poisoner belt combo now. That's not entirely, it's not super strong. Not with a glaive on board, right? It makes things really awkward. What can we do
Oh
here?
my gosh. I don't even know, Muka. I mean, he has to. I mean, do you start by drawing a card? Do you just trusty belt clear stuff? And I don't even know. I mean,
Yeah, I think
what's he gonna do?
he's gonna
I
just
guess
start
he can
clearing with
go
this
ahead.
trusty belt.
All right. I mean, he could have technically also double hit into the cleave.
I believe I forgot. I forgot to double check this, but let me do that right now. Does it? I think
Okay.
it has to kill a unit. We'll double
Okay.
check the belt. It has to. The first time this unit attacks another unit and survives. No, you're right. Yep, you could just double swing.
Okay.
He could have double swung. That is an option, and just kind of cleared that out and make things a little easier for himself. He opts to just clear, 3 other units on the board, and
Yep.
uh, he makes a token here. I
Yeah.
mean, the unfortunate thing is this
It's
all gets
arguable which
cleared.
is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Exactly.
think I like your
I
your plan
mean,
of your plan of action, right? Because then there's no more glaives. Then you can start to go wide again, and Zarathustra has to kind of be forced into dealing with these drones or get threatened by the Master Poisoner. Here, Zarathustra just swings into a slinger and then plays the Miasmancer and then plays Miasmancer, and that can get
yeah.
really
This
tough.
board is. Yeah, this board's getting out of control. Second
Yeah,
miasmans are really, really good here as well.
yeah. The Hammer
Um,
top deck
yeah,
is
I
great though
mean,
from Perp. He can kill the glaive next turn.
okay.
That stems a lot of the issues. I mean, yes, you lose a turn of board development, swing into the glaive and don't have to deal with that. There is a Wong hit, so that kind of sucks a little bit for you. You want to try to get rid of all these big guys as much as possible, so when your ladies do finally get to come up, they can really put the pressure in.
Yeah, it's hard, Muka. I mean, I'm still just thinking about the Miasmancer bank. We would have had a completely different game here, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're
So
right.
it's hard. I mean, you obviously don't have Freitas or Ingrid yet, but that's what you're working towards anyways. So yeah. And we also haven't seen a Miasmancer come down. None of the Miasmancers came off of the Catherine's rallying cry, and in this matchup you can't expect the Zaratustra to not be banking those.
Yeah. This is really tough now because this is not a deck that Perp has a board clear with, right? The other decks, if he got in his position, he would just clear the board. This time he has to kind of fight his way through, and the Miasmancers are locking him down. This is like really tough. Yes, he has the hammer that can kill the well, it can't even kill the glaive, it kills the Wong, but
Yeah.
the glaive is causing you it's a huge annoyance. Like you have to I think we have to draw into Ingrid, survive another Miasmancer turn, and then drop the Ingrid, but I don't even know if he'll live by the end of that.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, I'm trying to think about Perp's list here, what he can actually do. I mean, the trusty belt on the Naeus clearing the cleave was obviously not really not really the spot you want to be in, but it felt like it kind of had to happen. Like um again, the opportunity cost was leaving a wider board, which means that cards such as fire support base do get better. So Perp kind of had to pick his poison there.
Yeah, it was a tough decision. It was a really really tough decision with this bank. Wait, what did the hammer hit? I just missed that for a second.
Uh, the hammer hit something with 4 attack. It was
All
what
right, so
what what in the world was that at?
the hammer lives for a turn, an extra turn.
Okay.
So I guess he's just trying to value trade here, right? He just wants to
Yep.
kill. He draws into that Ingrid. So if he can
There she
survive,
is.
I mean, this is kind of okay. No, and it's not because Zaratustraa will just PSA the hammer, right? So these big guys
That's
are going to be
dirty.
swinging. You're going to be losing 10 damage here and then threatening lethal for next turn. I
Dude,
are
that
we calling
PS8
this
was
here,
actually
Detsy?
so dirty. I think
Yeah,
so, man.
that PSA was absolutely clutch. I don't see how Perp gets out of this. He needs to draw something massive here. I understand the value trade with the hammer, but you're gonna take a ton of damage right now. Yes, it's 2 less, but oh my god, Catherine coming out here. He's gonna just PSA this hammer. I don't know. I think this is it. I think this is it. Detsy, we are gonna have a winner of the major.
Yeah, it's a really, really hard matchup. There were a lot of really key points and decisions in this game. Ooh, quite the finals we have here, Muka.
This is a ton of damage. Can Perp draw anything for this? He's he's looking stoic. He still has hope. There might be something. Can he get anything that saves him from this? I can't think of a single card. That Miasmancer lockdown was absolutely crazy. Scanner probe is not going to be enough.
Inner
Perp is
probe?
going to end up losing. There's no way. You think there's something we can save
I don't
here?
think so. Is there? I
That
mean, the artillery volley is in his hand here, so
yeah.
that's not an out.
Volley, Sandrillon won't be enough. I really think Zaratustra will be our first parallel major winner. This is history in the making. Not only he gets the
Sandrillon
Sandrillon.
being drawn.
Okay, that's not enough though. It really isn't.
It's not enough.
It's
He is
it's
still going to be sorry. He's going to be more than dead even if
yeah.
he tries to burn this board.
Yep, he's just
Right.
drawing the
Final draw.
tokens. He's like, give me something to work with. No, that's not going to be it either. The Miasmancers ended up being Perp's downfall here. The Eunaeus, his tried and true, could not get through. I think we call it here. I think Zaratustra is the first parallel major winner.
Oh my
God. Look at
goodness,
that
Luca.
smile.
Light.
Finally see the smile.
Light wins again. Triumphs over darkness. The dark horse of the tournament. Perp is going to be going home with not a terrible consolation prize for second place.
That's absolutely crazy. He went undefeated. He broke the curse. He
first
literally
time.
did not lose anything. Oh my god. Welcome back, Allie.
Yeah.
We got your mic muted, but
There
it's
we
good
go.
to see you. How are you feeling?
He broke the curse. I mean,
He did.
that's an accomplishment in and of itself. No, I mean that was an incredible series. I think we learned though, don't doubt Kathy and don't doubt the Miasmancer. That's what I took away from
Yeah.
from that series for sure. But no, big congratulations to Zaratustraa. That was a great series. He played incredibly well, undefeated the entire series the entire tournament. Goes away with $20,000, a guaranteed spot in the World Championship, 17 league points. Jeez.
You're
I think
feeling
it's
good
time for a
after
little
that.
vacation. Yeah.
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 Oh my gosh. Let's go chill for
I
a
do.
bit. You don't have to worry about ladder points. You don't have to worry about these in-game tournaments.
Yeah.
Real
I'm
nice.
quite interested to ask him some questions. I believe that we're going to get an interview, hopefully, because I'm kind of curious to know what his plan is for the rest of the competitive season. Like will he
Yeah.
kind of sit back, relax, or keep practicing? It'll be interesting to see what he says.
Yeah, that's very
True. I
curious.
mean, it could be.
No, go ahead, Desi.
Sorry, Muka. Yeah.
All right. So I was just saying that I think it's gonna be interesting because I don't think I've seen it where, in a TCG you kind of like win such a major tournament and you're like, yeah, I'll see you guys later, like at World.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he like, maybe chills off the ladder a little bit, but every tournament with like a good prize pool, I mean, he won a major, so I would assume he's like, yeah, I'll just go do this again.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Maybe like a little bit less ladder or something. Like you
Yeah.
don't have to worry about grinding that much. Like you can get your prime burnings for the day and just chill or whatever. But yeah, I think that we've had a phenomenal tournament this entire weekend. Maybe some of the best parallel that we've watched of all time. I think like just a
Yeah.
really really high quality matches, a lot of back and forth, and a lot of games that went to the very fifth game.
Yeah, honestly, I totally agree with that. There was so much back and forth in this tournament. The only clean sweep, I think, was the Feno match yesterday. Everything else, most games went to game 5. So we saw some really, really high level play and pretty minimal on the misplays. Like, I mean, there's a few here and
Yes.
there, but for the most part, all of these players played incredibly well.
Yeah. It's way more polished than I've ever seen in like a professional game. So like I think these guys really played their heart out. They wanted to win this, like more than anything. Were super prepared with what they brought, and it really showed because like you said, there's very little misplays. It's not like other tournaments early on in the season where people didn't know how to play a certain paragon or a certain parallel. Like everybody here knew what they were playing and how to play it and to play to its win condition, and we got to see which strategy lined up best.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
And
that one of the things as well. Sorry, Ali. Yeah, one of the things I wanted to mention as well is just how seriously these players took this tournament. You can see it on Fino's face when he's concentrating, using 100% of his brain to make the most optimal plays every single turn. You see the sadness actually on Lambie's face, losing out when your opponent's at 2 life, and the happiness of Shogo taking that win over Lambie. It just means a lot to these players, I think, and there's just so much on the line. We are at, once again, the infancy, as you said, Ali, of the competitive circuit, and just super exciting to see how it all develops from here on out.
how great it is to have their cameras, like seeing just for the viewing experience, being
Yeah.
able to see their reactions. Some players just like poker face, no emotion whatsoever, and then you got other people like Fino. He's fairly expressive, for sure when he
Lambie, yeah.
plays.
My
Yeah, Lambie
favorite
as
was
well.
Zaratustra moving his cat like off the screen
Oh
like
yeah.
like 3 or 4 times. He's like, "Listen, I need to play." He's like, "You will get rewarded if I win this. Just like, please, just don't come near me right now."
I absolutely understand that one. That's where you don't want to have the space bar end turn
Yeah.
enabled. That's bad news there. Satena also like his face against Fino was just classic
Oh
too.
my gosh.
So hopefully moving forward for other tournaments, if y'all are competing in the chat here, you'd be open to letting the cameras show because it's just really really good for the viewing experience.
It's amazing. It like enhances it like tenfold, like to just see how they're reacting to the things, how they feel. Even the stoic guys, when they finally start to smile, it's you just can't help but smile too. It's like contagious. Like you're like, oh, finally we got it. And they're playing so focused, and they can finally like let go for a second and be like, oh, finally we won.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Wow, it's just setting in. Like, I mean, it's been a long tournament, both days. I mean, some incredible
Yeah.
matches, and we finally have like the first ever major winner in this parallel league. It's very exciting, and I believe that there definitely is another major later this year, and then there was a third one added as well. So we've got
Okay.
3 total majors for the competitive season before the next one starts again.
Yeah, and then not only that, we do have a lot of tournaments coming up this month. I think this is somewhat like a parallel tournament month. We have 2 YGG qualifiers coming up. There's one next weekend, followed by one at the end of the month. So there's going to be parallel action every single weekend. If y'all are looking for someone to watch, come hang out in DGen along with us.
Yes, and remember that top 100 qualifies you for points for the competitive league, and top 64 gets you into the qualifier tournament at for each month. So if you are looking to be competitive, make sure you're grinding, but also looking out for other minor tournaments and opportunities to compete in these competitions. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how it all culminated to Zaratustraa being the final winner here.
All right, so Zaratustraa versus Hevel in the very first quarterfinals match, um, taking that over Hevel 3-2. Satana falling victim to Feno in his brand 3-0. Shogo versus Lambie in a very close series once again. Shogo managed to take that one to move on to today's round, and PURP, our finalist, he is showing a lot of dominance in throughout the entire tournament, and he took it over Hylas. So Zaratustraa once again today took it over Feno 3-2. Shogo falling victim to PURP 3-1, and for the very finals, an intense match between Zaratustraa and PURP, with Zaratustraa taking it all.
No wonder Zarathustra didn't smile till the end. He had a best of 5 for 3 sets. But congratulations.
Can you
Thank you
hear
guys.
me? Can you
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
me?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, well, first
Sure.
of all, just a massive, massive congratulations. You are the first ever major parallel league winner, so that's got to feel incredible. And also, you've broken the curse. You went undefeated in your Swiss rounds and undefeated in top 8, and you are our finalist. So, how does that feel? Like, how does that feel?
I mean, it feels great because even if you are a good player and you practice, uh, there's still the chance that RNG fucks you up. So um, you're you cannot trust that you are gonna win solely on the uh, practice or taking better decks. So it's always great to see that like accompanies hard work.
Yeah, I agree. I always say success happens when luck meets preparation, right? You have to be prepared, but you have to kind of hope that the RNG is on your side as well. Um, for those of us that don't know your history with Parallel, do you mind telling us a little bit about your journey so far and what this win means to you?
Yeah, so actually, I came into Valor because I think I saw Sekinox first playing, then Celiacer is the one that actually introduced me along with Ganera. So I've been prepping with those guys, especially Celi taught me a lot of things. So shout outs to them. But like I've been playing for about 3 months or so, 2 months. This is my second leaderboard finish, so not even 3 months. And I've been really enjoying the game. Like um, being able to compete without spend any money, but also have the chance to own your cards is like the best it could happen because you get to choose, and you're not stuck in the dilemma of okay, this is NFT, this is not NFT, and the competitive scene is great here. I'm in love with the with the page that auto refreshes your wins and you can ban and so on. So coming from other TCGs, this is not new to me, but of course, this is a huge boon.
Wow. I mean, only 3 months into the game, and you arguably just took the biggest title ever so far in the competitive league. So, again, that's incredibly impressive, and I'm sure we're going to see a ton of success from you in the future. Do you mind telling us a little bit about your preparation for this particular tournament? I see that you're on Shura Gaming. So, did your teammates help you prepare, or what does that look like?
Yeah, I actually practice with some of my teammates. Um, the the other one that helped me is Feli. So between that, I really managed to take good decks. It was a little bit weird because I knew my opponent would play Earthen that nobody else really played. So
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to win the tournament, but I didn't want to get stuck on the first match as well. Um, so now we scream a lot and talked about some key cards that could help us in. A few changes, but overall it was the same prep as the Swiss.
Yeah, that makes sense. What do you think was the toughest part of the tournament so far? Like any particular game, or was it just the fact that your cat kept walking across the keyboard? What was the most difficult part?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I unlocked them.
Oh, you okay? Great. Let's see.
Sorry. So um, like the most stressful for me was actually the first game because I didn't want to go on top eight. Uh, So I wanted to at least win one game. Then I got to play feno, who is a great player. Actually,
Mhm.
it was like I think Fino and Lambi were maybe the favorites. I don't
Oh,
know, but when I beat him, I knew I was, but I felt favored to win the tournament. So um, of course I was nervous, but uh, I think that was the hardest match.
yeah. Do you have a lot of experience competing in the past? Because it seemed like you kept your cool for the most part. You didn't seem like you were that stressed. So, yeah, what kind of led to you keeping your calm? And yeah, do you have experience in previous TCGs dealing with this?
Well, yeah, I actually played like all the mainstream TCGs you can name from Pokemon, NCG, Hearthstone. I know you from Hearthstone. I also know Dexy when I knew him when he was stranded on a hotel because of some COVID thing and started watching his stream. And I also played of course, Axie Infinity, which my guild
Mm.
is very into, traveled to Philippines to compete, also Thailand, and
Wow.
I joined one of my teammates that went to compete in Brazil as well. So I did have experience, but these tournaments always make you nervous. But yeah, I would say I have experience.
Amazing. Well, to finish off the interview here, what are your plans for the rest of the competitive season? Like, are you going to sit back, relax, maybe not grind quite as hard, or are you just going to keep up the momentum and keep practicing? Because now you are officially in that 32 slot for the World Championship again. Congrats.
Yeah, so the other days I was talking with my friends and telling them like I joined it too late. I don't have points to enter the the top 24, I think it is. So um I hope I win this tournament and get a spot there. So it's great. I'm gonna keep competing now more than ever and really hoping to make it to the World Cup. I think that playing online for me is my passion, of course, but the best that can give you that a game can give you is to being able to travel and meet the people that you chat all the day but never see
Yeah.
his face.
Now, getting to meet the people that you practice with online, like it's truly one of the best parts of this, entire community. So, all right, I'm gonna say goodbye to you here. But if there's anything else you want to say, like just shout outs to practice partners or anything you want to like say to the chat, this is your moment. You are the winner. So take the floor.
Yeah, shout out to all the people that had me here, and not only the ones that helped me here, but all the people that uh, taught me how to improve and play across all games. So it's uh, it's a shout out to all of them, and I hope to see them in the future competing, of course, along my side.
Incredible. All right. Well, again, big congratulations. Wait, actually, no, one more question. $20,000 richer. Is there anything that you really want to spend the money on? Tell us.
Not really. I think I previously won a almost 20K prize, but mm, I don't think I took advantage of that money. I traveled a lot. I spent like half of it on the first month. So I'm looking to not make the same mistake.
He's a practical man. I like it. All right. Well, again, congratulations. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of you in the future, and we'll see you in the World Championship. So have a great rest of your day, and
Thank
we'll
you.
catch you
Thank you
later.
all.
All right. There
What
we
a great
go.
winner.
Gotta feel good, right? Gotta feel
Oh,
amazing.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
I mean,
such a
it was
wholesome
anyone's game.
interview as well. I love that interview. It was so wholesome, um, amazing. I'm so happy for him because he said that he didn't think he had enough time to kind of earn the points to get in. And we keep saying, don't we? There's always enough time. There's always enough
Mm-hmm.
time. Just start playing. There's so many routes to earn the points. And I'm so happy for him. Guys, what have we just witnessed here? This has been incredible, isn't it? This whole tournament. Like, I'm shocked
This
in a good way.
this feels like the biggest tournament. I mean, it has been the biggest tournament so far, but
Yeah.
but it really feels like it, And yeah, that was just absolutely incredible to see.
And the best as
He,
well.
Yeah,
I
one of
mean, you
yeah.
guys said
yeah.
that it was the best parallel that we've seen. It has been the best parallel plays, the best, like the high level plays that we saw at this tournament were outstanding. We saw some incredible like moments throughout this tournament, especially today. It's just been brilliant, the biggest and the best. So you can
Yeah.
tell parallels getting to the next level and the next level and the level after that. It's climbing. It's going good. Yeah, I love it.
We're finally getting to the point where like there is a threshold like for like the really good players. Like we saw great
Yeah.
gameplay, great moments, great personalities. Like
Yeah.
now people are getting to know who's playing these games at the highest level. We're all like I said it before, we're picking our favorites, and Zaratustra winning this undefeated, like that is a name that you make for yourself if you're new to the scene, right? You come in 3 months and you just go undefeated in the biggest parallel tournament to date.
Yeah.
Like that's how you show up.
Can't
That's
believe he's been
bonkers,
only
isn't
Yeah,
it?
playing
for
for 3
sure.
months. Like what?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing for viewers at home, people who are watching, people who are on the fence about trying out Parallel. Not only is it essentially free to play, like not like fake free to play like some other card games out there, but actually free to play. And Zaratustra playing for only 3 months. He didn't know if he was gonna have enough time to prepare for this tournament, and just went for it anyways. Ended up winning $20,000, getting first place in the tournament. We've seen Tyler, Tyler in the last tournament winning that one with essentially just getting a lineup from Feno, right? He was like, "Well, I didn't think that I was gonna make the tournament, but I just played anyways, and anything can happen." So take your shot, see what happens, and see what the hype is all about.
Yeah. More information on parallelleague.game, right? So that's got the schedule of events that you can look at if you want to try and play in any of the minors or qualifiers or whatever it may be, and just more information on the league in general. And you know what else you can watch/listen to that will give you all the information that you could possibly ever need on the league is the new Parallel
What is
League
that?
podcast. which actually Desi and Scout are going to be the guest next. Episode will be out on Wednesday talking about the review of essentially the whole thing. So if this wasn't enough and you just want to consume more parallel content, you should definitely listen to that on anywhere that you get podcasts, like a Spotify or an Apple. But if you also want to see our beautiful faces, you can watch it on YouTube as well, because it will be on the main parallel YouTube channel. And we will also post the deck lists from this tournament in the description of those places. So if you want that as well, that's where you'll get it.
Yeah. If you want to be the next Zaratustraa, get on those deck lists, isn't it? Jump on the podcast.
Yes. And let's see. Also, of course, a big thank you to our sponsors. Let's see, we got Saga, Portal, OpenSea. A big thank you to Echelon, of course, Community Gaming. All of this, the entire league wouldn't be possible without them. So, thank you so much for supporting the Parallel League and sponsors.
All right.
And
oh my goodness, we've had an amazing. Yeah. Sorry, Ellie. Yeah, and
no. I was gonna say, if there's anything else y'all want to throw in there before we end the broadcast here, now would be the time.
Yeah.
Well,
the last thing I
yeah.
wanted to say before passing it off to the others is big shout out to production as well. They are absolutely amazing. Shout out to Mark. Shout out to Parallel Team for making this all possible, of course. And looking forward to more tournaments. Looking forward to Parallel Tournament Month and seeing what these other players come up with.
Mooka, have you got any thoughts?
If you're watching this, don't be disheartened. Get back to work, because there's a tournament next week. So go play in the YGG qualifiers. You got 2 of them back to back. And then there's also the next majors qualifier is happening in between those 2 tournaments. You got a ton of tournaments. So don't worry about, don't be like Zaratustraa. You don't know you're gonna make it. Just play the tournaments. You'd be surprised where you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I just wanted to add as well that the tournament's been incredible. I want to thank the viewers that have jumped on this broadcast either today or yesterday, and especially the guys that have just been here from the start to finish, because these have been long, absolutely long tournaments, super fun but really long. So I've been kind of jumping in the chat where I could, and it's been so good to see how passionate and how behind the players all the viewers have been. So yeah, great tournament. Can't wait for the next one. And I think also as well, I got personally for me, I got so many cool ideas from this tournament, like watching the different cards that they're using, the different combos. We were kind of talking about it earlier, weren't we, Ali?
In every deck.
Yeah, trusty belts, sacred siphoners, they're all making comebacks, aren't they? So brilliant, really good.
Actually, yeah, a question for you guys. If there had to be one card that stood out, Miasmancer, I think, was a couple of tournaments ago, so that can't be your answer, but maybe a trusty belt, the drone printer, what would you pick?
I mean, I'd pick the Siphoner, because I thought the Siphoner for so many of these guys just saved them, basically. We saw in a couple of games that if they had not played the Siphoner, they would have lost. I think it's just such an important card. It's the only defender in the Shroud deck. I think a lot of people write it off because it's been in the game for so long, but in this kind of quick meta, you do need sometimes just to stop it and just give yourself that kind of that extra turn. So for me, the Siphoner, and I'm really happy that the Siphoner's seen some interesting plays here, because I recently brought it back into my deck about a week ago. And yeah, so I think if I hadn't done that, I definitely would have been doing it after this tournament.
Solid.
Yeah,
I got
for
one.
me, big. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Muka.
No, Desi, do yours. You're
All
so
right,
excited to say yours.
Hopefully I didn't steal yours, But yeah, so mine is going to be Logistics Support Cruiser. And I think that this card, it just has shaken up the game so much. It has kind of in a way brought Shroud back a little bit, since you can just ramp to the expensive cards sooner. And just being really, really fun to play with as well. Basically, every single deck, I think, apart from the aggro Naeus deck, going to be rocking that card.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Mine is going to be a little underrated, because it was a card that I used to hate on, and I am now officially changing my opinion. I think Venerated Raider in New Dawn is a good card.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Because I said that card sucked for so long. I said it sucked ask anybody I've ever played with, I said that card sucked. But it actually impressed me and how well it did this tournament. So I'll take it back. That card is good.
Yeah, I actually also
Be
thought it sucked
surprised.
for a long time. Yeah, and it doesn't. It's actually fantastic, isn't it? So great pick there, Muka.
Muka's been the one shitting on New Dawn, so I'm honestly surprised you said that.
Yeah, I picked a new non-card. It was gonna be. I made sure it was a good one for my one pick.
Yes. All right, let's take a look at the bracket one more time before we leave y'all. All right, there we go. Whew. Zaratustraa, the
Crazy.
final
Yeah.
victor.
Yeah, a lot of people went down actually to, Zaratustraa had to step over a lot of very, very strong players here. The dead bodies of PURP, Feno, Lambie series, Satana, Shogo, Hylas, and Hevel.
Yeah.
Pino with the
I think
only
it-
3-0 sweep too.
Yeah, and I think also as well, like when you look at the games that Zaratustraa had to get to where he got to win it, he's had to really grind, right? He's got the 3-2s, the 3-2s, the 3-2s, like all five sets. He's really had to work hard for it, and just amazing path that he's taken. I still can't believe that he's only been playing for a few months. I mean, I don't know. It's just incredible, really. It's an incredible story.
All right, y'all. I think the time for the first ever major is done, and we shall say goodbye. A big thank you to the chat, the viewers, anyone that watched. I think there may have been a few giveaways, AI Rev, anybody else that gave some stuff away, and anybody that won, congrats. Of course, thank you so much to 983 Production and the sponsors, and we will see you again. Thank you, Quinto, Scout, Desi, Muka, my fellow co-casters here. It's been an amazing
you,
time.
Ally.
And we'll
Thank
see
you.
y'all later.
Yeah, see you on the next one.
All right,
In this
everyone.
arena, legends are born and history is written. This is where dreams take flight, where every drop of sweat, every ounce of effort, and every heartbeat is dedicated to one singular goal. Tales will be weaved. History will be written. Titans will rise and fall. Champions will be crowned, and legends will be made. This is the Parallel League.